Yi Qingli had lived 2 lives. The thing she regretted most in this life was believing the lies of her senior brother, Lu Qinfeng. 18 years of kinship, thrown to the dogs. 3 days earlier, Lu Qinfeng had stood before her, eyes rimmed with red, wearing a look of profound affection. Every word he spoke pierced straight to her heart. Qingli, senior brother, and I discovered this ancient sword tomb together. Before he passed away, Master instructed that everything here should be split between us. No one may take more than their share. Yi Qingli believed him completely. She was not a person of this world. In her previous life, she had been a top doctoral student in archaeology at Jing University, completing the entire program from bachelor's to PhD. Her family had served as national archaeological team members for 3 generations, digging tombs, excavating, and preserving relics. It was engraved in her bones. Any ancient tomb over 3,000 years old, she could date with her eyes closed. She was in effect a walking encyclopedia of ancient tombs. Then one unexpected accident sent her transmigrating into this world of ancient martial arts. At 6 years old, she was taken back to the sect by the master of the ancient martial Yi family, and she remained there for 18 years. For 18 years, she and Lu Qinfeng had trained together, eaten together, received the master's ruler across their palms together, and struggled side by side in the deep mountains. She had long come to regard this senior brother with whom she had grown up as her only family in the world. She had believed that this bond was unbreakable. But reality dealt her a fatal blow. At this moment, within the ancient sword tomb, an ice-cold dagger was buried deep in her heart. The lethal poison raced through her blood, and the one who had stabbed her was none other than the senior brother she had trusted with all her heart, Lu Qinfeng. The dome of the sword tomb collapsed with a roar. Broken stones tumbled down endlessly, dust filled the air, and the entire space trembled violently, as if it would swallow everything at any moment. Lu Qinfeng stood 10 yards away. All trace of his former tenderness was gone, replaced by naked greed and viciousness. He stared at her like a poisonous snake flicking its tongue. "Junior sister, don't blame me for being heartless." Lu Qinfeng's voice was cold as ice. "Master favored you in secret, passing down our family heirloom, the sword heart scripture, to you alone, while keeping it from me. And you were the one who discovered this ancient sword tomb first. Why should every good thing under heaven belong to you?" Yi Qingli looked down at the dagger, still seeping blood in her chest. The poison had already numbed most of her body, and her strength was visibly draining from every limb. She slowly lifted her eyes, her gaze falling on the ancient bronze box clutched tightly in Lu Qinfeng's hands, the box she had found in the deepest part of the sword tomb. It was primitive and heavy, covered with archaic runes, clearly no ordinary object. So this was what he was after. Yi Qingli's voice was terrifyingly calm. No anger, no screaming, only dead silence. All this for this shabby box. Lu Qinfeng's heart jolted under her gaze. He instinctively clutched the bronze box tighter, his expression shifting. "You know where this box came from?" "I don't know." Yi Qingli curled the corner of her mouth in a mocking smile. "But I do know that you can never open it." "You." Lu Qinfeng struck where it hurt, flew into a rage. "This box requires the pure bloodline of the Yi family to open." Yi Qingli gave a light cough. A mouthful of sweet coppery blood spilled from the corner of her lips, staining the front of her robe. "Senior brother, before you stabbed me, why didn't you ask clearly?" As soon as the words fell, Lu Qinfeng's expression drastically changed. He had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary bronze box would have a bloodline restriction. Yi Qingli leaned against the cold stone wall, her body growing weaker by the second. But her smile only widened, wild, almost manic with mockery. "Let me guess. Right now, aren't you just terribly regretful? Aren't you desperate to save me, to force me to tell you how to open it?" Lu Qinfeng clenched his jaw, his face cycling through green and white. A truly ugly sight. Unfortunately, Yi Qingli glanced down at the poisoned dagger in her chest, her tone light as a feather, yet sharper than a blade, piercing Lu Qinfeng's heart. "The poison on this dagger is the 3-day death sentence recorded in Master's library. Lethal with a single touch, beyond even immortals to save. Senior brother, you really went all out. You left me no way out at all." Lu Qinfeng's face turned utterly livid. He suddenly lunged forward, trying to grab Yi Qingli, but a huge stone the size of a millstone crashed down between them, completely blocking the path. "Junior sister, tell me how to open it, and I'll take you out right now." Lu Qinfeng roared, a note of panic finally creeping into his voice. Yi Qingli laughed until tears sprayed out, laughed until her heart tore. "Lu Qinfeng, do you take me for a fool?" She raised her hand and pointed at the collapsing sword tomb around her, stones falling like rain, heaven and earth seemingly capsizing. "This tomb is about to collapse completely. You'll take me out. How? By blowing me out with your breath." Her words left Lu Qinfeng speechless. He knew that the collapse of the sword tomb was inevitable. Forget saving Yi Qingli. If he didn't leave now, he would be buried alive himself. Greed had blinded his mind, and in the end it left him with nothing. Lu Qinfeng's face was livid. Without so much as another glance at Yi Qingli, he spun on his heel and sprinted toward the exit. Survival came first. Watching his desperate fleeing back, Yi Qingli suddenly gathered all her remaining strength and called out, "Senior brother." Lu Qinfeng's steps halted abruptly, but he never looked back. "That box can never be opened by you." Yi Qingli coughed blood, her voice breaking and faint, barely a breath. "It requires the bloodline of the Yi family." "But did you know? I am not of the Yi family at all." "Boom." Lu Qinfeng felt as if struck by lightning. He spun around sharply, pupils contracting, his face full of disbelief. What did you say? Master isn't my real father either. Yi Qingli's eyes grew increasingly unfocused, her sight beginning to blur. He picked me up. An abandoned infant from a forgotten ancient ruin. So that box you risked everything to snatch. She curved her lips one last time in a mocking smile. In your hands it's nothing more than a worthless piece of scrap iron. Boom. Another colossal stone crashed down, completely separating their views and severing all of Lu Qinfeng's hopes. Yi Qingli slowly closed her eyes, listening to the thundering collapse around her. In the depths of her heart, only endless absurdity remained. In her previous life, she was a doctoral archaeologist. 23 years professionally digging tombs, handling countless ancient burials, praised as a national treasure-level expert in her field. She had transmigrated into a world of ancient martial arts, endured 18 years of cultivation. In the end, she was betrayed by the person she trusted most and buried alive in an ancient sword tomb. What bitter, absurd irony. She studied archaeology not because she loved history, but because hers was a family trade of tomb excavation. Her great-grandfather, grandfather, and father had all worked on protective digs for the nation. By her generation, she'd studied all the way to a doctorate, digging tombs all the way to the ceiling of the profession. A tomb 3,000 years old. She could figure it out with her eyes closed. And then she transmigrated into a fake scion of an ancient martial family, learned a bunch of flashy martial arts, trusted a wolf-hearted senior brother, and in the end was stabbed by him and buried in a grave. What a rotten luck. Her consciousness faded bit by bit, the light dimmed, and the sounds of collapse grew farther and farther away. Yi Qingli thought she was truly done for this time. But just as she was about to sink into eternal darkness, a scorching heat suddenly flared in her chest. She struggled to look down and saw the ink-black jade pendant hanging around her neck, the thing she had worn since the moment she transmigrated. For 18 years it had remained quiet, never showing anything unusual. But at this moment the pendant blazed with dazzling golden light, searing as if to burn through her skin. A piercing beam of golden light shot up from the pendant and plunged straight into her brow. Yi Qingli's vision went black, her consciousness sinking completely into the abyss. But in the last second before she lost consciousness, she saw a scene of overwhelming majesty, an endless expanse of swords. Swords thrust into the earth, swords suspended in the void, swords intact and shining coldly, swords broken and rusted. Densely packed, covering the sky and the earth, endless. All of them swords. 10,000 swords stood in silent homage, a true tomb of swords. The last thought that crossed Yi Qingli's mind came with a helpless, wry resignation. I spent my whole life digging graves. In the end a grave flipped me instead. Well, fine. At least the profession matches. Boom. The ancient sword tomb collapsed completely. Tens of thousands of stones fell, dust shrouded the sky, and no trace remained. Deep beneath the earth, Yi Qingli's body was wrapped in a gentle golden light, plunging straight into a deeper rift in time and space, vanishing without a trace. Outside the sword tomb, Lu Qinfeng stood atop the rubble, clutching the bronze box he could not open. His face was so dark it seemed ready to drip water. He stood there for a full hour, staring at the pile of rubble, emotions of reluctance, rage, and a sliver of regret churning in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth, turned, and vanished into the mountain forest. Behind him, only deathly silence remained. Gusts of wind howled over the broken stones, whimpering like a funeral dirge for the girl buried beneath the sword tomb. Or perhaps it was welcoming the return of a queen who would one day command 10,000 swords. Yi Qingli was awakened by a commotion outside. If the young lady doesn't wake up soon, they'll have to carry a living person onto the bridal sedan. Bridal sedan. That's a coffin. Young Master Wang has been dead for 3 days. Is this a wedding or a burial? Shoo, keep your voice down. The second madam said anyone caught gossiping will be sold to the mines. Yi Qingli opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a faded bed canopy reeking of damp mildew. She stared at the top of the canopy for 3 seconds. Not dead. She stared for another 3 seconds. Where's this? Another 3 seconds. Which young Master Wang died? What bridal sedan? What coffin? What coffin? Outside the door the argument raged on. A shrill voice pierced through the door panel. Yi Qingli, stop playing dead. The Wang family is here. You can't escape this marriage. Yi Qingli propped herself up and looked down. Good heavens. She was wearing a faded, washed-out old dress, her wrists as thin as straw stalks, her fingernails clean, but scrawny, the standard look of someone suffering severe malnutrition. Then she touched her face. Well, the original owner had probably been decent-looking, but now she was truly sallow, skinny, and a total waste. Memories came flooding in like a tide. Tianxian continent, Qingyang City, the Yi family. The original owner was called Yi Qingli, 18 years old, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yi family. How legitimate exactly? Her father had been the previous head of the Yi family. He died outside, while seeking a fortune for the clan. Her mother followed him in death. They left behind 3-year-old her to be cared for by the second branch. 15 years of care had turned her into the Yi family's universally acknowledged waste, with severed sword meridians. Sword meridians were, in this world, the equivalent of cultivation aptitude. At 7, the original owner had been diagnosed with severed sword meridians unable to cultivate for life, and had since become the laughingstock of the Yi family. The second branch stepped on her to build a benevolent image, her cousin stepped on her to flaunt natural talent, and even the servants dared to dock her monthly allowance. That wasn't the end of it. 3 days ago, the only son of the Wang family in the city had died of illness. The Wangs couldn't bear to let their son be lonely down there, so they wanted to find a girl for a ghost marriage. Coincidentally, the second branch just happened to find her an eyesore. So the grand hat of sacrifice for the family was slammed down on her head. They wanted to stuff her into a coffin to be the bride of a dead man. The original owner, furious and terrified, had slammed her head into a pillar and died on the spot. Then she came. Yi Qingli. 23 years as a professional gravedigger, and now she'd been buried in a grave. And the first thing after transmigrating was being stuffed into another grave. Did she have some kind of grudge with graves? Bang! The door was kicked open. A woman in silk and satin burst in, followed by 4 or 5 burly servants. Yi Qingli. Are you getting up or not? The second Madame Zhou planted her hands on her hips, powder flaking off her face. The auspicious hour has passed. The Wangs are still waiting in the front hall. Yi Qingli leaned against the headboard and glanced at her lazily, waiting for me. Waiting to see if I look pretty lying in a coffin. Zhou was momentarily choked. Second aunt. Yi Qingli curled her lips. Young Master Wang has been dead for 3 days. In this hot weather, the smell must be coming out by now, right? Are you asking me to be his wife or his air freshener? You're talking nonsense. I'm speaking plain human language. Yi Qingli looked utterly innocent. Can't you understand? Then let me put it another way. Why don't you marry your own precious daughter to him? Zhou's face turned green. Her daughter Yi Qingwan, the Yi family's genius girl. At 14, she had already reached yellow rank, 5th stage, the jewel of all Qingyang City. Marry her to a dead man. Absolutely out of the question. Yi Qingli. Zhou shrieked. Your parents died early and I raised you. Is this how you repay me? Yi Qingli laughed. She laughed brilliantly. Second aunt, the way you raised me. 1 meal of leftovers a day, 1 set of old clothes a year, no charcoal in winter, no mosquito net in summer, no doctor when I was sick, plus I had to wash your clothes and empty your chamber pot. She paused. That's a rather distinctive way of raising someone. Zhou's face flushed an ugly liver purple. The servant girls and matrons at the door lowered their heads, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Rebellion. Rebellion. Zhou trembled with rage. Men, tie her up. Gag her. Carry her onto the bridal sedan. Several servants rolled up their sleeves and stepped forward. Yi Qingli didn't move. She just lowered her head and looked at the jade pendant hanging around her neck. The one that had glowed earlier. The sword tomb she had seen while unconscious was still vivid in her mind. She vaguely felt this thing was not simple. As she thought about it, the jade pendant suddenly grew warm. A warm current surged from her chest, flowing through her meridians and spreading through her entire body. Yi Qingli was stunned. In the original owner's memory, her sword meridians were completely severed. Empty channels that couldn't hold a trace of spiritual energy. But now, wherever the warm current passed, her originally blocked meridians seemed to be pried open by something, inch by inch reconnecting. What are you all standing around for? Zhou shrieked urgently. Make your move. The lead burly man reached out to grab Yi Qingli's shoulder. Yi Qingli looked up. Her hand had risen at some point, her index finger gently pressing forward, tapping the burly man's chest. Inch force. A technique from modern ancient martial arts. No spiritual energy needed, only the instantaneous burst of muscle. The man who weighed over 180 Jin flew out like a kite, with a broken string crashed into the doorframe and smashed half the door to pieces. The whole room fell silent. Zhou's shriek got stuck in her throat, her eyeballs nearly popping out of her head. The remaining servants took 3 synchronized steps back. Yi Qingli looked down at her own finger. Huh, that's it. She hadn't even used any strength yet. The jade pendant warmed again. This time a stream of information flooded directly into her mind. Heavenly Fate Pearl has acknowledged its master host detected in Danger Sword Tomb. First layer unlocked, obtained Gentle Breeze Sword Art, beginner Yi Qingli. This kind of good fortune actually exists. While she was still stunned, Zhou had already recovered her wits and yelled hoarsely, You dare hit my people. You're rebelling. Someone, go fetch the old master. Fetch the master. Arrest this wretch. Enough. An old hoarse voice came from outside the door. The crowd parted automatically. An old man with white hair leaning on a cane walked in, followed by a middle-aged man in brocade robes and a girl in goose-yellow clothes. The old master of the Yi family, Yi Hong, the head of the second branch, Yi Hai, and his precious daughter, Yi Qingwan. The moment Yi Qingwan entered, her gaze landed on Yi Qingli. A trace of disgust flickered in her eyes, but she wore a gentle smile on her face. Sister, you're awake. How wonderful. Just now I told grandfather that you're blessed by heaven and would surely be fine. Yi Qingli looked at her. A 15-year-old girl with apricot eyes and rosy cheeks, her goose-yellow outfit making her skin look even fairer. In terms of acting, this cousin could win an Oscar. Is that so? Yi Qingli leaned against the headboard and said lazily, Then why did I hear that yesterday you told second aunt you wished I would make room sooner? Yi Qingwan's smile froze on her face. Zhou's face stiffened too. The two of them had indeed said that in private. How did Yi Qingli know? Of course she hadn't known. But she could bluff. Seeing the mother-daughter pair's reactions, she knew she had guessed right. Old Master Ye's face darkened. He cast a glance at Zhou, then looked back at Yi Qingli. After a long moment, he spoke. Qingli, the Wang family matter was your second aunt's private decision. This is a serious matter, we'll discuss it later. Focus on recovering your health first. Zhou panicked. Father, shut up. Zhou trembled at the roar and dared not make another sound. Old Master Yi looked at Yi Qingli, his gaze complicated. That move of yours just now, what was that all about? Your sword meridians. It's healed, Yi Qingli said tersely. What? My sword meridians are healed. She shrugged. I bumped my head on the pillar. Maybe heaven saw how miserable I was and opened a back door for me. Silence fell over the room once more. Yi Qingwan's expression changed. A waist whose sword meridians had been broken for 15 years was suddenly healed. How is that possible? Old Master Yi was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. In that case you should rest and recover here at the Yi estate. As for the marriage, it will be decided after the family discusses it. With that he turned and left. Yi Hai hurried to follow, but before he left he glanced back at Yi Qingli, his eyes dark and frightening. Zhou and Yi Qingwan also slunk away. The servant girls and matrons watching at the door scattered. Yi Qingli lay back down on the bed staring at the bed canopy, above a smile slowly curving at the corner of her mouth. The Yi family. The second branch. The ghost marriage. Fine. She would settle this debt, slowly. First she needed to recover this malnourished body. She touched the jade pendant at her chest. Heavenly Fate Pearl. Myriad Sword Tomb. Sounded impressive. Yi Qingli closed her eyes, the smile at the corner of her mouth deepening. An archaeology PhD professionally digging graves for 3,000 years. Now the grave had come to dig her. Fine. That was exactly her specialty. Yi Qingli had been lying in the Yi household for 3 days. Over those 3 days she went through the original owner's memories again and again, 8 times in all, until she finally grasped exactly where she stood. The Yi clan was one of the 3 great clans of Qingyang City, and its standing rested on the way of the sword. The original owner's father Yi Zongxiong had once been the clan patriarch, a yellow-rank 9th-level powerhouse who could walk sideways through Qingyang City. Then 8 years ago he went out in search of an opportunity and never returned. Her mother, unable to bear the blow, followed him that very night. That left the 3-year-old original owner to be cared for by the second branch. 15 years of that care had turned her into the most famous good-for-nothing in the entire city. Leaning against the headboard, Yi Qingli gnawed at a cold steamed bun and thought the second branch's acting would win a 100 Flowers Award back in the modern world. Just as this thought crossed her mind, footsteps sounded from outside. Bang! The door was kicked open again. Yi Qingli. Does this door have a grudge against the Yi clan? Kicked open twice in 3 days. Yi Qingli. A girl in a pink gauze skirt burst in, followed by 3 or 4 maidservants. An even greater show of force than Madame Zhou had put on 3 days earlier. Yi Qingli shot her a glance. That face was in the original owner's memory. Yi Ling, the second daughter of the second branch, and Yi Qingwan's full younger sister. She was 13 this year, and had a yellow-rank 2nd-level cultivation. She ranked nowhere among the younger generation of the Yi clan, but when it came to bullying the original owner, she had never once lost. I hear your sword vein has healed. Yi Ling walked to the bedside and looked down at her. If it's healed, why are you still holed up in this broken-down courtyard? Too ashamed to show your face. Yi Qingli unhurriedly stuffed the last bit of steamed bun into her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Then she looked up. Something you need. Yi Ling faltered at her tone. In the past, whenever this waist saw her, she always hung her head and trembled. Had she eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall today? I'm talking to you. Yi Ling stepped forward. Are you deaf? Yi Qingli leaned against the headboard, her expression calm. I heard you, but I didn't understand. What you said just now, was it even human speech? You. Come on, let me translate for you. Yi Qingli counted on her fingers. I hear your sword vein has healed. Your mother told you, didn't she? Why are you still holed up in this broken-down courtyard? This is my home, and I'll hole up wherever I want. Too ashamed to show your face. Whether I show my face or not is none of your business, not even a single cup is worth. Yi Ling's face flushed red. The maidservants behind her exchanged glances at a loss. Yi Qingli. Yi Ling shrieked, how dare you speak to me like that? I not only dare speak to you like that, Yi Qingli said, slowly straightening up. I also dare speak to you like this. Move aside. You're blocking my light. Yi Ling trembled with rage. She snatched the teacup from the maidservant behind her and flung the tea straight at Yi Qingli's face. Yi Qingli sidestepped. The tea splashed onto the bed, soaking a large patch of the bedding. Yi Ling sneered. Dodge. Can you dodge today? Can you dodge tomorrow? You trash. Even with your sword vein healed, you're still trash. Let me tell you, in the Yi clan, you will always be. Always be what? Yi Qingli raised her eyes and gave her a cold look. Yi Ling's heart lurched at that look and the words caught in her throat. Yi Qingli stood up. She was half a head taller than Yi Ling. Standing there thin as a beanpole, she somehow gave off an aura that made one's skin crawl. Yi Ling, is it? She curved her lips. 13 yellow rank, 2nd level, 3rd from last in last year's clan tournament. Your mother is a concubine in the 2nd branch, and your father is a concubine-born son of the 2nd branch. Don't you know your own place in the Yi clan? Yi Ling's expression changed. You, how do you know? I know far more than that. Yi Qingli stepped forward. Last month you stole 20 taels of silver from the 2nd branch, framed your personal maidservant Chun Xing, and got her sent away to the country estate. Last year you put a laxative in Yi Qingwan's tea to embarrass her, but you ended up drinking it yourself and spent a whole day and night running to the latrine. Yiling's face went completely white. These were things she had done in secret, hidden even from her mother. How could Qingli? How do you know? Take a guess. Qingli of course didn't know, but she knew how to bluff. Although these details were not in the original owner's memories, she had spent the past few days sorting through the Yi clan's relationships. Taking Yiling's personality into account, a few casual guesses would hit the mark 8 or 9 times out of 10. From Yiling's reaction, she had guessed everyone right. You're spouting nonsense. Yiling shrieked, but her confidence was clearly wilting. I'm going to tell grandfather. Go ahead. Qingli pointed at the door. The door's right there. I won't see you out. Yiling stamped her foot in fury, turned, and ran. At the doorway she turned back and said viciously, Qingli, you just wait. I'm waiting. Qingli waved a hand. Take care now. Next time remember to knock. This door won't last much longer with all this kicking. Yiling slammed the door and left. The maidservants slunk out behind her. Qingli looked down at the half-soaked bedding and clicked her tongue. Well, no sleeping tonight. She touched the jade pendant at her chest. 3 days ago the Destiny Pearl had flashed once past her, a set of clear wind sword art, and then, like a machine that had crashed, gone completely silent with no sign of life since. Qingli tried poking it with her mind. No response. She poked again. Still no response. Fine. She let out a resigned sigh, rolled up the wet bedding and tossed it aside, then pulled an old set of bedding from the cabinet and laid it out. She had just finished spreading the bedding when footsteps sounded outside again. Qingli, is there no end to this? This time an old matron came in carrying a tray on which sat 2 dishes and a bowl of soup, all piping hot. Eldest miss. The old matron placed the tray on the table, her manner respectful. The old master ordered this sent to you. From now on your meals will be prepared according to the standard for a legitimate daughter. Qingli raised an eyebrow. Was the old master showing goodwill? Or testing her? She said nothing. Only after the old matron had left did she sit down at the table and pick up her chopsticks. Braised pork belly, steamed fish, and a bowl of chicken soup. They were 800 times better than the cold steamed buns she had eaten in the past few days. Qingli picked up a piece of meat, put it into her mouth, and narrowed her eyes. Well, whatever the old master means, I'll eat my fill first. Only with a full stomach could she settle accounts. Qingli spent another 2 full days lying in the side courtyard of the Yi estate. It was not that she craved idleness and refused to move, rather the original owner's body was so shockingly weak, it was almost absurd. 15 years of malnutrition and cold on top of being pushed down the stairs, and nearly dying from severe injuries, had damaged her internal organs. How could 2 or 3 days of decent meals possibly restore her to full health? During those 2 days Qingli did not go anywhere. She lay quietly in bed, going over all the remaining memories of the original owner again and again, focusing on one thing: the severed sword meridians. When the original owner was 7, the family tested her meridians and publicly declared that her sword meridians were severed. From then on she became a useless nobody whom everyone in the Yi family could trample, suffering contempt, bullying, and ridicule, living a life even worse than a servant. But the more Qingli thought about it, the more wrong it felt. She was not born and raised in this world. In her previous life, she was the heir of a legitimate ancient martial arts family in the modern world, and she also held a doctorate in archaeology from the capital university. The pathways of the human meridians, the locations of acupoints, and the principles of qi and blood circulation were knowledge carved into her bones, more familiar to her than eating and drinking. Was this body truly a hopeless waste, as everyone said? Qingli did not believe it. That afternoon she propped up her still soft body, sat cross-legged on the hard wooden bed, cleared her mind of stray thoughts, and followed the most basic qi-gathering technique of the Yi family recorded in the original owner's memories, slowly attempting to draw the thin spiritual energy in the air into her body. A nearly imperceptible wisp of spiritual energy seeped into her body through her pores and crept forward along the thin meridians. At first it moved smoothly, but the moment it reached the key point 3 cun above her dantian, it abruptly froze, as if it had slammed into an extremely hard stone wall. No matter how she urged it, it simply could not pass, stuck in place, unable to move. Qingli frowned. Unwilling to accept it, she switched to another meridian route, trying to bypass that spot. The result was exactly the same. The spiritual energy got stuck in the same place again, motionless. She slowly opened her eyes. There was not the slightest frustration in her dark pupils, only a trace of understanding. So that was it. It was never some severed sword meridians. It was blocked. Just like a home water pipe that had been clogged solid over the years by dirt and grime, no matter how strong the water flow, it simply could not get through. In modern medicine, this is called meridian blockage. In ancient martial theory, this is called blocked acupoints and congested meridians. In short, it was not an incurable disease. It could be treated, and with her professional abilities, it was hardly a difficult problem. A relaxed smile tugged at the corner of Qingli's mouth, and her mind raced. In an instant, she recalled a unique technique her grandfather had taught her in her previous life, the acupoint striking meridian unblocking art. It required force precise to the millimeter to stimulate the blocked acupoints and forcibly blast open the stagnant meridians. The only problem was that this technique was originally meant to work together with abundant inner force, using qi to direct power. Only then could it achieve the best effect. But her current body was completely empty, without a trace of inner force. Could she really make it work by simply jabbing her fingers into the acupoint? Whether it worked or not, she could only find out by trying. Qingli had always been a woman of action. She extended her index finger, placed it precisely on the blocked acupoint 3 cun above her dantian, and pressed down slowly with a little force. In that instant, aching, swelling, piercing pain, a violent surge of agony shot straight into her mind. Qingli sucked in a sharp breath, and her finger almost recoiled by reflex. Cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. But at that exact moment of maximum pain, she clearly felt the iron-hard thing wedged in her meridian loosen just a tiny bit. It worked. It really worked. Qingli's eyes flared with light, and a flush of excitement rushed into her pale cheeks. Gritting her teeth, she endured the piercing pain, and kept pressing, rubbing, and stimulating that acupoint once, twice, 3 times over and over. Her force was neither excessive nor insufficient, perfectly precise, every stroke landing on the most critical spot. Time passed bit by bit. Her bangs were soaked and clung to her cheeks. Her fingertips went numb and swollen, and her arm ached until she could hardly lift it, but her eyes only grew brighter. She had no intention of giving up. After who knows how long, an extremely faint, dull sound audible only to her came from inside her body. It was like a taut membrane pricked through in an instant, or a pipe clogged for years suddenly bursting open. A stream of warm, soothing heat erupted from that acupoint, flowed joyfully through the previously blocked meridians, and surged through her limbs and bones. Qingli's whole body gave a violent shudder, and she almost moaned out loud from the pleasure. It felt amazing. It was like a suffocating weight held for over a decade being released in a single breath, like a frozen body completely wrapped in warm sunlight, like dry, cracked earth drenched by a rushing spring. Her body, once sluggish, cold, and frail, suddenly became light, warm, and brimming with strength. Qingli lowered her head slowly, gazing at her slender, but no longer fragile hands. The corners of her lips curved upward little by little, the arc growing wider until it turned into a confident, dazzling smile. What severed sword meridians? What born trash? It was only blocked meridians. Blocked. Then clear them. She raised a hand to gently touch the dark jade pendant resting quietly on her chest. Earlier she had thought the thing was a dead piece of junk, but now the more she looked at it, the more pleasing it became. Fine, even if you have not reacted yet, at least you brought me to this world, and by accident let me see the real problem with this body. From now on we are comrades in arms. The jade pendant on her chest remained completely still, without a hint of light, obviously still in dormancy. Qingli did not mind in the slightest. She let out a soft laugh, swung her legs off the bed, and stood up. Her feet landed steadily and lightly on the ground. Gone were the dizziness and the breathlessness. After only a few steps from the past few days, her whole body now carried a smooth, unfolding strength. She strode over to the window and pushed open the wooden casement. Warm, dazzling sunlight poured in at once, spilling over her, cozy and bright. The entire Yi family compound lay spread out before her eyes, and Qingli's gaze grew colder bit by bit. The ugly faces from the original owner's memories flashed through her mind one by one. The malicious, venomous Zhou of the second branch, her arrogant, domineering second sister, Yi Qingwan, who bullied her everywhere, and Yi Ling, the little follower, who never hesitated to kick her when she was down. You all loved bullying a waste, didn't you? Didn't you love driving the original owner to the brink of death? Just wait. From today on, the pushover who could be needed by anyone is dead. This lady is getting up right now to settle every account with you one by one. Qingli's meridian clearing treatment had only just reached its 3rd day, her body still slowly recovering, when trouble was already eagerly knocking at her door. This time those coming to cause trouble were no longer the bouncing little maid Yi Ling, but a grand wedding procession that was particularly striking. Red sedan chairs, red wedding garments, red silk decorations. The musicians played away with vigor. From a distance, it looked festive and lively, but glanced just a little further toward the rear of the procession, and everyone would instantly catch their breath in shock. Directly behind the sedan chair sat an unmistakable coffin, entirely pitch black. Upon its heavy wooden surface, a bright red double happiness character was pasted in grotesquely conspicuous fashion. Red clashing with black, a wedding combined with a funeral, unspeakably eerie and ominous. It was plainly meant to force Qingli into a ghost marriage. Qingli stood quietly at the entrance of her small courtyard, glancing up at the utterly absurd spectacle before her. Rather than showing the slightest panic, she was almost laughing out of sheer indignation. Zhou Shi, who presided over the second branch of the Yi family, now stood at the very front of the wedding procession. Her face was plastered with a hypocritical, deliberately forced smile, as she raised her voice to an ear-splitting volume, clearly hoping the entire Yi household could hear. Qingli, the Wang family has come in sincerity this time. They say the last incident was all a misunderstanding, and this time they insist on nothing less than you. Look how much they value you. They've even brought such a splendid sedan chair in person. Qingli cast her an indifferent glance, her tone calm and unruffled. And they've brought a coffin as well. The smile on Zhou Shi's face froze instantly, her eyes darting nervously aside as she stammered, trying to cover it up. That's young Master Wang's. That is to say, coffin. Qingli finished the sentence for her, without mercy, her tone growing colder. Containing a corpse. With those words, Zhou Shi's fabricated smile completely collapsed, her face cycling through shades of green and white. At this point, Yi family servants, neighboring idlers and passers-by had already formed layers inside and out, all leaning in with gossip-loving curiosity, chattering endlessly. Is that the Yi family's infamous trash eldest miss? That's right. Rumor has it her sword meridians were severed at age 7, and for 15 whole years she's been unable to cultivate. A complete waste of a person. The Wang family is ruthless indeed, making such trash marry their young master in death. Tell me about it. Trash paired with the dead, truly a match made in hell. These vicious, nasty words pierced Yi Qingli's ears without missing a single character. Rather than showing anger, she merely offered a faint smile toward the harshest speaker. The expression appeared gentle, yet carried an inexplicable oppressive weight that sent the man's spine cold, silencing him instantly. Seeing this, Zhou Shi immediately stepped forward, eager to continue persuading. Qingli, don't listen to these people talking nonsense. The Wang family is powerful and vast. Marry into their house, and you'll be the legitimate young mistress living in luxury and comfort for life. The dead feast on incense sticks and drink yellow wine. Yi Qingli cut her off directly, her eyes chillingly cold. Second, and if you love this match so much, why not marry them yourself? Zhou Shi was left choking on her own words, speechless for a long moment. Yi Qingli tilted her head slightly, then lightly added, or perhaps Yi Ling could go in her place. She's only 13 this year. Young and vibrant, perfectly suited for young Master Wang. With those words, Zhou Shi's face turned completely green, while several bearers in the wedding procession could barely contain their laughter, their shoulders shaking as they struggled not to burst out. Shame turning to fury, Zhou Shi screamed shrilly on the spot, Yi Qingli, don't be ungrateful for good fortune. Today this marriage you will marry whether you want to or not. The moment the words left her mouth, she gave a sharp wave of her hand. Behind her, several burly retainers grinned wickedly and charged forward, plainly intending to forcibly seize her. The two Yi family guards at the courtyard entrance quickly stepped forward to block them. Madame Zhou, the old master has decreed. Marriage matters are undecided. No one is to forcibly remove her. Zhou Shi sneered, raising her voice. The old master only said to discuss it later, never that it's forbidden. The Wang family has come to propose for the third time. This is about securing resources for the Yi family. Whoever dares to obstruct this is defying orders. Overpowered by Zhou Shi's aggression and outmatched in numbers, the guards retreated to the side. Yi Qingli's expression remained unchanged as she calmly stepped back and took her stand firmly at the courtyard entrance. She spotted the sedan chair being carried unevenly by several retainers, its pole tilting precariously. She lifted her foot, crash, and kicked the exact pressure point on the pole. Already unstable, the sedan chair was sent toppling to the ground with the added force. The exquisite pole snapped cleanly, and two crimson silks scattered everywhere, now stained with mud and utter disgrace. The entire courtyard fell deathly silent. Everyone froze where they stood, dumbfounded. Zhou Shi's shriek caught hard in her throat, her face draining to the color of paper. The onlookers gaped so wide they could have fit a whole egg inside, their faces etched with pure disbelief. Who could have imagined the trash eldest miss everyone loved to bully would dare to topple the Wang family's wedding sedan right in public? Yi Qingli slowly withdrew her foot, casually brushing imaginary dust from her skirt. She lifted her gaze and looked straight at Zhou Shi, whose face had turned the color of iron. She curved her lips slightly. Her voice was soft, yet it landed clearly in every ear, carrying unmistakable authority. Second, aunt. If you want to marry, marry yourself. Zhou Shi's blood boiled from a single retort by Yi Qingli, her face turning from iron gray to deep purple, then blackened like a scorched wok bottom, finally bloating a reddish-purple hue, as though her liver had burst from rage. In all her years of life, she had never been so publicly humiliated by a cripple. Rebellion. Heaven itself rebels. Zhou Shi shrieked shrilly, her voice piercing the air as she frantically pointed at Yi Qingli with both hands. Seize her. Seize this ungrateful slut thoroughly. Today I will make her enter the wedding palanquin obediently. Upon her command, the three burly servants who had long been poised to strike immediately rolled up their sleeves, their faces twisting with vicious intent as they lunged toward Yi Qingli like famished wolves. These three servants were specially employed thugs from the second branch, each tall and muscular, normally able to bully two subordinates at once without effort. To them, dealing with a weak woman whose sword meridians had been completely severed was simply an effortless task. But Yi Qingli showed not a hint of fear on her face, nor did her steps falter. She simply calmly retreated 2 paces, steadily backing into her own narrow and dilapidated courtyard. This courtyard was the most remote and crude outbuilding of the Yi family, a cramped and confined space where the entrance was narrow enough for only 2 people to pass side by side, and the yard itself was littered with broken tables, ruined chairs, splintered wood, and old cotton padding, obstacles and debris scattered everywhere. For anyone else, this would be a disadvantage. But in Yi Qingli's eyes, this was the perfect home field advantage. Modern combat techniques, ancient martial arts skills, and terrain utilization had long been carved into her bones. This kind of confined space was precisely the ideal battlefield for overcoming strength through weakness and achieving victory through skill. The first servant rushed in first, reaching out to violently grab Yi Qingli's shoulder. his movements brutal and filled with malice. Qingli's gaze turned cold as she lightly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the grab. Simultaneously, she snatched up a decrepit wooden chair from beside her feet, and without any flourish smashed it brutally down onto the servant's calf. Crack! The sound of shattering bone and splintering wood rang out simultaneously. The already rotten chair leg snapped on the spot. The servant let out a heart-rending scream, his legs buckled, and he crashed to the ground, clutching his severely painful calf, rolling in agony on the dirt, utterly unable to rise again. One move settled it. Seeing this, the second servant's eyes reddened, and he roared as he charged ferociously forward. He towered a full head taller than Qingli, his physique as mighty as a wild ox, with brute strength surging through every muscle. He swung his fist down at her, clearly intending to crush her through sheer force alone. Rather than retreating, Qingli advanced. Her body dropped low as she slipped nimbly like a civet cat through his armpit. At the same moment, her foot executed a precise hook while her hand delivered a gentle push. A hook and a push. The force perfectly calibrated, relying entirely on skillful leverage. Bang! The burly man, weighing over 90 kilograms, lost his center of gravity in an instant. His massive body toppled forward, headfirst, crashing into a nearby pile of rotten cotton padding and broken wooden planks. His face was buried completely, and after struggling for what seemed an eternity, he could not extricate himself, leaving only muffled groans. Two down in succession. The third servant's charge came to an abrupt halt. Gazing at his two comrades writhing and screaming on the ground, fear finally crossed his face. His steps instinctively retreated, and he dared not advance so recklessly again. Was this Qingli before him truly some helpless cripple at anyone's mercy? Clearly she was a ruthless fighter with genuine martial prowess. Qingli leaned casually against the mottled earthen wall, one hand on her hip, while the other beckoned to him with a languid, taunting gesture. Her tone was lazy yet provocative. Come on then. That tone was as casual as someone teasing a puppy. Goaded into losing all dignity, the servant gritted his teeth in fury, snatched up a thick wooden staff from the ground, and swung it at Qingli with red-eyed madness. The staff whistled through the air with fierce momentum. Qingli's gaze remained calm as her mind instantly completed its calculations. Distance, 3 meters, medium speed, 45-degree downward angle attack, zone covering the head and shoulders. Every detail crystal clear. In the instant before the staff was about to smash down upon her crown, her figure flickered aside with effortless grace. Swish! The staff grazed past her ear and slammed violently into the wall, sending chunks of plaster crumbling down. The servant was shocked by the rebound force, his palms numbing with pain, his grip nearly failing as the staff almost slipped from his hands. Before he could react, Qingli's hand moved like lightning, precisely seizing his wrist that gripped the staff. With focused force from her fingertips, she delivered a crisp, efficient short power wrist lock. Crack! Another unmistakable sound of dislocation echoed. The servant's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, excruciating pain instantly surging through his entire body as the staff clattered to the ground. The piercing scream reverberated throughout the small courtyard. Qingli released her grip with barely a flicker of expression. The servant immediately crouched on the ground, clutching his dislocated wrist, his body convulsing uncontrollably with pain. His face went ashen as paper, too weak to even stand. From the moment the first servant charged in to bringing all three down. Less than a minute elapsed. 3 burly strongmen, all laid low. One with a broken leg, one knocked senseless, one with a dislocated wrist, each more miserable than the last. At the courtyard entrance, Zhou Shi stood completely frozen. Her face, once the color of spoiled pork liver, turned as white as snow in an instant. Her lips trembled, her eyes bulging round as though she had witnessed a ghost. She could scarcely believe that the cripple who had not cultivated for 15 years had casually felled 3 hired thugs. The onlookers fell utterly silent, the entire scene suffocatingly still. Everyone stood with jaws agape, their faces etched with shock. Their gazes toward Qingli had completely shifted. That was fear, astonishment, and utter disbelief. Qingli lazily patted the non-existent dust from her hands, glanced down at her slender, yet powerful fingers, and gave a subtle nod of approval within herself. Not bad. Though this body was still weak, and its internal energy nearly zero, the combat techniques, footwork, and power generation methods carved into her bones from her past life had not been lost at all. Relying solely on technique, dispatching a few low-level minions was more than sufficient. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze settling lightly upon Zhou Shi's ashen face. A cold smile touched her lips as she remarked in a calm tone, "Second, Aunt, is that all?" Though her voice was soft, it struck Zhou Shi's heart like an ice blade. Zhou Shi shuddered in terror, her lips trembling for what felt like an eternity, without a single word escaping. Her legs even began to weaken. Just then, in that suffocating silence and tension, a clear, yet imperious young girl's voice rang out coldly from beyond the crowd. "Make way." As the words fell, the onlookers parted as if pushed by an invisible force, automatically clearing a passage. Immediately after, a petite figure stepped through. It was Yi Ling. Yi Ling was dressed in a form-fitting martial outfit that accentuated her rather upright figure, the long sword in her hand gleaming coldly under the sunlight. When she walked into the courtyard, ice seemed to temper her gaze. She swept her eyes over the three servants lying motionless on the ground, a mocking sneer curling her lips. Yi Qingli, you are quite good at fighting. Her tone overflowed with disdain, as though Yi Qingli had struck not three servants, but something utterly despicable. Yi Qingli leaned against the courtyard wall in plain garments dusted with earth, yet not the slightest trace diminished her languid aura. She lifted her gaze to glance at Yi Ling, her tone casual and tinged with amusement. Somewhat better than you. What did you say? Yi Ling's expression darkened instantly. Her grip on the sword hilt tightened fiercely, her knuckles turning white. She stared at Yi Qingli as though the other had spoken some most unforgivable words. I said. Yi Qingli straightened slowly, enunciating each word with crystalline precision. I beat worthless servants. You cannot even defeat worthless servants. Last year's family tournament, third from the bottom. Forget about it. You. Yi Ling's face flushed crimson in an instant, the color spreading from her cheeks to her ears, as though she had been publicly stripped bare. The thing she detested most was others mentioning this incident, for it remained an everlasting stain upon her cultivation path. Yi Qingli, today I will make you understand that trash will forever remain trash. Who gave you the audacity to speak thus? Her wrist gave a sudden flick and a faint bluish-green light erupted across the blade, a hazy aura of sword chi swirling about the edge. Yellow-grade second-stage cultivation had already allowed her to preliminarily condense sword chi. Though it was merely the most rudimentary form, barely reaching half-completion, to Yi Qingli, who could no longer cultivate and possessed not enough strength to restrain a chicken, this slash of sword chi would be lethal. A merciless glint flashed within Yi Ling's eyes. Her toe pressed against the ground, and her figure shot forward like a dart, the sword tip aiming directly at Yi Qingli's chest, whistling through the air. Die. Yi Qingli's pupils contracted sharply, her body instinctively twisting sideways to dodge. Swish. The cyan sword chi grazed past her shoulder, its force so great that it carved a trench half a foot deep into the earthen wall behind her, gravel crumbling down in cascades. How perilous. A cold sweat broke out across Yi Qingli's back, her heart pounding like a drum. Having missed her strike, Yi Ling showed no hesitation, launching another sword attack immediately, the technique cunning and sharp, aiming directly at Yi Qingli's waist. Yi Qingli retreated several steps, her feet tracing the profound bagua footsteps, her figure dancing through the narrow courtyard like a slipping eel, constantly shifting and evading. But this body was far too frail, its foundation as thin as paper. After merely a brief exchange, she was already gasping for breath, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her steps growing unsteady. Several times, sword chi nearly grazed the hem of her garment, sending chills through her soul. Yet the profound art of bagua footsteps lay precisely in its elusive and unpredictable nature. Yi Ling thrust her sword 7 or 8 times in succession, each strike sealing off Yi Qingli's escape routes, yet she failed to so much as touch a single thread of her opponent's clothing. What manner of footwork is this? Yi Ling, flustered and furious, broke into a sweat, her grip on the sword beginning to tremble slightly. She had practiced swordsmanship for so many years, yet she had never encountered footwork so difficult to grasp, let alone unravel. Yi Qingli ignored her accusations, continuing to evade the sword strokes, yet inwardly, she cursed the original host 1,000 times over. This wretched body is far too weak. After dodging merely a handful of strikes, she is already out of breath. If this continues, she will sooner or later be stabbed full of holes by this fool. At that moment of distraction, Yi Ling seized the opening. Her wrist turned, and the sword tip traced a cunning arc heading straight for Yi Qingli's vital chest. She could not dodge. Yi Qingli watched helplessly as that piercing cyan sword chi drew ever closer, its chilling brilliance stinging her eyes. In her heart blazed, but one desperate thought: it is over. This time she was truly done for. Ding! A crisp sound of metal striking metal erupted at that fateful moment. The sword chi struck Yi Qingli's chest squarely, yet it failed to pierce her garment and did not harm her in the slightest. The instant the sword chi made contact with her body, an ancient dark jade pendant suddenly flew forth from within her collar, suspended in midair. That once dim and lifeless ancient jade suddenly erupted with blinding golden radiance, illuminating the entire courtyard, while even the cyan glow upon Yi Ling's sword was suppressed, growing dimmer by the moment. Yi Ling's sword chi, as though grasped by an invisible hand, flew straight into the ancient jade. A moment later it vanished without a trace, leaving not even the slightest mark behind. Yi Ling stood completely stunned. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the floating ancient jade, the sword slipping from her grasp with a clang as it fell to the ground, her face a mask of utter disbelief. Yi Qingli was equally bewildered. She looked down at her chest, then up at the luminous ancient jade, her heart hammering wildly, momentarily unable to process what had just occurred. After absorbing the sword chi, the ancient jade trembled gently, emitting a subtle humming resonance. Then a warm current slowly surged forth from the jade, flowing like a slender stream that entered Yi Qingli's body through her collar and traveled along her meridians. Wherever that warm current passed, her previously rigid and sluggish meridians were instantly unblocked, and all the soreness and exhaustion in her body vanished in an instant. Thump! A faint sound rang out as though some barrier had been shattered. Yi Qingli's entire body trembled, for she felt an unprecedented surge of power welling forth from deep within her core, flooding her limbs and bones in an instant. She glanced down at her hands and saw a faint golden shimmer flickering at her slender fingertips. Her once feeble fingers now radiated a palpable strength. Meanwhile, witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon appearing upon Yi Qingli's body, Yi Ling's face went ashen. She retreated several steps and collapsed onto the ground, her eyes brimming with terror and panic, her voice quivering. "What sorcery is this?" "Sorcery?" Yi Qingli slowly raised her head, regarding the flustered Yi Ling, and the corner of her mouth curled into a knowing smile. She took a step forward, her footing steady, her aura entirely transformed from before. "Sorcery?" Yi Qingli raised her hand and gently brushed against the still glowing ancient jade at her collar, a trace of understanding flashing in her eyes. "This little trinket is what they call a golden finger." Yi Ling stared at Yi Qingli, who was approaching with a completely transformed aura, and the arrogant and domineering fire on her face was finally replaced by bone-chilling terror. Her hand gripping the long sword trembled uncontrollably, the blade tip shaking incessantly. Her voice quivered as she roared with false bravado, "Why you don't come closer? I am the legitimate daughter of the second branch. My father is the family head. Your father may be the family head, but what exactly are you?" Yi Qingli didn't break stride, leisurely finishing the words for her tone as calm as if discussing something utterly commonplace. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Yi Ling's ashen face, then continued, every word striking like a knife. "Yellow stage second segment, ranked third from the bottom in last year's family competition. Your sister Yi Qingwan reached yellow stage fifth segment at 14, a genius of the Yi family. And you, 13 years old and still stagnating at the second segment. Your father is too embarrassed to even take you to social gatherings." Yi Ling's face turned the color of paper in an instant. These words cut like the sharpest blades, relentlessly carving into her deepest pain and sense of inferiority. "It's true your mother is the second, madam." Yi Qingli continued forward, her pace unhurried. "But you have a genius older sister overshadowing you above and no younger brother to back you below. Don't you know your own standing in the second branch?" Yi Ling shuddered, her eyes wide with disbelief, her face a mask of shock. "You? How do you know these things? How could she know Yi Ling came in third from the bottom last year? How did she know Yi Ling wasn't valued in the second branch?" Even Yi Ling herself refused to dwell on these matters. How could this useless Yi Qingli possibly know? Yi Qingli ignored her entirely. All her attention was fixed on the ancient jade at her chest, still faintly warm. In that critical moment, the ancient jade had inexplicably risen, absorbing Yi Ling's sword energy. Immediately after, a warm current surged into her body, forcefully breaking through the acupoints that had been blocked for years. This mechanism was more thoughtful and efficient than any power bank. Yi Qingli silently touched the ancient jade with her mind, and the next moment a pale blue, translucent panel appeared directly in her consciousness. Destiny Bead activated. Current status charging. Sword energy absorbed 1 acupoints, opened 1108. Sword energy needed for next acupoint 3. Yi Qingli 108 acupoints. She had fought to the death just to open 1, and there were still 107 more ahead. When would this ever end? Just as she was inwardly complaining, a sound of wind being cut suddenly echoed from behind. Driven to desperation, Yi Ling gritted her teeth and launched a final desperate attack, gripping her long sword and stabbing viciously once more. This strike was cruel and malicious, aiming directly at the vital point on her back, clearly intent on killing. Yi Qingli didn't even turn her head. Her feet instantly moved in the mysterious 8 trigrams formation, her body shifting sideways several feet, like a phantom, effortlessly dodging the fatal blow. At the same time, she casually snatched up a broken wooden chair leg from the ground and flicked her wrist. Smack. A crisp, thunderous cracking sound exploded. A solid, merciless strike landed directly on Yi Ling's wrist. "Oh!" Yi Ling let out a piercing scream, her hand gripping the sword going limp instantly. The long sword clattered heavily to the ground, flying from her grasp. She trembled all over from the pain, clutching her swollen red wrist and retreating frantically. In her panic, she'd backed all the way to the courtyard gate, when suddenly her foot found nothing. Splash. A loud crash. Yi Ling's entire body, like a heavy sack, headfirst and feet up, plunged violently into the lotus pond outside the courtyard. The icy pond water instantly engulfed her, splashes erupting over 3 feet high, the scene utterly humiliating. The entire area fell into dead silence. The servants gathered around to watch the spectacle, their eyes wide with shock. Looking at Yi Ling flailing desperately in the pond soaked through, then at Yi Qingli standing in the courtyard, holding half a chair leg with a calm expression, they all froze in place, unable to process what they had just witnessed. No one had expected that Yi Qingli, the good-for-nothing who was usually bullied by others, would today beat the arrogant Yi Ling into the lotus pond. Just then a shrill scream suddenly erupted. Zhou Shi rushed over, seeing her daughter in the pond, her face turning green with fury, and threw herself frantically at the pond's edge. Linger. Several servants snapped out of their daze and hurriedly jumped into the water, scrambling in a panic to rescue her. Yi Qingli stood in the center of the courtyard, watching Yi Ling, who was in a wretched state in the pond and coughing from swallowing water. She spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Second aunt, your daughter has fallen into the water. Hurry and retrieve her, or she'll catch a cold." At these words, Zhou Shi trembled with rage, pointing at Yi Qingli, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single curse for a long time. Yi Qingli couldn't be bothered to glance at them again. A slight curve formed at the corner of her mouth as she turned and walked straight back to her room. Behind her from the lotus pond came Yi Ling's heart-wrenching cries, Zhou Shi's angry curses, and the servants' clamor, all in complete disarray. Yi Qingli gently closed the door with a soft click, shutting out all the noise completely. The world was finally quiet. She leaned against the door, looking down at the ancient jade on her chest, a slow smile forming. 108 acupoints. All right, one by one. After all, she had plenty of time. The news of Yi Ling falling into the water had completely set the Yi family abuzz in merely one shurchin. The servants whispered among themselves with vivid detail. It was said that when Yi Ling was pulled from the water, she was soaked to the bone like a drowned rat, with rotten aquatic weeds hanging from her hair and thick black mud plastered all over her face. Even her own mother, Lady Zhou, could hardly recognize her. She looked absolutely wretched. Even more outrageous was that she immediately developed a raging fever upon returning, delirious and babbling incoherently. Her lips kept repeating the same phrases, "Sorcery, ancient jade, don't come near," which terrified the serving maids so much they dared not approach her. Some also claimed that when Lady Zhou saw her daughter in such a state, she was so enraged that she shattered 3 fine porcelain teacups on the spot. With red-rimmed eyes, she vowed to make Yi Qingli pay dearly for what she had done. These rumors reached Yi Qingli's ears intermittently, but she simply smiled faintly and continued to gnaw on the greasy chicken drumstick in her hand. Ever since the old master personally announced the restoration of her legitimate daughter status, her meals had improved day by day. Every meal now included meat and soup, a far cry from the meager leftovers she had suffered before. After her satisfying meal, Yi Qingli wiped the grease from her fingers and closed the door, returning her attention to the pearl of destiny nestled against her chest. This artifact essentially functioned as a portable cultivation system capable of actively absorbing sword chi and converting it into power that helped her unblock her acupoints. But here lay the problem. Where would the sword chi come from? Could she really stand there foolishly each time waiting for someone to stab her with a sword? That was far too passive. As Yi Qingli pondered this, a chaotic commotion of footsteps suddenly erupted outside the courtyard, accompanied by the shrill shouts of maids and servants heading aggressively toward her small residence. Her brows rose as she casually pushed open the window and took a look. Good heavens! Lady Zhou marched in with a furious expression, flanked by 7 or 8 burly Yi family guards, each brandishing clubs and swords, their imposing numbers blocking the courtyard entrance, a clear sign they had come to settle scores. It seemed her second aunt had truly been provoked beyond reason. Unflustered, Yi Qingli wiped the grease from her hands and leisurely stepped out of the house, standing at the bottom of the steps with a calm expression as she observed her visitors. Yi Qingli. Lady Zhou stood at the courtyard entrance, her face contorted with rage, a vicious sneer curling her lips. "You little whore, you dared to harm my daughter today, and still have the audacity to be so arrogant. I think you're tired of living." She waved her hand sharply and barked commandingly, "Guards, attack! Beat this trash to death. I'll take responsibility for anything." At her command, the 7 or 8 guards immediately charged into the courtyard like wolves and tigers, brandishing their swords and clubs, rushing toward Yi Qingli with murderous intent. Yi Qingli watched the guards charging at her, but instead of fear, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She slowly backed 2 steps and stood steadily in the center of the courtyard. She had lived in this small courtyard for 3 full days. She knew where the uneven bricks were, where the clutter was stacked, and where the lotus pond lay. Even with her eyes closed, she could navigate it all. The guards pressed closer, their blades flashing with killing intent. In this very moment, Yi Qingli moved. Her 8 trigram steps unfolded, instantly stepping on the heavenly stems and walking through earthly fiends, her footwork reaching the pinnacle of mystery. Her figure darted unpredictably through the narrow courtyard, flashing left, then dodging right, like a fallen leaf dancing in the wind or an elusive, ghostly shadow. The guard's sword struck wildly again and again, yet missed every time. Their weapons smashed against walls, trees, and stone pedestals, sending wood chips flying and bricks cracking, yet not even a corner of Yi Qingli's clothing was touched. "Over there. Block her." "No. She ran this way." "Oh, who kicked me?" "Don't push." Splash. In the chaos, one guard stumbled from being jostled, lost his footing, and plunged headfirst into the nearby lotus pond. Then came a second. A third. The guards grew disoriented by Yi Qingli's bizarre footwork, their formation breaking apart as they shoved and elbowed each other, crying out in pain. Yi Qingli stood leisurely by the pond's edge, watching the group fall in one by one, murmuring slowly with a light and playful tone. "Left 3 circles, right 3 circles, everyone exercise together. Neck twist, hip twist, let's jump into the water together." The last guard, dizzy and disoriented, stumbled over his own feet and tumbled head over heels into the pond. Splash. Water splashed in all directions again as the pond suddenly filled with struggling guards, creating utter chaos. Yi Qingli crossed her arms, standing by the pond, and gave a slight wave to the furious Lady Zhou with a bright smile. "Second aunt, your guards really know how to swim." The The fish in this pond won't need feeding anymore. Lady Zhou stood at the courtyard entrance, her face cycling through shades of green, purple, and black, with rage, her whole body trembling as veins bulged at her temples. She pointed at Yi Qingli, her lips quivering for what seemed an eternity, before finally forcing out the most useless threat. You wait. With that, she turned and fled in utter disgrace, abandoning the guards in the pond entirely. Yi Qingli watched her retreat with a helpless shake of her head. Sigh. She had heard that same threat 800 times already. Could they please come up with something new? At dusk, with the setting sun casting slanting rays, a sudden flurry of urgent horse hooves echoed from afar, growing louder and more imposing as it approached the Yi family mansion. The hoofbeats came to a halt before the main gate. A tall, imposing, middle-aged man dismounted, exuding the oppressive aura of one accustomed to authority. It was Yi Tsangtian. He was the patriarch of the Yi family, the biological second uncle of the original host, Yi Qingli, the husband of Madame Zhou, and also the father of Yi Qingwan and Yi Ling. For several days he had been attending to family business affairs outside the city, finally returning home at dusk this evening. As Yi Tsangtian straightened his robes and prepared to step through the Yi family gates, two weeping figures rushed forward before he could take another step. At their head was Madame Zhou, with Yi Ling trailing behind, wrapped in a thick cloak. Yi Ling's face was as pale as paper, her eyes swollen and red lips cracked. She looked like someone barely recovered from a severe illness, frail to the point of pity enough to stir anyone's compassion. Upon spotting Yi Tsangtian, Madame Zhou's tears broke forth instantly. She threw herself forward, clutching his sleeve and wailing heartbrokenly, "Master, you're finally back. Our Ling, she nearly died. They nearly beat her to death." Yi Tsangtian's brows furrowed deeply, his tone hardening. "Calm down, speak slowly. What exactly happened?" "It was Yi Qingli, that wretched girl." Wailing uncontrollably, Madame Zhou pointed toward the courtyard, her teeth clenched in anguish. "That slut learned some dark arts from somewhere and struck with ruthless cruelty, forcing our Linger into the lotus pond. Linger burned with fever for 3 full days and nights, lost in unconsciousness, and barely survived." Hardly had she finished when Yi Ling immediately joined in, with violent coughs, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling with weakness and grievance. "Father, daughter is so frightened. I almost lost you forever." Mother and daughter performed their roles in perfect harmony, their heartbreaking sows casting every accusation onto Yi Qingli. Yi Tsangtian's countenance darkened visibly before their eyes. He harbored no fond memories of this nephew's daughter, knowing only that her sword meridians were severed and cultivation impossible, left to Madame Zhou's supervision all along. To him, Yi Qingli amounted to little more than dead weight in the family. Yet he never imagined such a worthless girl would dare to lay hands on his precious daughter, simply begging for death. "Move out." Yi Tsangtian whipped his sleeve with sudden force, his presence suffused with chilling menace. "Let me witness firsthand what gives this incompetent girl such brazen courage." With a single command, the party advanced in overwhelming force straight for the isolated courtyard where Yi Qingli dwelled. Throughout the journey, retainers and guards flanked their path in rigid silence, the tension reaching its peak. Meanwhile, Yi Qingli sat comfortably inside, casually munching on a juicy red apple with evident satisfaction. As the sounds of approaching footsteps and harsh words reached her from beyond the courtyard wall, she arched an eyebrow, a mocking smile forming on her lips. "Oh, they arrive rather swiftly. How practiced they are in throwing accusations before being accused themselves," she observed. She rose at her leisure, wiped her fingers, and swung the door open. Beyond the threshold, Yi Tsangtian stood with arms folded, his expression stern and commanding. Behind him, Madame Zhou sobbed uncontrollably, while Yi Ling appeared wronged and fragile, flanked by numerous guards and servants watching with hostile intent, clearly assembled to demand answers. "Yi Qingli," Yi Tsangtian's voice rang out deep and frigid with unyielding authority. "Do you acknowledge your guilt?" Yi Qingli leaned languidly against the doorframe, taking another large bite of apple, and retorted with a muffled, "I'm unaware. What sin have I committed?" Her nonchalant demeanor sparked immediate fury in Yi Ling, who lunged forward to point an accusatory finger. "You deliberately pushed me into the lotus pond. I nearly drowned in there. Isn't that a crime?" Yi Qingli met her gaze and smiled, her eyes piercing and lucid. "I pushed you. Consider this carefully. Did I shove you, or did you lose your footing in your own terror? Many servants witnessed what occurred. I can summon them here now if you'd like to test your claims." Yi Ling froze, tongue-tied, her gaze flickering nervously. Madame Zhou rushed to defend her child, proclaiming, "Even if you didn't push her, you're still responsible. You attacked our household servants first and frightened Linger with sorcery. These are undeniable facts." "Sorcery?" Yi Qingli cut in coolly, her expression serene. "What manipulation? If I truly wielded such arts, you'd be the first to lose your voice. No more idle gossip from you." "You." Madame Zhou's body shook with fury, but no counterargument came. "Silence." Yi Tsangtian roared, cutting through their argument with a countenance stormy enough to shed rain. "Yi Qingli, you've assaulted our servants and humiliated your cousin. The proof is undeniable. By family law, you shall be punished severely." With a sharp wave of his hand, he commanded, "Guards, seize her." 20 strokes of the heavy bamboo. "Make her remember this lesson." The attendants flanking them moved instantly to apprehend her, but Yi Qingli remained rooted in place, entirely composed, her voice steady and resonant as she spoke. Second uncle, haven't you considered why I struck them in the first place? Yi Tsongtian's brows knit together, his impatience evident. Explain yourself. Yi Qingli stood tall, meeting his gaze steadily, her words ringing out with conviction. Because they compelled me into marriage, to serve as a living vessel for a dead man's ill fortune. Crack. The words hit Yi Tsongtian like lightning, a thunderbolt that shattered his composure. His expression darkened instantly as he whirled toward Madame Zhou, his gaze sharp as blades. Madame Zhou's complexion drained to white, her knees buckling as she stammered desperately. Master, do not believe her. That was the Wang family who proposed it themselves. We couldn't refuse. The Wang family. A bitter smile curled Yi Tsongtian's lips, his stare freezing cold. When did the Yi family permit outsiders to interfere in our affairs? Madame Zhou's lips parted, but no words emerged, her face flushing between green and white in despair. Yi Qingli returned to her casual position against the doorframe, continuing to nibble her apple as she observed the scene with cold detachment. A pause settled over Yi Tsongtian as he subdued his rising wrath, then addressed Yi Qingli in a measured tone. Were the marriage arrangements merely a misunderstanding? Your violence against them remains undeniable fact. I admit I struck them. Yi Qingli nodded without evasion. Yet second uncle, consider this. What drove me to fight back? Stepping forward, resolutely meeting Yi Tsongtian's gaze without flinching, she declared, because they forced me to marry a corpse. Because this morally bankrupt match was orchestrated by second aunt alone. Because Yi Ling came seeking confrontation today. She hurled insults at me first, threw hot tea at me first, drew her sword to strike me first, intent on killing me. Each statement carried increasing weight, cutting deeply with crystalline clarity. Second uncle, as head of this house and keeper of its laws, you understand justice. Tell me, must I simply tolerate this? Must I submit to their bullying and meekly accept being buried alive with the dead? With her words hanging in the air, an absolute silence blanketed the courtyard. Yi Tsongtian fell utterly silent, his expression shifting uncertainly. In his gaze toward Yi Qingli, a complexity rarely seen before took root. Desperate to counter, Madame Zhou lunged forward. Master, do not be deceived. She twists the truth. Enough. Yi Tsongtian's thunderous command struck terror into Madame Zhou, who shivered violently and fell instantly mute. After a long pause, his voice heavy with exhaustion, he declared, I shall personally investigate this marriage arrangement. Those who overstepped their authority and conspired in secret will face family law without mercy. Having spoken his piece, Yi Tsongtian turned without another word and strode away decisively. Madame Zhou scrambled to follow in disarray, casting a venomous glare back at Yi Qingli before departing, her eyes brimming with hatred and frustration. Yi Ling trailed behind with her head bowed, her steps unsteady, her complexion grayer than upon arrival, as she slunk away in disgrace. Thus concluded the grand affair of public accusation and blame. Yi Qingli observed their hasty retreat, finishing her apple leisurely before tossing the core into the adjacent lotus pond. Splash. The water rippled gently, sending out faint concentric circles. A cold gleam flashed across Yi Qingli's eyes as the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. With such minor tactics, did they truly believe they could dismantle her? How naive. This is only the beginning. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Yi Qingli was roused by urgent knocking on her door. It was the old master's chief steward, respectful, yet carrying a note of urgency, who came directly to summon her to the front hall. The old master wished to see her. Yi Qingli understood well. Yesterday her adversaries had struck first with their accusations. Today the old master was personally summoning her to the main hall, clearly seeking a balance between family rules and the Wang family marriage. Without the slightest haste, she changed into a clean plain dress, smoothed her collar, and leisurely followed the steward to the main hall. The moment the door opened, an oppressive atmosphere washed over her. At the center of the main hall, the old master sat in the seat of honor, white-haired and aged, yet his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Below him sat Yi Tsongtian, the head of the Yi family, his face dark and heavy with troubled thoughts. On both sides sat several respected elders of the Yi family, their gazes falling upon her in unison, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Madame Zhou stood at the very front, her face as rigid as an iron board, her eyes practically spitting venom at Yi Qingli, her fingernails nearly digging into her own palms. Behind Madame Zhou stood Yi Qingwan, putting on a gentle and virtuous appearance, a faint smile curving at her lips, while unconcealed schadenfreude lurked in her eyes. Let's see how you talk your way out of this one, Yi Qingli. As for Yi Ling, she did not show her face at all. The servants whispered that she was still recovering from illness, burning with fever, unable to even leave her bed. Yi Qingli stood in the center of the hall, neither servile nor overbearing, lowering her gaze as she waited. The old master was the first to speak, his voice aged, yet carrying unshakable authority, as he broke the silence. Qingli, your granddaughter is here. Yi Qingli bowed slightly. Your second uncle has already given me a detailed account of yesterday's events. The old master paused, his gaze sweeping across Madame Zhou beside him, his tone cold and hard. As for that life-bridging marriage to the Wang family, was that your own presumptuous decision, Zhou? You dared privately settle it without my approval. Madame Zhou's entire body trembled, and her face drained white, yet she dared not refute. Biting her lip, she answered in a low voice, It was this daughter-in-law's oversight. I feared the Wang family would be displeased, so I You are punished with 3 months of house arrest, a year's salary withheld, and time to reflect behind closed doors. The old master's tone brooked no argument. Madame Zhou's body shuddered, deep unwillingness surging in her eyes, yet she still forced herself to accept. Yes, this daughter-in-law accepts the punishment. Yi Qingli cast a faint glance at Madame Zhou, her heart utterly unmoved. The punishment was too light. But it did not matter, she still had more moves to play. The old master then turned to Yi Qingli, his tone softening slightly, yet still carrying the weight of a test. I have already dealt with Madame Zhou. But the fact remains that you did strike someone. Though there was cause, family rules cannot be abandoned. Tell me, how should this be settled? Beneath his words lay the clear intention of making her bow her head and admit fault, giving the second branch an explanation. Yi Qingli suddenly smiled. She stepped forward, deeply bowing to the old master on the main seat, her voice clear and resounding. Grandfather, your granddaughter ventures to ask one question. What is the first rule of the Yi family? In an instant the main hall fell silent. The elders exchanged uncertain glances, and even the old master narrowed his eyes, watching her with keen interest. Go on. Yi Qingli straightened up, her gaze resolute, each word unhurried and ringing with conviction. The first rule of the Yi family: every descendant of the Yi clan must uphold the family's honor above all, and must never bring shame upon it. She paused, then raised her eyes to the old master, her gaze open and unwavering without a trace of evasion. Then your granddaughter ventures another question. If word spreads that the Yi family's legitimate daughter was sent to be a death bride for the Wang family's dead son in a ghost marriage, where is the Yi family's face to be placed? Boom. Her words struck the main hall like a thunderbolt. Several elders' expressions changed dramatically as they began murmuring among themselves. Indeed, if news of a ghost marriage gets out, who in Xinjiang City wouldn't laugh at the Yi family? The Wang family isn't even worth clinging to, yet we'd throw away our reputation. Not worth it. The old master's eyes suddenly glimmered, and the way he looked at Yi Qingli grew tinged with appreciation. Yi Qingli continued, her tone calm, yet every word striking home. Your granddaughter struck them because they were forcing me to marry. Why did your granddaughter refuse? Because I know that once I married, the whole world would say. The Yi family, in order to fawn over the Wang family, would even sacrifice their legitimate daughter to be paired with a corpse. Her voice was not loud, yet it reached every corner of the main hall. Outsiders will not care whose idea it was. They will only say the Yi family abandoned all decency for the sake of gain. Your granddaughter did this for herself, and even more so for the reputation of the Yi family. She gave those last 5 words particular weight. The hall fell utterly silent. Yi Tsongtian, seated below, looked at Yi Qingli with a complex expression, his brows gradually relaxing. The elders exchanged glances, nodding one after another, approval showing on their faces. Madame Zhou's face turned completely white. She opened her mouth to refute, only to find Yi Qingli's words airtight. If news of the ghost marriage were ever to get out, the Yi family would indeed become the laughingstock of all Xinjiang City, and their reputation would be destroyed in an instant. The old master fell silent for a long while, then suddenly let out a low laugh. Slowly rising from his seat, he walked over to Yi Qingli, reached out, and lightly patted her shoulder, his voice filled with a hint of gratification. Good. Well said. For the reputation of the Yi family. He looked at Yi Qingli, his eyes full of admiration. Qingli, you have even more spine than your father did back then. Yi Qingli blinked, putting on an innocent look as she asked, Grandfather then? You won't punish your granddaughter after all. Punish what? The old master laughed, stroking the beard on his chin. You did the right thing. A daughter of the Yi family should have such backbone. What wrong is there in refusing a marriage to protect the family's honor? With one sentence he settled the matter once and for all. Madame Zhou's face was as pale as paper, her legs going weak as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Yi Qingwan's gentle smile froze instantly, the schadenfreude in her eyes vanishing without a trace, replaced by disbelief and panic. Yi Qingli curved her lips into a slight smile and offered the old master a deep bow. Thank you, grandfather. The old master nodded with satisfaction, then turned to instruct the servants, escort Qingli back to her courtyard to rest well. With that the old master turned and retired to the back hall, surrounded by the crowd. Yi Tsongtian cast a complex look at Yi Qingli before eventually rising to leave as well. Seeing this, the other elders also rose one by one to take their leave, and the people in the hall gradually dispersed. In the end, only Yi Qingli remained standing alone in the empty center of the hall. She lifted her gaze toward the window, where golden sunlight streamed through the latticed window frame, falling upon her with a warm glow. The smile at the corners of her lips deepened little by little. Madame Zhou was confined for 3 months, unable to stir up trouble for some time. Yiling was sick and had no strength to come looking for trouble. Yi Qingwan, watching Madame Zhou fall from power, would not dare to make any rash moves for now. Finally, she could settle down, recuperate in peace, and devote herself wholeheartedly to cultivation. Yi Qingli instinctively touched the jade pendant on her chest. Her fingertips met its cool touch, and a glint of sharp light flashed through her eyes. The Heavenly Destiny pearl panel materialized in her mind. Acupoints opened 1108. There was still a long road ahead. But that was all right, as she had plenty of time. This was only the beginning. Deep in the night, all was silent. In the pitch-black room, only a sliver of cold moonlight streamed through the window lattice, falling upon the bed. Yi Qingli sat upright, cross-legged, her pale white fingers repeatedly stroking the ancient jade that lay warm and smooth in her palm, her eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. This unremarkable jade pendant had genuinely saved her life earlier that day. When Yi Ling's lethal sword Qi came sweeping toward her, it had erupted with power, forcibly absorbing the attack entirely. Not only did it leave her completely unscathed, it even fed the refined, pure energy back into her body, helping her clear an acupoint that had been blocked for years. But ever since then, the ancient jade, which she had secretly named the Destiny Pearl, had become like a completely frozen device. No matter how she tinkered with it, it remained perfectly still, without the slightest reaction. "Hey!" Yi Qingli gently prodded the jade with her spiritual sense, her tone tentative. "Are you there?" The jade pendant remained cool and smooth, utterly motionless. Destiny Pearl. Still deathly still, without a ripple. "Sweetheart." "System." "Daddy." Golden finger. She tried one form of address after another, going from polite to ingratiating, yet the ancient jade in her palm was like a dull, lifeless stone lying there quietly, without granting so much as a flicker of response. Yi Qingli's mouth twitched. She was utterly speechless. "Fine, you win." Helplessly, she turned the jade over and over, examining it a full 8 times. The jade's body was smooth and delicate, its color moist and translucent, its surface carved with several obscure ancient patterns. The strokes were primitive and vigorous, exuding a remote, age-old aura. From the perspective of her 23 years of professional archaeological expertise, this Destiny Pearl was at least 3,000 years old. Undoubtedly a supreme treasure left from antiquity. And judging by the ancient martial knowledge she had inherited in this life, the jade absolutely contained an independent space within, only she had yet to find the key to open it. The question was, how exactly could she get in? Frowning, Yi Qingli tried every bonding method she knew. Drip blood. She bit her fingertip and let a drop fall onto it. The blood was absorbed in an instant, but the jade remained unresponsive. Channel spiritual energy. The pitifully meager spiritual energy in her body was almost no different from having none at all, utterly incapable of stirring the Destiny Pearl even the slightest bit. Mental prodding. She focused her mind and frantically communicated with it until her head throbbed with pain, yet the Destiny Pearl still wore that deathly, "I'm asleep, don't bother me" expression. After one failure after another, Yi Qingli was completely deflated. She slumped onto the bed, held the Destiny Pearl up before her eyes with one hand, and scrutinized it by the moonlight from outside the window. The cold moonlight passed through the window lattice and happened to fall exactly upon the ancient jade. At that very moment, a faint trace of soft light suddenly glowed on the surface of the Destiny Pearl, vanishing in a flash. Yi Qingli's eyes brightened sharply. She sat upright in an instant, her heart thumping wildly. A reaction. She hastily adjusted the angle, aimed the jade directly at the moonlight, held her breath, and waited in silence. The next second, the soft light glowed again, noticeably brighter than before. Then the radiance swelled further, a warm white glow enveloping the entire jade, emanating a gentle, yet irresistible power. An enormous sudden suction force violently erupted from within the ancient jade. Yi Qingli felt her vision darken and the world spin. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized her and yanked her into a chaotic space. Before she could even cry out, her consciousness plunged into a brief blank. When she opened her eyes again and saw the scene before her, she was utterly stunned. Her mouth formed a huge O and took a long time to close. This was a boundless, chaotic space. A murky gray sky, a murky gray earth. Heaven and earth merged together, stretching beyond the horizon, so vast and empty it made her heart uneasy. And in this deathly silent world between heaven and earth, swords everywhere, dense and countless, blotting out the sky, covering the ground, filling the entire field of vision. There were long swords deeply embedded in the earth, short swords suspended in midair, and broken swords leaning askew within the void. There were flawless divine weapons gleaming with cold light, and rust-caked fractured scrap swords. Long swords, short swords, broad swords, slim swords, single-edged swords, double-edged swords, hooked swords, ranged swords. Of every kind beyond counting. One glance revealed a world of swords, an ocean of swords, a graveyard of swords. Yi Qingli stood frozen in place, her mind completely blank. She was a top archaeology student who had spent 23 years excavating tombs, braved countless great tombs, and seen innumerable ancient sword crypts. But never once had she been shaken to the very marrow of her soul like this. What ordinary sword tomb was this? This was clearly the ultimate graveyard of 10,000 swords across all realms. The burial ground of the ancient sword way. 10,000 swords converged in reverence, sword chi soaring to the heavens. Even though most of the swords were broken, the bitter, piercing aura accumulated over countless ages still struck terror into the heart. In a daze, she took a step forward and suddenly trod upon something hard and ice-cold. Looking down, she saw a broken sword with only half its blade remaining, its body thick with rust. Yet on the blade, 2 blurred but vigorous ancient characters were carved. Yi Qingli narrowed her eyes and leaned in to examine them closely, her fingertips trembling slightly. Qi, Shaolin. The instant she made out those 2 characters, she drew a sharp breath, and every hair on her body stood on end. The Qi Shao sword. The legendary divine weapon by which Emperor Gaozu of Han slew the white serpent and raised his army. the ancient relic bearing imperial destiny. She hurriedly crouched down, carefully picked up the half-broken sword, and examined it over and over. The sword was broken and caked with heavy rust, but even so, through the layers of corrosion, one could still feel an overwhelming, sky-piercing, domineering sword chi. It was definitely no ordinary object. Holy crap! Is this real? Yi Qingli murmured to herself, her voice trembling. Shaking, she set down the broken Qi Shao sword and continued forward. With every step, her heart slammed violently, the shock growing stronger each moment. Zhonglu, Chunjun, Shungying, Yuchong, Juk. Every single one was an ancient famous sword recorded in history and passed down through legend. Divine weapons countless people dreamed of. But now these swords that had shaken the ages lay broken, rusted, and ruined, resting quietly in this chaotic space, silent for untold millennia. Yi Qingli felt her heart could barely bear it. She was an archaeologist, helpless against ancient divine weapons. Seeing so many legendary swords before her, she was even more excited than meeting her own father. Jackpot, jackpot, jackpot. I've really struck it rich this time. She clenched her fists and murmured under her breath, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable ecstasy. Just then, an ancient remote voice that seemed to have crossed eons of time suddenly sounded from behind her, steeped in endless vicissitudes. 90,000 years. At last someone has come. Yi Qingli's body stiffened and she whirled around. 3 zhang behind her, a figure had somehow appeared without warning. It was not a living person but a translucent phantom, insubstantial and ethereal, floating in midair, looking utterly unearthly. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard, clad in a plain archaic robe. His face was aged and wrinkled, yet his eyes were astonishingly bright, like stars, radiating a profound wisdom that saw through all worldly affairs. A sword spirit, Yi Qingli realized in an instant. This was no human, but a sword spirit dwelling within the sword tomb, one that had lived for endless ages. Why you? Hello. Suppressing her shock, she spoke cautiously, her tone respectful. May I ask who you are? Who this old man is hardly matters. The old sword spirit drifted slowly to her, circled around her from above and below, left and right, appraising her with gleaming eyes. His tone carried a trace of surprise. What matters is you. Little girl, how did you get in? Yi Qingli raised a hand and pointed at her own palm. I was sucked in by the Destiny Pearl. Sucked in? The old sword spirit was startled for a moment, then his gaze fell upon the ancient jade in her palm, and his expression changed drastically. You actually carry the Destiny Pearl? Yi Qingli nodded and immediately held up the Destiny Pearl, offering it before the old man. The old sword spirit stared fixedly at the smooth, warm jade for a long while, then suddenly burst into laughter toward the sky. Wildly excited laughter filled with boundless relief and ecstasy. 90,000 years. A full 90,000 years. He laughed so hard tears nearly spilled from his eyes, his beard trembling wildly. This old man thought he would never live to see the fated one of the Destiny Pearl. I never would have imagined that the one who would come at last was a yellow-haired girl like you. Yi Qingli. Those words of yours. Why do I find them so unpleasant to hear? Senior. She could no longer hold back and interrupted the old man's wild laughter. Could you first tell me what this place actually is? And what exactly is the Destiny Pearl? Only then did the old sword spirit stop laughing. He stroked his snow-white beard, and his expression gradually turned solemn. What is your name? Yi Qingli. Yi Qingli. The old sword spirit murmured the name twice, then nodded slightly. Very well, little girl, listen carefully. He floated up into midair, stood with his hands behind his back, robes fluttering, the very picture of a transcendent master. His voice was low and dignified. This place is called the Myriad World Sword Tomb. It was personally created by the Supreme Sword Tao, venerable of antiquity, gathering the souls of every famed sword across all worlds, the ultimate holy land of the sword way. The Destiny Pearl in your hand is the only key to opening this sword tomb. The Myriad World Sword Tomb. A key. Yi Qingli blinked, realization dawning. A key. But I tried many times before and couldn't get in. Correct. The old sword spirit nodded, his tone serious. The Destiny Pearl alone as the key is far from enough. You must also be a fated one recognized by the Heavenly Tao. In the past 90,000 years, countless people have obtained the Destiny Pearl and exhausted every method to open it, but you are the first one who has actually walked in. The first. Yi Qingli lowered her head to look at the warm Destiny Pearl in her palm, then raised her eyes to the famous swords and broken blades covering the mountains and fields, her mind swimming. How absurdly lucky was she? Senior. She suppressed her excitement and hurriedly asked the most crucial question. Now that I'm in, what can I do? Can I use all the swords in here? The old sword spirit looked at her meaningfully, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What can you do? Little girl, do you really know what is hidden in this sword tomb? Yi Qingli answered without thinking, blurting out, swords. Obviously. The old sword spirit rolled his eyes without the least politeness, an expression that said, this girl just doesn't get it. This isn't merely a pile of broken swords. Here lies the entire fortune of the sword way across all worlds, the supreme inheritance of the ancient sword Tao, venerable, and the lifelong cultivation and lifeblood of countless sword path experts. He paused, then his voice dropped sharply, laden with boundless temptation. If you can completely subdue this myriad world sword tomb, then you shall become the lord of the sword way across all worlds. Boom. These words exploded in Yi Qingli's mind like a thunderclap. Lord of the sword way across all worlds. That title sounded ridiculously awesome. Her heart slammed violently, and her breath turned ragged. She pressed on at once. Then, Senior, what do I need to do to subdue this sword tomb? The old sword spirit looked at her eager expression and suddenly smiled. A smile that was somewhat strange. Very simple. He slowly extended a withered finger. Condense 9 strands of primordial sword chi. Yi Qingli was taken aback. And then, oi, there's no, and then. The old sword spirit shook his head. Condense 9 strands of primordial sword chi, and the first layer of the sword tomb will acknowledge you as its master. Condense 18, and the second layer will acknowledge you. And so on, layer by layer, unlocking everything. Yi Qingli calculated quickly and asked, how many layers does the myriad world sword tomb have in total? The old sword spirit held up 5 fingers and said calmly, 5 layers. 9 strands of primordial sword chi per layer. That makes a total of 45. She swallowed hard and asked cautiously, Senior, is this primordial sword chi hard to come by? The old sword spirit at this smiled, without speaking, merely fixing her with a profound, unfathomable gaze. Yi Qingli's heart gave a lurch, and she understood instantly. Hard. Extremely hard. Absurdly hard. Senior. She swallowed, her voice weakening. Then how many strands of primordial sword chi do I have now? The old sword spirit gave her a flat look and said bluntly in a manner that stung to the bone, 0. Yi Qingli. That stings, old pal. However, the old sword spirit changed tack, giving her a sliver of hope. An acupoint in your body has already been opened, which shows you've absorbed an ordinary sword chi before. Although that sword chi was far too weak to count as primordial sword chi, it at least proves you have the aptitude to condense primordial sword chi. Yi Qingli's eyes lit up at once, and her spirits rallied. Then, Senior, what exactly must I do to condense primordial sword chi? The old sword spirit stroked his long beard once more, and slowly spoke, revealing an answer that left her dumbfounded. Primordial sword chi must be obtained from experts of the sword way. The stronger the opponent's attack, the purer the sword chi, and the faster you'll condense primordial sword chi. He paused, his gaze fixed straight on Yi Qingli, and said word by word, in other words, you have to get hit. Get hit. Yi Qingli was completely dumbfounded, wondering if she had heard wrong. Get hit. That's right. The old sword spirit nodded with a completely serious face, not looking like he was joking at all. When others attack you with sword chi, the Destiny Pearl will automatically absorb and refine it, then feed it back to you, transforming it into your own sword chi. The more powerful the one striking you, the greater the benefits you gain, and the faster you condense primordial sword chi. Yi Qingli fell utterly silent. So her golden finger was a system built around getting beaten. The harder you got beaten, the more benefits you got. What kind of bizarre masochistic design was that? Little girl, the old sword spirit hastened to comfort her when he saw her face turning pale and then livid. Don't be too discouraged. A beating, just endure it a little and it'll pass. For 90,000 years those who wished to receive the kind of beating that grants power were too numerous to count, yet none of them had that fortune. You are already the one chosen by heaven. Yi Qingli kept her face expressionless. I truly thank you. No need for thanks, no need for thanks. The old sword spirit waved his hand, looking utterly nonchalant. Since you were able to walk in here, you are the fated master of this sword tomb. This old man might as well give you one more piece of advice. He suddenly drifted in front of Yi Qingli, lowered his voice, and wore a mysterious expression. Quite a few of the sword spirits in this tomb are still alive. They've merely fallen into deep slumber. If you can coax them into good cheer, perhaps you can get sword chi for free without ever having to be beaten. No need to be beaten. Getting sword chi for free. Yi Qingli's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs, and she pressed urgently. Senior, then how do I coax them? The old sword spirit pointed at himself with a proud expression. Take me for example. In my life, the thing I loved most was hearing people praise me as handsome. Yi Qingli, that hobby of yours is truly refreshing, unconventional, simple, and direct. She took a deep breath, barely suppressing the twitch at the corner of her mouth, then clasped her hands and bowed deeply to the old sword spirit with utmost reverence. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior is endlessly grateful. May I ask what your distinguished title is, Senior? The old sword spirit stood with his hands behind his back, chest out, radiating a proud, world-disdaining aura. This old man's surname is Jian, and my given name is Han. 90,000 years ago, I roamed across all worlds known to all, hailed far and wide as Ancestor Jian Han. Ancestor Jian Han. Yi Qingli silently committed it to memory, then asked, and Senior, what is your original name? At this, the old sword spirit fell silent for several long breaths, then spoke with a hint of melancholy. Forgotten. After 90,000 years of life, it's too long. Who can still remember what they were originally called? Yi Qingli. Fine. You're the boss. Whatever you say is right. She asked no more. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she made another circuit of the myriad world sword tomb, silently memorizing the locations of those legendary swords, her heart swelling with uncontrollable joy. With so many ancient divine weapons, even if she couldn't use them now, once the sword tomb was unlocked in the future, wouldn't she be able to pick any she pleased? Before leaving, she turned back to look at Ancestor Jinhan and asked seriously, "Senior, what should I do if I want to come back next time?" "Very simple," Ancestor Jinhan said calmly. "Use your mind to communicate with the Destiny Pearl in your palm. Call it once, and it will naturally bring you in." Qingli nodded firmly, committing the words to memory. Without further hesitation, she silently intoned, "Destiny Pearl, take me out." The next second, her vision darkened once more, and the chaotic space vanished in an instant. When she opened her eyes again, she had already returned to her own room. Outside the window, the moonlight was still like water. Inside, all was quiet without the slightest change. It was as if that earth-shaking experience had been nothing but an incredibly vivid dream. Yet the Destiny Pearl in her palm was still warm and smooth, and a lingering trace of the biting sword chi from the myriad world sword tomb seemed to remain at her fingertips, reminding her with absolute clarity it was not a dream. She had truly inherited the #1 sword heritage of the ages, and now possessed the myriad world sword tomb. Qingli lay on the bed staring up at the ceiling. The tense corners of her mouth slowly curved upward, climbing higher and higher until at last she couldn't help breaking into a brilliant smile. The myriad world sword tomb. Primordial sword chi. Getting beaten makes you stronger. Fine, let it be a beating. After all, in this life, she had already endured 18 years of bullying and silent humiliation. What was a little more? From today on, whoever struck her was nothing but a tool for her to grow stronger. Just wait, Yi Ling, and all who looked down on her. Soon she, Qingli, was going to defy heaven, rewrite her fate, and sweep everything aside. At the first faint light of dawn, with a pale fishbelly white still glowing outside the window, Qingli suddenly sat bolt upright in bed. Her eyes were bloodshot. Clearly she had not slept a wink all night. It wasn't that she was diligent, as she had spent half the night tossing and turning, her heart as restless as if scraped by a cat's claws. Where on earth was she supposed to find 9 threads of primordial sword chi? She had already tried the sword chi of those from the second branch. Yi Ling's thread, after being absorbed by the Destiny Pearl, had fed back and opened an acupoint for her, but the old sword spirit had made it clear. Such chi was far too weak to count as primordial. Primordial sword chi had to be the pure sword chi unleashed by divine realm powerhouses. But the problem was, why would a divine realm powerhouse attack her for no reason? Could she just run over face shameless and say, "Senior, please strike me a couple of times so I can absorb your sword chi"? If she said that, wouldn't she be thrown out as a madwoman? Just as she was agonizing over it, her vision suddenly blurred, and the familiar chaotic space unfolded around her. She had entered the myriad world sword tomb again. In midair, the sword spirit ancestor was floating. Seeing her arrive so early, he waved his white beard with a smile. "Girl up, so early. What, didn't sleep all night?" Qingli stepped forward quickly, saluting respectfully, and getting straight to the point. "Senior, I have a question. How strong must the primordial sword chi be to be considered qualified?" The old sword spirit stroked his beard and slowly uttered 5 words, "At least divine realm or above." Divine realm. Qingli's heart lurched, and she was instantly dumbfounded. Though she hadn't transmigrated here long, the original owner's memories clearly recorded the cultivation realms of the Tianxian continent: yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and divine realm. The divine realm was the 5th major realm. Within the entire Qingyang city, not a single person could be found at that level. Across the whole Tianxian continent, only ancestor-level figures of major sects could reach it. A little girl who had just broken through to the yellow rank. Where could she possibly find a divine realm expert to hit her? This was utterly preposterous. Senior, Qingli swallowed, probing cautiously, "Is there anything a little weaker? Like heaven rank? Heaven rank should be acceptable, right?" The old sword spirit shot her a glance. "Blunt and piercing heaven rank is also fine, but 10 threads of heaven rank sword chi only equal 1 thread of primordial sword chi." 10. Qingli instantly went silent. Heaven rank sword chi was already supreme in Qingyang city. Where was she to gather 10 threads? That was even harder than finding a divine realm powerhouse. The old sword spirit couldn't help but laugh at her ashen face. "Girl, do you think primordial sword chi is just roadside cabbage? In the past 90,000 years, anyone capable of condensing a single thread was considered a person fated by destiny. If you can gather all 9, then you are truly chosen by heaven, and the position of sovereign of myriad world sword Dao is yours without doubt." Qingli took a deep breath, suppressing her disappointment, and asked softly, "So right now, I don't have a single thread of primordial sword chi?" "Correct." The old sword spirit nodded without mercy. "Then what can I do now? I can't just sit and wait, right?" The old sword spirit thought for a moment, then pointed to the dense rows of broken swords around them. "You can start by trying to get close to these sword spirits." Qingli followed his gaze, and only then noticed that beside those broken swords many faint shadows were drifting. Some were as clear as living people, some as blurry as mist, and some were only faint blobs of shadow. All were sleeping or lingering sword spirits. These sword spirits were once sword masters who dominated their eras, the old sword spirit explained. Some reached the divine realm, and some even surpassed it. If you can make them happy, they might willingly give you a strand of sword chi. How to make them happy? Qingli's eyes lit up, and she promptly leaned in. "Senior, how do I make them happy?" That depends on their preferences. The old sword spirit shrugged helplessly. Some like being praised, some like hearing others cry, some like old stories, and some simply go by looks. They'll only bother with you if you're good looking. By looks. Yi Qingli's mouth twitched. The preferences of these sword spirits were indeed bizarre in every way. She walked to the nearest broken sword. It was pitch black with only half a blade left and 2 vigorous ancient characters carved on it. Yi Qingli squinted and studied them closely, murmuring Mo. Yun. As soon as the words left her mouth, the phantom beside the sword gave a sudden jolt. A stern middle-aged man's figure appeared with sharp brows and eyes radiating an icy aura of keep your distance. It was the sword spirit of the Mo Yun sword. Yi Qingli quickly spoke with respect. Greetings, senior. I am Yi Qingli, bearer of the Destiny Pearl, and I have come today especially to visit. Scram. A single icy word came out of the sword spirit's mouth, laden with impatience. Yi Qingli. Well, she had hit a wall on the first try. She turned to another target, a complete cyan-long sword, though rusted and shabby. The sword spirit beside it was an old man leaning against the sword, dozing with his eyes shut. Senior. Yi Qingli tested softly. The old man slowly opened his eyes, took her in from head to toe, then unhurriedly shut them again, not even bothering to speak. Senior, I. Who? The next moment, loud snoring sounded. The old man ignored her entirely and slept soundly. Yi Qingli. Unwilling to accept defeat, she tried 7 or 8 more sword spirits in a row. Some simply ignored her and drifted on their swords, some directly chased her away, telling her to get lost, some paid her no attention, lost in their own worlds. The last was the worst, a sword spirit of a young woman exceptionally beautiful. The moment Yi Qingli opened her mouth, without saying a word, she grabbed her sword and swung at Yi Qingli. Yi Qingli stumbled backward in fright. Fortunately, sword spirits couldn't stray far from their swords, so she wasn't hit. Only a corner of her robe was grazed. Ha! The old sword spirit floated over, laughing so hard, he was almost folding over, his white beard shaking. Girl, how is it? Are these sword spirits easy to win over? Isn't it harder than reaching the sky? Yi Qingli glared at him resentfully. Senior, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You knew they were hard to please, yet you still made me try. The old sword spirit stopped laughing, stroked his beard, and turned serious. This old man is teaching you a lesson. In this world, there is no free fortune. If you want to inherit the sword Dao, you must pay a price. These sword spirits were all mighty figures who dominated one side in their lifetimes. Why should they hand you primordial sword chi just for showing up? How can such a good thing exist? Yi Qingli went silent. The old sword spirit was right. She had been too eager for quick results. Then, senior, she looked up at him sincerely. Do you have any suggestions? You can't just let me keep trying like this, can you? The old sword spirit thought for a moment and nodded. How about this? This old man will ask around for you. Wait here a moment and see if any sword spirit is willing to pay attention to you. As he spoke, he floated up into the air and went around the broken swords one by one, speaking in low tones with each sword spirit. Yi Qingli stood in place, watching those clear or blurry phantoms, her heart filled with unease. What would she do if none was willing to acknowledge her? After about half an incense stick's time, the old sword spirit drifted back, slowly, a smile on his face. I found one. There is a sword spirit willing to see you. Yi Qingli's eyes instantly shone. Which one? Point him out to me, senior. The old sword spirit raised his hand toward a corner of the sword tomb, where the light was dim, and an extremely unremarkable broken sword was stabbed into the ground. That sword was broken into 3 pieces with only the hilt and a short section of blade barely connected. It looked utterly dilapidated. The sword spirit beside it was also an old man, even more ancient than the old sword spirit, his phantom so faint it was almost invisible, as if he could dissipate at any moment. Yi Qingli walked over, cautiously stopped before the broken sword, and said softly, Senior. The sword spirit slowly opened, his eyes murky and clouded, marked by the vicissitudes of years. But when he looked at Yi Qingli and rested his eyes on the Destiny Pearl in her palm, a faint, yet real light suddenly lit up in his cloudy eyes. You carry the Destiny Pearl. His voice came in broken, terribly hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for ages, and his breath was extremely faint. Yi Qingli quickly nodded and said respectfully, Yes, Senior. I am Yi Qingli, and I have come with the Destiny Pearl. The aged sword spirit stood aside, silent for a long time. So long that Yi Qingli thought he had fallen asleep again. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice even hoarser than before. This old man, in life, owed someone a favor. He said, if one day someone came with the Destiny Pearl, I should help her once. Yi Qingli was stunned, then hurriedly asked, Senior, who was the person to whom you owed that favor? The aged sword spirit didn't answer. He only raised a withered finger and gently tapped toward the center of Yi Qingli's brow. A thin gleaming white ray flew from his fingertip and silent merged into Yi Qingli's brow. Buzz! Yi Qingli's whole body trembled. A warm current poured in from her brow and slowly traveled through the meridians of her body. Wherever it passed, the meridians swelled slightly, yet it also carried a comfortable sensation. Eventually, the warm current converged into her dantian, settling there steadily. System notification: Primordial Sword Chi detected. Current Primordial Sword Chi count 19. Acupoints open 1108. A clear system notification rang in her mind, and Yi Qingli was instantly ecstatic. She finally had the first thread of Primordial Sword Chi. But before she could rejoice for long, she noticed the aged sword spirit's figure becoming increasingly faint, his phantom thin as gauze on the verge of dissolving into the chaotic space. Senior, Lin, Qingli hastily cried out, her heart dropping with a bad premonition. This old man waited 90,000 years, and at last repaid this favor. The aged sword spirit looked at her, and a faint smile appeared in his turbid eyes, carrying relief and contentment. Girl, the road ahead. You must walk alone. As his voice faded, his figure completely dissolved into the air, leaving not a trace. At the same time, the dark broken sword that had been broken into 3 pieces also turned into specks of shimmering white light, drifting away slowly and finally disappeared into the chaos of the myriad world sword tomb. Qingli stood still for a long time, not moving, a sour heaviness surging in her chest. She turned to look at the sword spirit ancestor beside her, the old man who loved joking and called himself the sword spirit ancestor. But at this moment, he had vanished completely. Senior, where did he go? Qingli asked softly, her voice trembling with an almost imperceptible tremor. He has scattered. The place where the aged sword spirit had stood was empty, and only a faint voice echoed through the sword tomb. He had only a thread of remnant soul left, surviving on the sword tomb's aura for 90,000 years. The place where the aged sword spirit had stood was empty, and only a faint voice echoed through the sword tomb. He had only a thread of remnant soul left, surviving on the sword tomb's aura for 90,000 years. Now that he has given you the primordial sword chi and repaid the owed favor, he has no more attachments and has returned to nothingness. Qingli fell silent. She lowered her head to look at her dantian, where a warm, steady thread of primordial sword chi lay, quietly emitting a soft, yet powerful aura. This primordial sword chi was exchanged by that senior, whose name she didn't even know, for the last wisp of his remnant soul. Senior, she raised her head, speaking softly toward the emptiness. For that senior, to whom exactly was the favor owed? I don't know. The faint voice sounded again, steeped in the passage of years. That is an old matter from 90,000 years ago. This old man is not clear on the specific details either. Qingli clenched her fists, her knuckles turning slightly pale. No matter who that person was, this profound favor she would remember for a lifetime. Senior, she spoke again with determination, I now have 1 thread of primordial sword chi. What should I do next? Next, that voice slowly rang out. Next is simple. Either keep looking for other sword spirits willing to gift you sword chi, or go outside and get beaten by experts. Once you assemble 9 threads of primordial sword chi, the first layer of the sword tomb will acknowledge you as its master. 9 threads. This was only the first. Qingli looked down at the destiny pearl in her palm, fully aware that the road ahead was long. She bowed deeply toward the empty space. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I'll go back now and keep working hard. Go. As the words fell, her vision darkened again, and the scene of the chaotic space disappeared completely. When Qingli opened her eyes again, she was back in her own room. Outside, the sky was fully bright. Golden sunlight poured through the window lattice, falling on the bed, suffused with warmth. She sat up and touched the spot of her dantian. The primordial sword chi, there was calm, warm, and incredibly real. Qingli curved her lips, the weariness in her eyes largely fading, replaced by resolute light. All right. No matter how hard, no matter how much she had to pay, she would definitely gather all 9 threads of primordial sword chi and conquer the myriad world sword tomb. Not for anything else. Just for that senior whose name she didn't even know, who gave her this feeling with his last breath of life. She had to grit her teeth and keep going. From this day on, Qingli would defy heaven and change her fate, moving step by step with unyielding resolve. Morning sunlight filtered through the lattice window, casting golden patches across the wooden table. A bowl of plain white rice, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a plate of braised pork, glistening with an almost too vivid hue, sat quietly in arrangement. Qingli gripped her chopsticks, her fingertips barely grazing the bamboo when her gaze landed on the plate of braised pork. Her brows furrowed slightly, not out of paranoia, but because the color of that meat reeked of something deeply wrong. Typical braised pork should display a natural sheen, its gloss varying in depth across the surface. Yet this dish's oil gleamed with an unnatural uniformity, a sickly thin film as though deliberately brushed on, appearing more alluring, yet somehow false. With 23 years immersed in archaeology, Qingli had honed an uncanny ability to distinguish antiquities from forgeries and authentic marks from fabrications, a sensitivity that extended sharply to the slightest anomalies in food. She lifted her chopsticks and gently parted the slices as expected. Beneath them lay several pieces tinged with a deeper, almost imperceptible darkening that concealed something subtly off. Qingli set down her chopsticks and leaned back against the chair, fixing her gaze on that plate of braised pork. After 3 seconds, a playful smile curved her lips. Poison. Seriously. At 3 years old, her master had begun teaching her the art of detecting poisons, specializing in the most refined, undetectable toxins, colorless and tasteless. This crude technique of altering food coloration and slathering on glossy oil was so pedestrian that even a primary school student would see through it in the modern era. It was as if the poisoner had painted, "I've poisoned this," across the entire dish. Just then the faintest footfalls echoed outside the door. Approaching slowly before coming to an abrupt halt near the window, the unmistakable sound of someone eavesdropping and hiding. Qingli arched a brow, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. She picked chopsticks again, plucked a piece of pork marbled with fat and lean meat, and brought it to her lips with deliberate slowness. The eavesdropper outside the window caught their breath. Her chopsticks paused at her lips. Suddenly she gasped dramatically, and threw her mouth wide as though about to swallow the meat whole, even shaking her head theatrically as if savoring the flavor. A muffled intake of breath came from outside the door, tinged with tension and urgency. Qingli nearly choked back her laughter, thinking to herself this scheme was too transparent. She leisurely returned the meat to the plate, lifted the entire dish of braised pork, rose to her feet, and approached the window. With both hands, she shoved it open. Splash! Both the meat and broth spilled into the dense vegetation outside, droplets scattering and dampening blades of grass. Immediately hurried footsteps echoed from outside the window, mixed with the sounds of someone scrambling away in panic. Within moments, they vanished completely. Clearly the poisoner, realizing their scheme had been uncovered, had fled in terror. Qingli gave her hands a casual pat, paying no mind to the traces of broth clinging to her fingertips. With light spirits, she returned to her seat at the table, lifted the bowl of white rice that remained untouched, and ate her meal slowly and deliberately alongside the pickled vegetables. Poison. When I was 3, I was already experimenting with poison detection. Such trivial tricks bored me long ago. Deep into the night, moonlight filtered through the lattice window, pooling across the bed. Qingli sat cross-legged on her bed, the Tianming pearl warm and smooth in her palm. With a gentle nudge of her will, she prodded at it. Tianming pearl has been activated. Current status charging. Sword chi absorbed 1 strand. Acupoints opened 1108. Sword chi required for next acupoint, 3 strands. Familiar system prompts appeared in her mind, sounding exactly as they had the night before, unchanged in every detail. She exhaled softly and was about to set aside the Tianming pearl to sleep when a memory surfaced. The old sword spirit's earlier words. Among the sword spirits within the tomb, some could be coaxed, perhaps yielding sword chi. With a mere thought, darkness engulfed her vision. The familiar chaotic void unfolded around her as she stepped once more into the myriad world sword tomb. Gray skies met the earth in every direction, and countless broken swords stood like a forest across the hills, their cold glints piercing through the mist. The old sword spirit hovered above, his white beard and eyebrows stirring in the wind. Upon spotting her arrival, he greeted her with a broad smile, waving enthusiastically, "Girl, what brings you back so soon? Isn't this only your 2nd day? Such diligence." Qingli clasped her hands in salute, her voice laced with urgency. "Elder, I have a question to ask. Are there any sword spirits in the tomb who might be amenable to conversation, willing to engage with me?" The elder sword spirit paused, stroking his beard thoughtfully before raising an eyebrow. "Wasn't the one from last time exactly that? He even bestowed a strand of primal sword chi upon you." Qingli fell silent for a moment, regret flickering across her eyes. "But he has already dissipated. What I seek now is a sword spirit still among the living." The elder considered this, then gestured toward the depths of the tomb with a cautionary tone. "Past this way lies a sword called Qingxuan. Its spirit is quite talkative. Having not encountered a living soul in 90,000 years, he's nearly driven mad with loneliness. You go keep him company, and you may find the exchange rewarding." Qingli's eyes lit up at once, and she hastily bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, elder." Following the direction indicated, she pressed onward into the shadowed recesses of the tomb. Through the ashen void where shattered blades stood like grave markers, she walked for roughly a quarter hour before finally spotting the sword that set itself apart from all others. A long jian of verdant hue rose before her, its blade gleaming with a cold, lustrous brilliance, smooth as jade, flawless in its integrity. Embedded in a polished, bluish-gray stone, it stood in perfect condition, the finest specimen she had encountered since entering the tomb. Beside the blade drifted a sword spirit resembling a young man clad in azure robes. With languid indifference he reached out and absent-mindedly plucked at the air, his posture radiating both ease. The moment he spotted her approach, the sword spirit's head snapped up. His previously dim eyes flared to life with the intensity of 1,000 suns, his voice rising several octaves in sheer delight. "Someone, a living person. Good heavens, after 90,000 years I've finally encountered a living soul. Come sit and converse with me. You have no idea how suffocating it's been. 9 millennia of solitude has nearly driven me mad with boredom." Qingli, watching the sword spirit leap about in his euphoric fervor, the corner of her mouth twitched. If this is what they call talkative, this is talkative plus pro max. After 90,000 years without human contact, he's bound to exhaust an entire lifetime's worth of conversation in a single sitting. Deep within the sword tomb, spectral blue flames flickered restlessly, casting their eerie glow upon countless phantom sword spirits drifting through the air. Qingli leaned against the cold sword wall, having kept the loquacious sword spirit company for 3 full hours. From which dynasty the sword spirit had originally cultivated as a swordswoman, to what color trousers he had been buried in, and on to how he had spent the past 90,000 years drifting day after day through the sword tomb, watching mortals come and go. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. His once waning spectral flame flared up vigorously, his words flowing endlessly like a surging river. And then I just floated here watching sword spirits come and go. Some arrived, some departed, some dispersed completely, until not even a trace remained. Oh, and do you know about that one? The one who wielded the Qishao sword. Oh, he was something in his prime. One strike, and a mountain was split in two. Truly magnificent. But his end was tragic. Betrayed by his most trusted companion, a sword pierced straight through his heart. Oh, what a miserable death. He couldn't even rest in peace. The sword spirit waved his arms and legs with great animation, his spectral flames flickering bright and dim as he immersed himself in his own story. Qingli grew drowsy from listening, her head nodding repeatedly, her eyelids as heavy as lead. She had originally come to the sword tomb in search of some opportunity, never expecting to encounter such a chatterbox. 3 hours of conversation had exhausted her more than any day's work. And then there was the one who wielded the Zhonglu sword. She was a woman in life, incredibly beautiful, willow leaf brows, phoenix eyes, and her swordsmanship was unparalleled. But she had a terrible temper. Insult her in any way, and she'd chase you down 18 streets. A proper fierce goddess. Hey, are you falling asleep? Why aren't you responding? Only then did the sword spirit notice Qingli's state. He drifted closer to her face, his two spectral flame eyes shining brightly. Qingli rubbed her aching eyes and let out a long drawn-out yawn, tears welling up. A little, senior. I truly cannot hold on any longer. Upon hearing this, the sword spirit instantly grew anxious, darting back and forth before Qingli until his spectral flame blurred into afterimages. Don't sleep. I haven't finished yet. There's still that one who used the Yuchang sword. Senior. Qingli, unable to bear it any longer, raised her hand sharply to interrupt him, her eyes tinged with helplessness. Could you please grant me a strand of sword intent? I'll go back and sleep, and I'll come back tomorrow to keep you company. She simply had no desire to hear any more gossip from 90,000 years ago. All she wanted now was to catch some sleep. The sword spirit paused, then wore an expression of chagrin, as if blaming her for not speaking up sooner, and slapped his own forehead. Aya, why didn't you say so from the start? My mind has gone completely muddled from all this chatting. Take it. This is my prized primordial sword intent. As soon as the words fell, the sword spirit tapped his fingertip. A brilliant cyan light erupted instantly from between his eyebrows, streaking toward her like a meteor racing the moon, and plunged straight into Qingli's brow. Qingli froze on the spot. So this senior had held back for 90,000 years, not waiting for some peerless sword cultivator at all, but simply looking for someone to relieve his boredom. After 3 hours of conversation, he had handed her 2 strands of sword intent and called it a day. This 9,000-year-old sword spirit was nothing but a chattering, lonely old ghost. Qingli's lip twitched. She bowed deeply to the sword spirit. Thank you for your generosity, senior. This junior takes her leave and will return tomorrow to chat with you. The sword spirit waved his hand, his spectral flame wavering. Go quickly. Make sure to come back tomorrow. I still have so many stories left to tell. Qingli hurried out of the sword tomb. Her vision blurred for an instant, and she found herself back in her own room. Outside the window, the sky was just beginning to lighten, the eastern horizon tinged with the pale white of dawn. Having stayed up all night, one would expect her to be achingly sore and utterly drained, yet Qingli felt surprisingly revitalized. The newly acquired primordial sword qi within her dantian radiated a gentle warmth, circulating slowly through her meridians and spreading throughout her entire body, leaving her feeling wonderfully warm and banishing all traces of fatigue from her sleepless night. She glanced at the brightening sky and estimated the time. 2 hours remained before the Yi family tournament. Since she had nothing else to do, why not practice her sword skills in the meantime? Qingli turned and pulled a rusted iron sword from beneath her bed. This was the sole relic left by the original owner, the broadsword that her father Yi Tsangxiong had once wielded. The character Xiong was carved in bold, vigorous strokes on the hilt. The blade itself was unremarkable, pure common iron marred by patches of mottled rust. Every disciple of the Yi family, regardless of cultivation level, was required to study the Qingyuan sword manual upon joining the sect. This was the family's foundational sword technique, comprising 9 forms. Simple, yet built on a solid foundation, and the very cornerstone upon which all Yi family disciples relied. The original owner had practiced it for a few days before the age of 7, but after her sword meridians were completely severed, she lacked even the strength to grip a sword, let alone practice. The blade had been tossed under the bed and forgotten for 3 years. Qingli gripped the iron sword tightly, closed her eyes, and carefully recalled every stance and principle of the Qingyuan sword manual from the original owner's memories. After a moment, she opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and raised her sword to execute the first form. Thrust. The sword tip pierced the air with a whistling sound, driving forward fiercely. A faint trace of cyan sword intent shot from the tip. With a soft thud, it struck the wall, leaving a pale white mark. Qingli blinked in surprise, looked down at the rusted iron sword in her hand, then at the white mark on the wall, her expression filled with disbelief. She remembered clearly that her cousin Yi Qingwan had spent a full 3 months practicing the first form, thrust. She rose before dawn every day until she could barely condense a wisp of sword intent, which she then had to carefully control to avoid injuring herself. And she had done it on her very first swing. Yi Qingli glanced down at the rusted sword in her hand, then instinctively touched her dantian. Their 2 strands of primordial sword qi lay, quietly radiating warmth, and continuously supplying pure sword energy throughout her limbs and organs. She understood immediately. It was not that she possessed extraordinary talent. It was these 2 strands of primordial sword qi that were carrying the burden for her. With such support behind her, it would have been impossible not to succeed. With confidence bolstered, Yi Qingli no longer hesitated in the slightest. She let herself go and practiced form after form. Second form, split. The iron sword rose high and fell with tremendous force. Sword intent, carrying a fierce momentum, struck the stone pedestal in the corner of the courtyard, leaving a deep slash. Third form, lift. The sword tip arced upward and a diagonal slash of sword intent tore through the air, cleanly severing a withered branch in the courtyard. Fourth form, sweep. Fifth form, raise. Sixth form, twist. Each strike grew progressively stronger than the last. The density of the sword intent grew thicker and thicker, its power increasingly formidable, no longer the faint wavering cyan phantom from before. In less than 2 hours, she had completed all 9 forms of the Qingyuan sword manual without missing a single one. And when she reached the 9th form, break, she thrust her sword forward. A dense strand of cyan sword intent shot from the tip, like a rainbow piercing the sun. With a sharp crack, it penetrated straight through the parasol tree in the courtyard, its trunk as thick as a human wrist. A smooth, transparent hole remained in the trunk, leaves rustling down around them. Yi Qingli stood rooted to the spot, sword in hand, staring at the hole, unable to process what she had just witnessed. She looked down at the rust-spotted iron sword in her hand, then at her slender palm, and the corners of her mouth rose involuntarily. 9 forms of the Qingyuan sword manual, mastered in less than 2 hours. Moreover, the power of that final strike exceeded even what Yi Qingwan had achieved with the same move in the original owner's memories. The so-called geniuses of the Yi family spent months grinding away at these basic forms while she had mastered them overnight. A genius. Yi Qingli curved her lips into a smile, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. From this day forward, I am also a genius. Outside the window, the sky had grown completely bright, golden sunlight pouring into the courtyard. In the distance, increasingly noisy voices rose, accompanied by the laughter of children and the calls of elders urging them to hurry. The Yi family tournament was about to begin. Yi Qingli holstered the iron sword, casually wiped the rust from its blade, changed into a clean plain-colored dress, and smoothed her hem. She pushed open the door, stepped into the morning sunlight, and strode boldly toward the tournament grounds. Now that her sword technique was complete, this family tournament would serve as the perfect opportunity to test her results. The Yi family's martial arena was filled with fluttering red banners and a clamor of voices today. The annual family grand tournament kicked off here with nearly the entire Yi clan, elders and children alike, turning out. It was a scene of overwhelming bustle. At the seat of honor, the old patriarch sat upright in the center with a stern expression. Below him, Yi Tsangtian and the elders and stewards of every branch stood on either side, their burning gazes fixed on the center. In the middle of the arena, a 3-foot-high bluestone fighting stage had been erected, and the railings around it were packed 3 layers deep with people. Yi clan disciples, servants, and laborers, and even townsfolk who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The crowd was so dense that not a single drop of water could have seeped through. Have you heard? This year, Yi Qingwan of the 2nd branch has gone into seclusion to break through to the 6th stage of yellow rank, so she may not compete. Then first place this year will definitely go to Yi Qingyun of the 3rd branch. He was already 2nd last year. This year it's all but certain. Not necessarily. Yi Hu of the 4th branch is not weak either. The two fought each other to a standstill last year. The crowd buzzed with chatter, all eyes locked onto those few publicly acknowledged genius disciples. No one noticed the slight frail figure tucked into the farthest corner of the martial arena. Yi Qingli stood at the very back of the crowd, one hand propped under her chin, yawning in utter boredom, her eyelids nearly drooping shut. Last night, she had spent 6 whole hours in the sword tomb listening to that talkative sword spirit, then went back to her room to practice swordsmanship all morning. Now her head was fuzzy with exhaustion, and all she wanted was to find a place to make up for lost sleep. Yi Qingli, a shrill venom-laced voice suddenly tore through the crowd's clamor and stabbed straight into Yi Qingli's ears. She turned her head lazily and couldn't help curling the corners of her mouth inwardly. It was Yi Ling. This young miss of the 2nd branch who had fallen into the water yesterday actually dared to come today. She had changed into a brand new black martial suit, combed her hair neatly, and even applied rouge to her face. She really did look well, if one ignored the conspicuous white bandage around her right wrist. Yi Ling obviously caught Yi Qingli's glance at the bandage. Instinctively, she hid her hand behind her back, and the triumph on her face instantly gave way to a ferocious expression. You actually dare to come? Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Qingli said in a lazy voice, hardly moving at all. The grand tournament is a tradition of the Yi family, and I am a legitimate daughter of the Yi family. Of course I have to come. Legitimate daughter. Yi Ling sneered as if she had just heard the world's funniest joke, deliberately raising her voice to draw glances from all around. A good-for-nothing whose sword meridians are all severed. Does she deserve to be called a legitimate daughter? Let me tell you, Yi Qingli, If I draw you today, I'll make you regret it. Yi Qingli slowly lifted her gaze. Are you so eager to draw me, even in my dreams? Yi Ling gritted her teeth, the malice in her eyes nearly spilling out. Then I hope your wish comes true. Yi Qingli suddenly curled her lips into a meaningful smile. After all, I want to draw you too. Yi Ling felt an inexplicable unease in her heart from that smile. She couldn't help feeling that Yi Qingli was somehow off today, yet she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. She gave a cold snort, shot Yi Qingli a vicious glare, then turned and shoved her way back into the crowd, silently scheming. In a moment, she absolutely had to draw that good-for-nothing and vent all the pent-up anger from yesterday. The drawing of lots began soon. The steward carried a rosewood lot cylinder onto the stage and shouted the rules. All young disciples of the Yi family who have reached the age of 12 may compete. Lots will determine your opponents. Fight in pairs. The victor advances, the loser is eliminated. Now let the drawing begin. The disciples below the stage stepped forward one by one to draw their lot slips. Yi Qingli's name was written on the last slip and placed into the cylinder along with everyone else's. The steward shook the cylinder hard, and the rustling sound of lot slips colliding rose and fell in waves. First pair of opponents. Yi Qingyun against Yi Hu. The moment the words fell, the crowd burst into an uproar. Whoa! Two seeded contenders are colliding in the very first round. This is way too exciting. Oh man, this year's grand tournament is going to be a real show. If those two go at it, it'll definitely be a fierce battle. Yi Qingyun and Yi Hu exchanged a glance, both revealing smiles filled with fighting spirit, and strode up onto the fighting stage. The drawing of lots continued. Yi Chong against Yi Ming. Pair after pair of names were called. Some rejoiced, while others worried. Finally, it was the turn of the decisive pair. The steward picked up a lot slip, looked down at the crowd below the stage, and his expression turned extremely strange, as if he was trying hard to hold back laughter but couldn't quite manage it. He cleared his throat, raised his voice, and read out slowly word by word. Yi Ling against Yi Qingli. Buzz. The moment those words were spoken, the entire martial arena fell into absolute silence. Even the sound of the wind could be clearly heard. 3 breaths later, a roar of laughter swept through the grounds like a tsunami. Yi Qingli. That trash. Yi Ling is too lucky. She drew a guaranteed win in the first round. I'm dying of laughter. Yi Ling doesn't even have to fight. She can waltz straight into the second round. Looks like first place is already locked up. Yi Qingyun has it in the bag. Taunts, laughter, and gossip surged overwhelmingly toward Yi Qingli and Yi Ling. Yi Ling stood in the crowd, stunned for a moment at first. Then a brilliantly dazzling smile suddenly bloomed on her face, her eyes filled with smugness and venom. She abruptly turned her head, glared at Yi Qingli in the corner, and shrieked. Yi Qingli, did you hear that? You have terrible luck. Yi Qingli remained leaning against the stone pillar. She let out a slow, lazy yawn and replied in an utterly calm voice, I heard. She paused, looked at Yi Ling's face twisted by a smile, and then curved the corners of her lips as she uttered one sentence. But I think you're the one with bad luck. Next match, Yi Ling versus Yi Qingli. The steward's voice had barely faded before a burst of laughter erupted from below the stage. Everyone was eager to see how this good-for-nothing with severed sword meridians would be utterly crushed by Yi Ling. Yi Ling's figure flickered. With a graceful leap like a swallow, she whisked onto the 3-foot bluestone arena with a whoosh. Dressed in a black close-fitting combat suit, she stood tall and proud. In her hand, she held a fine yellow rank longsword, its tassel fluttering in the breeze, radiating an imposing air. Chin held high, she stood at the center of the arena with her hands on her hips. A smug, triumphant smile was plastered on her face as she pointed at Yi Qingli below the stage and said in a cutting tone, Yi Qingli, come up and die. Stop hiding. I don't have the patience to wait for you. In that instant, every pair of eyes in the arena turned sharply toward Yi Qingli in the corner of the training grounds. Mocking laughter, sighs of pity, and voices of schadenfreude interwove into a cacophony. Haha, is Yi Qingli going to cry? Going at Yi Ling with that broken sword? Isn't that like an egg smashing against a rock? She's done for. I bet she'll be carried off the stage today. Facing the jeers that filled the arena, Yi Qingli remained calm and entirely unaffected. Holding the rust-covered iron sword in one hand, she made her way through the crowd at an unhurried pace, step by step, toward the arena. That iron sword was once the personal blade of her father, Yi Zhangxiong, in his prime. Its blade was mottled and thick with rust, looking as if it might snap at any moment. What kind of junk sword is she holding? That must be what her father left behind. It's already rusted to pieces. Exactly. Yi Ling is at the second level of yellow rank. How could that sword possibly win? I think she's going to make a complete fool of herself today. The murmurs below the stage grew even louder. Standing on the stage, Yi Ling caught sight of the rust-caked iron sword in Yi Qingli's hand and burst into convulsive laughter, clutching her belly, as she said, Yi Qingli, if you kneel down right now and count out to me 3 times, I might consider going easy on you and leaving you with a whole corpse. Yi Qingli slowly stepped onto the arena and stood face to face with her. Only 3 feet separated them. She raised her eyes, and in a voice as calm as still water cut off Yi Ling's arrogance, you talk far too much. Courting death. Yi Ling's face darkened in an instant as if it could drip water. What she loathed most was exactly this cloud and breeze calmness of Yi Qingli's, as though no one in the world was worthy of her eye level. She abruptly drew her sword. Hum. A crisp resonant sword hum rang out, and a dense green glow instantly shrouded the entire blade. The sword chi of the yellow rank second level surged forth with overwhelming momentum. Take this. Yi Ling let out a sharp cry. The long sword in her hand tore through the air with a fierce whistle, its tip aimed straight at Yi Qingli's chest, thrusting forward like lightning. It was so quick that the spectators below gasped in unison. It's over. That strike is going to hit. Yi Qingli dodged. Facing the howling sword chi, Yi Qingli stood rooted to the spot, motionless, without even a flicker of her eyelids. At the very instant the sword was about to pierce her chest, Yi Qingli moved. She inclined her body slightly to one side, moving so fast that afterimages seemed to flicker. Swish! Yi Ling's blade whistled past the hem of Yi Qingli's clothes, sending up a fierce gust of wind. It was only a hair's breadth away, yet it failed to slash even a single thread of fabric. Yi Ling's sword thrust at empty air, and the momentum sent her stumbling forward a step. The smug look on her face instantly froze. Before she could even react, Yi Qingli's hand had already risen slowly. Thrust! Yi Qingli flicked her wrist, sending the seemingly shabby iron sword gently forward. There was no intricate technique, just the most fundamental straight thrust. But this thrust was a world apart. At the tip of the sword, a dense, massive green sword chi shot out like something corporeal, condensed and unyielding. The sword chi flew straight as an arrow with the unstoppable force of splitting bamboo directly toward Yi Ling's face. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The sword chi struck with pinpoint accuracy against the blade Yi Ling had raised horizontally before her chest. Crack! It was the resonant clash of yellow rank sword chi colliding. Yi Ling's hand shot with an instant piercing ache and numbness at the tiger's mouth. Her grip on the sword nearly failed. The impact sent her staggering back 3 steps. Thud, 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 until she reached the edge of the arena, where she barely managed to steady herself. Her arm was so sore and numb that she could hardly lift it. The color drained from her face in an instant, and her eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. The entire arena fell into absolute silence. A pin drop could be heard. After 3 breaths, the entire training ground exploded, as if a thunderbolt had been hurled into it. Sword chi condensed and unyielding. That's something only a mid-yellow rank expert could do. Has she lost her mind? Weren't Yi Qingli's sword meridians completely severed? How could she possibly reach such a level? Am I seeing things? That sword chi's density is a full 2 times stronger than Yi Ling's. At the main seat, the old patriarch Yi Tsangtian suddenly rose from his chair. His aged frame trembled with excitement, and his dim murky eyes opened wide as bronze bells locked fiercely on Yi Qingli on the arena stage. The elders seated below, including Yi Tsangxiong, were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They simply could not believe that the well-known good-for-nothing, the legitimate daughter whose sword meridians had been severed, and who could not even condense sword chi, had actually unleashed such terrifying strength. Yi Qingli stood at the center of the arena, holding the rust-covered iron sword, her expression calm and unhurried, as if that strike had been nothing more than a casual flick of her hand. She slowly turned her gaze to Yi Ling, whose face was deathly pale and whose whole body trembled. Curving her lips, she uttered a light, airy remark. Continue. The wind on the arena, carrying the sultry heat of a spring afternoon, swept up the murmurs of the crowd below and pinned them squarely upon Yi Qingli and Yi Ling. Yi Ling's face flushed the color of pig liver, the red spreading from her cheeks to her neck, so scarlet it seemed ready to drip blood. Her hand gripping the iron sword trembled violently beyond control, fingertips turning white, and even the blade swayed slightly. No one knew that half of this trembling came from Yi Qingli's thunderous sword strike just now, which had numbed her palm, and the other half from the frantic fury ignited by that inconceivable outcome, which had nearly scorched away all reason. You cheated. A piercing shriek tore through the surrounding oppressiveness. Yi Ling's eyes bulged, her gaze seething with venom and reluctance, as if she could turn back the lost situation simply by screaming the word cheated. Her shrill, grating voice drew many sidelong glances from below the arena. The buzzing whispers died down at once, and all eyes fixed on the stage to see how this farce would end. Yi Qingli tilted her head slightly, her black hair cascading over her shoulders, lending her ordinarily cold and clear face a touch of idle mockery. She held the unremarkable iron sword, her fingertips pressing firmly against the hilt without the slightest tremor, and said in a flat tone, as if it were a trivial matter, cheat. I stood right before you and struck openly and uprightly. How is that cheating? The single question left Yi Ling speechless. But she refused to admit that she was outmatched. Shouting hysterically, her panic thoroughly masked by fury, you must have used some sorcery. Yi Qingli, you good for nothing. Your sword meridian was clearly severed. How could you possibly unleash that kind of sword aura? Indeed, who didn't know that Yi Qingli was the acknowledged good-for-nothing of the Yi family? Her sword meridian had been completely severed 3 years ago, making her the laughingstock of the entire clan. She couldn't condense even the most basic yellow-rank first-tier sword aura, yet now she had repelled Yi Ling with a single move. How could Yi Ling believe it? Yi Qingli gave a soft sigh, her tone tinged with helplessness, yet also carrying a hint of coldness. Did you not personally test whether my sword meridian had recovered yesterday? What have you forgotten so soon? These words fell upon Yi Ling's heart like a heavy hammer. Her pupils abruptly contracted, her movements came to a sharp halt, and the arrogance and anger on her face stiffened, instantly replaced by a barely concealed panic. Yesterday. The images of yesterday rushed uncontrollably into her mind. On family orders, she had gone to find trouble, with Yi Qingli hatred burning in her heart, and thrust her longsword fiercely at the girl's chest, expecting to kill with a single blow. But to her surprise, the unremarkable ancient jade pendant on Yi Qingli suddenly erupted in a soft radiance, and the tip of the sword, charged with every ounce of her sword aura, was held fast as if sucked in. Immediately after, a surging torrent of spiritual energy burst from Yi Qingli's body. Caught off guard, Yi Ling was blasted backward and landed in the lotus pond beside the arena, soaked through, her hair bun, disheveled, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. Could it be that good-for-nothing sword meridian had truly recovered? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Ling shook her head violently, as if trying to shake away this absurd notion. Clenching her teeth, her eyes once more churning with resentment and madness, she shouted at Yi Qingli, disregarding the rule that arena sparring should stop at the point of impact. I don't believe it. Yi Qingli, I want you dead. The moment the words left her mouth, she poured every remaining wisp of yellow-rank second-tier sword aura in her body into the iron sword. The sword blade was instantly enveloped in dazzling pale yellow light, sword aura roiling with a low hum. Gripping the hilt with both hands, eyes savage with a desperate suicidal resolve, she hacked viciously at Yi Qingli's neck. This was her ultimate trump card. If struck by this blow, even if Yi Qingli's sword meridian truly had recovered, she could not escape being beheaded. The crowd below the stage immediately erupted. Oh my god! Yi Ling is trying to kill. Is she insane? How can an arena contest go this far? Quick! Get the referee to stop her. Some yelled in shock, some covered their eyes in fright, and several clan elders abruptly rose their bodies, moving to rush onto the arena. But their actions were ultimately one step too slow. At the very moment everyone thought Yi Qingli was doomed, her reaction defied all expectations. She did not retreat, instead she took a steady step forward. Her wrist gently rotated, and the tip of the iron sword drifted upward in a feather-light arc. The movement was as slow as a casual stroll, entirely devoid of killing intent. Clang! A crisp, resounding sword hum suddenly cut through the air, like jade strikingly clear across the chaotic arena. Then a bizarre sight unfolded. Yi Ling felt an ingenious force at her wrist, an irresistible power that sent her sword flying high into the air. The iron sword tore free, spinning 3 times in a graceful arc, then landed with a loud crash, wedged solidly into a crack between stones at the arena's edge. The hilt still vibrated with lingering tremors. Nor was that all. In the instant the sword flew away, the carefully styled bun atop Yi Ling's head suddenly came apart, with a swish, as if swept by an invisible wind. Her jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, sprawling over her shoulders and back in utter disarray. At the same time, the diamond-studded jade hairpin in her hair lost its hold, spun through the air in a silver arc, and landed right at her feet with a soft clatter. Yi Ling instinctively reached for her head. Oh, all she touched was a tumble of wild hair. She glanced down at the hairpin by her feet and raised a hand to smooth her hair, but the strands seemed to conspire against her, refusing to be combed into place. With hair wildly disheveled, she looked a miserable, bedraggled sight, like a crazed madwoman. This pitiable sight formed a sharp contrast with her earlier overbearing demeanor, both absurd and pathetic. The entire arena fell utterly silent. In the silence where a pin could be heard dropping, only the sound of the audience's sharp intakes of breath remained, along with countless stares, shocked, bewildered, and mocking, that fixed upon the disheveled Yi Ling. Yi Qingli slowly sheathed her iron sword. Standing with her hands behind her back ramrod straight, she radiated cold aloofness and pride. Looking down at the disheveled and rigid Yi Ling at her feet, her gaze held not the slightest pity, only faint coldness. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, yet clear throughout the arena. Are you convinced? 3 words, seemingly weightless, crashed down upon Yi Ling's heart like a hammer. Yi Ling stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably from her fingertips to the tips of her toes, every inch of skin burning. Her lips quivered, her teeth chattered, but she could not force out a single word. Humiliation. This was the greatest humiliation she had ever endured in her life. Having her weapon knocked away by a good-for-nothing, having her hair undone in public, becoming the laughingstock of the entire audience. This was worse than death. Yi Qingli, I'll kill you. The accumulated humiliation and fury finally detonated. With a ghastly shriek, Yi Ling lunged toward the iron sword stuck at the edge of the arena, crawling on all fours in a frenzy, desperate to retrieve it and tear Yi Qingli to shreds, even if it meant mutual destruction. Enough. At that moment, a low, imposing voice came from below the arena like a thunderclap, instantly suppressing the agitation of the crowd. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw Yi Tsangtian already standing beside the arena, though no one knew when he had arrived. Clad in a cyan brocade robe, he wore a solemn countenance. At that moment his brow was knitted tightly as he stared at the two on the stage, his gaze deep and complicated, lost in thought. Yiling, you have lost. Yi Songtian's voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that brooked no doubt reaching Yiling's ears word by word. Yiling's movements abruptly stopped. She raised her head to look at her father at the edge of the stage, her eyes brimming with grievance and unwillingness, her voice choked with tears. Father, I didn't lose. She cheated. Go down. Without responding to her defense, Yi Songtian only uttered those two words flatly, his gaze as sharp as a blade carrying a warning. Yiling opened her mouth about to protest, but the moment she met her father's icy stare, the words were swallowed back into her throat. She understood her father had conceded victory to Yi Qingli and would not permit her to cause more trouble. Resentment, anger, humiliation, and unwillingness all churned together, spilling from her eyes as scalding tears. Yiling bit her lip, glaring at Yi Qingli, the venom in her gaze almost overflowing, yet she no longer dared to resist. She covered her face, letting her disheveled hair hide her features, and stumbled down from the arena in a wild, bedraggled state, like a beaten cur vanishing into the crowd, without looking back, leaving behind only sighs and murmurs. Yi Songtian slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Yi Qingli. That gaze was complex beyond words. Astonishment that Yi Qingli could so easily defeat Yiling, a scrutiny of her current strength and the secrets she concealed, confusion over why a sword meridian severed for 3 years had so suddenly recovered, and hidden among all this a faint wariness. He could sense that the move just now, though delicate, had actually displayed an extremely profound mastery of the sword. It was by no means a fluke. Qingli. Yi Songtian spoke slowly, his voice deepening, and extended his hand toward Yi Qingli in a tone that allowed no refusal. Come here. Yi Qingli followed behind, Yi Songtian walking along the bluestone path toward a quiet side hall near the martial arts practice ground. The moment her footsteps crossed the threshold, a palpable aura of solemnity and the dignified presence of an elder overwhelmed her. The patriarch sat upright on the main seat, his aged, yet piercing eyes fixed upon her. Beside him were several elder clan members with white hair and beards, all figures of immense authority within the Yi family. As Yi Qingli entered, every gaze snapped toward her, eyes filled with surprised doubt and layer upon layer of scrutiny. Qingli. The patriarch spoke first, his aged voice carrying unquestionable authority. Come here. Let your second uncle test your sword meridian. Yi Qingli complied, stepping forward to stand before her second uncle, Yi Songtian, and calmly extended her left hand. Yi Songtian grasped her wrist, closed his eyes to focus his spirit, and sent a strand of pure spiritual energy through his fingertips into her meridians, probing toward the location of her sword meridian. Seconds ticked by one after another. The side hall was so silent that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Yi Songtian suddenly burst, his eyes open. His normally tranquil gaze now locked onto Yi Qingli with unyielding intensity, his pupils sharply constricting as shock rippled across his face. He looked as though he had witnessed some unfathomable monstrosity. What is it? The patriarch frowned slightly at the sight and asked in a deep tone. Yi Songtian did not answer immediately. His hand remained tightly clasped around Yi Qingli's wrist, his fingertips trembling faintly. His eyes never left her face, and after his Adam's apple bobbed several times, he barely forced out a few words. Father, her sword meridian has opened. Upon hearing this, the patriarch slowly nodded, his tone calm. I am aware. She reported it several days ago. In his view, while the reopening of a sword meridian was noteworthy, it hardly warranted such astonishment. Yet what followed from Yi Songtian's mouth would instantly freeze the atmosphere in the entire side hall to its core. It is not merely opened. Yi Songtian's voice carried an almost unbearable thickness and awe. Staring fixedly at Yi Qingli, his eyes brimming with disbelief, her sword meridian faintly glows purple. What a startled hum seemed to fill the air. The elder clan members abruptly rose to their feet, in unison, their chairs scraping harshly against the floor as they turned to Yi Qingli with faces etched in utter shock. The patriarch also straightened his frame instantly, an expression of unprecedented disbelief washing over his aged features. His clouded eyes widened sharply, locking onto Yi Qingli's wrist, his voice trembling slightly. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Yi Songtian nodded emphatically, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. Though it is only a faint layer of purple, that is indeed the supreme purple light sword aura anomaly. Boom. An absolute deathly silence fell over the side hall in an instant. So still that even a pin dropping would have been audible. The elders' expressions shifted unpredictably, transitioning from initial shock to ecstatic jubilation, then wavering with disbelief as they repeatedly sought confirmation. Purple sword meridian. That was the highest tier among the 7 ranks of sword Dao aptitude. The ranks of sword Dao talent: crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. Crimson meridians are ordinary, but purple meridians defy the heavens. A purple talent signified a genius rare in 100 years. Never before in the entire history of the Yi family had such a world-shaking sword Dao aptitude appeared. Standing in the center, Yi Qingli absorbed the ardent gazes directed at her from all sides, silently recalling the original host's memories in her heart. As expected, she touched the pearl of heavenly mandate at her chest, musing inwardly. The original host was born with a ruined meridian, yet now that she had borrowed this body to be reborn, merely awakening 2 strands of primal sword chi was enough to turn her sword meridian purple. Then if she were to gather all 9 strands of primal sword chi, what would her sword meridian become? She dared not dwell on it further, for such an existence would utterly overturn the understanding of the entire cultivation world. The patriarch fell silent for a long while, his chest heaving violently several times, clearly overwhelmed with extreme emotion. He slowly raised his head, gazing at Yi Qingli, and a rare softness broke through his usually stern countenance as he announced in solemn tones. Qingli, listen carefully. From this day forward your monthly stipend shall be doubled. You will move into the main pavilion of the eastern courtyard immediately and select 2 personal maids to serve you. The eastern courtyard, doubled monthly stipend, personal attendance. This was the privilege reserved exclusively for the legitimate eldest miss of the Yi family. It was blatantly clear that the patriarch intended to elevate and protect her, to hold her cradled in his palm. Thank you, grandfather. A flicker of joy lit within Yi Qingli's heart as she bowed respectfully, accepting the bestowal. Just as she turned to take her leave, the corner of her eye caught sight of Yi Sangtian beside them. This second uncle, always cold and aloof though bearing a polite smile at the corners of his lips, harbored in the profound depths of his gaze an intricate emotion that eluded Yi Qingli's comprehension, calculation, and perhaps even a trace of ambition deeply concealed. At that moment the atmosphere quietly grew subtle and charged. A sword vein tinged with purple, a peerless genius unseen in a century. This news like a thunderbolt from the blue swept across the whole of Qingyang City overnight. Before daybreak the news was still confined to the Yi family and a small circle of nobles in the know, but as soon as dawn broke the explosive news had already spread through every street and lane of Qingyang City. Early the next morning, the moment the Yi family's great gate opened before the guards could even announce anything, a deafening uproar sounded from outside. The gate was completely blockaded by a vast surging crowd packed to such a degree that not a drop of water could have flowed through. Inside the crowd were wealthy merchants carrying heavy gifts, faces steeped in fawning flattery, clan elders from every great house leading their younger disciples in hopes of being accepted as students at the Yi residence, officials holding rare curiosities and eager to curry favor, and countless ordinary folks squeezed near the outer edges, pointing fingers and chatting just out for the spectacle. Did you hear? That notorious good-for-nothing eldest miss of the Yi family. Her sword vein has actually opened. So what if it opened? What's so rare about that? The point is, her sword vein is faintly purple. Purple. Heavens. That is the highest grade sword Dao talent there is. Qingyang City hasn't seen a purple talent in 300 years. The last senior with a purple talent later joined the Heaven Sword sect and directly became a sect elder famous throughout the world. The discussions rose and fell one after another, every word carrying an impossible-to-hide shock and zeal. Beyond the crowd, a fair number of matchmakers and itinerant charlatans had also flocked in after catching wind of the news, struggling desperately to squeeze into the Yi residence and share in the glory of this newly risen genius. At that moment, Yi Qingli, standing at the entrance of the eastern courtyard, was thoroughly stunned by the dense churning sea of people outside the gate. All she had done was use the destiny pearl to refine 2 strands of primordial sword chi, freeing her sword vein and tinging it faintly purple. Was this really enough to make the whole of Qingyang City hold a New Year parade? This scene was even more lively than the crown prince's wedding back then. Young miss. Behind her the newly assigned, maid carefully shuffled forward, head lowered, her tone full of fawning caution. So many people have gathered outside. Would you like to receive them? These were all influential figures in Qingyang City. If they could win the young miss's approval, the Yi family's status would surely rise with the tide. Yi Qingli gently shook her head and said indifferently no. All she wanted now was to keep a low profile and grow stronger, collecting the 9 strands of primordial sword chi as soon as possible. Who had time to deal with all these worldly obligations? The maid did not dare to say more. She quickly acknowledged the order, hurried to the courtyard gate, and called out to the crowd, "Noble guests, please forgive me. Our young miss is unwell and will not be receiving visitors today, but the gifts left behind we can accept." The moment the words fell, a wave of disappointed sighs sounded outside the gate. But in the next instant the crowd burst into a deafening hubbub again. "If she won't meet us, then fine. Leave the gifts. Quick, send my 1,000-year-old ginseng in. Mine. This is the calming incense I went through great trouble to obtain for the young miss. Hurry and submit the gift list. Tell her I want to congratulate the young miss." The gift bearers immediately formed a long queue, each one lunging to send rare treasures, precious medicinal herbs, and fine silks into the courtyard. The Yi family servants were so busy their feet barely touched the ground, yet they could not stop grinning. She shut the door, sealing off the clamor outside, and turned back into her room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she idly rubbed the destiny pearl at her chest, lost in profound thought. Purple talent. It sounded dazzling, infinitely noble. But in her eyes it was nothing less than a death warrant. The original owner of this body had been a despised good-for-nothing. Now with a sudden turn into a peerless genius, how much jealousy, how many machinations, and how much hidden greed would such a contrast provoke? She still remembered the look her second uncle Yi Zangtian had given her yesterday. There was far too much hidden in those eyes. And those clan elders who wore such genial smiles on the surface. What were they plotting behind everyone's backs? A tall tree catches the wind, Keeping a low profile is the safest way to live. She had to leave Qingyang City quickly and get away from the muddy depths of the Yi family. I need to think of a way out of here as soon as possible. Yi Qingli murmured to herself, her eyes growing more resolute. Once I gather all 9 strands of primordial sword chi, I will finally leave this place of trouble behind. Just as her mind was racing, and she was mapping out her plans for the future. Dong dong dong. From outside the door came the maid's voice, both respectful and nervous. Young miss, the third elder has come personally. Yi Qingli pushed open the door and stepped out only to find a cold, austere figure standing in the courtyard. The man appeared to be in his late 50s or early 60s, dressed in a dark cyan robe. His face was as cold and hard as stone, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating an oppressive aura that demanded others keep their distance. It was Yi Xiao, the third elder of the Yi family. Memories from the original host's past flashed through her mind. Yi Xiao spent most of his time away from home, managing the family's ventures outside the city and beyond. His whereabouts were unpredictable. He might not even appear at the Yi residence once throughout the entire year. As for the original host, deemed an untalented young miss, he had never shown the slightest concern. Qingli. Yi Xiao spoke first, his voice low and hoarse, carrying an unmistakable tone of command. Come with me. Yi Qingli remained rooted to the spot, her expression serene as she lifted her gaze to him. Third elder, if you have something to say, please be direct. Your sword meridian has recovered and your talent has awakened. This is a momentous occasion for the Yi family in 100 years. As an elder, it is only natural that I would intervene personally. Intervene. A faint smile graced Yi Qingli's lips. May I ask, third elder, what precisely do you intend to oversee? Yi Xiao's gaze swept over her from head to toe, a barely perceptible glint flickering deep within his eyes as he spoke with deliberate significance. A talent as rare as yours, a purple-grade aptitude, would be wastefully confined to this modest Yi family. I have connections at the Tianjian sect and can take you directly to the inner sect selection. Tianjian sect. That was the premier cultivation sect that every cultivator in Qingyang City and the surrounding regions desperately sought to join. Those words would have sent any young master or miss from a noble family kneeling in grateful thanks. Yet Yi Qingli merely raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with amusement. Oh, how kind of you, third elder. I'm truly flattered. Yi Xiao's expression darkened, clearly catching the detachment and skepticism in her words. What do you mean? Nothing at all. Yi Qingli maintained her composure, her tone measured and dignified. I merely find it peculiar. For 8 years, third elder, you showed no concern for me. Now that my sword meridian has just recovered, you happen to appear. The timing seems rather too precise, does it not? The moment the words left her lips, the warmth in Yi Xiao's eyes vanished, his gaze turning suddenly cold. Yi Qingli, are you questioning me? I would never dare. Yi Qingli's tone remained flat, showing absolutely no fear. I simply have no desire to go anywhere at the moment. I trouble you to return, third elder. Having said this, she turned to close the door and enter her room. Stop. Yi Xiao's foot slammed down, his figure surging forward in an instant to block the doorway. His presence exploded outward, an overwhelming pressure crashing toward her like a tidal wave. Yi Qingli, do you truly believe that recovering your sword meridian and awakening your talent gives you the audacity to disregard everyone in the Yi family? Let me make something clear. Within these walls, a junior like you has no place to contradict my decisions. Forceful, domineering, an unmasked display of intimidation. This was no elder's care for a gifted younger generation. It was outright coercion. Yi Qingli lifted her gaze to meet his, then unexpectedly broke into a soft laugh, though it carried a chilling edge. Third elder, the way you speak doesn't sound like you're trying to help me. It sounds more like you're threatening me. Yi Xiao's expression shifted, his eyes flickering with uncertainty before he forcibly suppressed it, his voice dropping heavy. Nonsense. I'm doing this for your own good, for your future. For my own good. Yi Qingli advanced steadily, each step deliberate, her gaze locking directly onto his as she measured out her words. Then I'd like to ask, third elder, where exactly do you plan to take me at? Naturally, to the Tianjian sect. The answer came instantly. And then oi. And then oi. Yi Xiao paused, clearly unprepared for her persistence, his impatience surfacing. And then you'll take the sect examination, become an inner disciple, and rise to greatness in a single leap. Yi Qingli fixed her stare upon his eyes, those clear orbs holding no trace of fear, only a piercing, icy lucidity. She spoke slowly, her voice quiet, yet cutting like a blade that sliced through Yi Xiao's pretense. Third elder, the way you look at me, it has nothing to do with seeing a family prodigy. You're looking at merchandise waiting for the highest bidder. Boom. The word struck like thunder. Yi Xiao's face darkened completely, his expression so grim it seemed ready to weep, while the aura radiating from his body turned dangerously volatile. Yi Xiao's face darkened instantly as his innermost thoughts were laid bare. He shot Yi Qingli a venomous glare, let out a cold snort, and without another word swept his sleeves and strode away from the east courtyard, a palpable aura of hostility trailing behind him. Yi Qingli stood in the center of the courtyard, watching his hurried departure. The faint smile that had touched her lips gradually faded, replaced by a cold and grave solemnity. Something was deeply wrong. This third elder Yi Xiao was absolutely suspicious. He had suddenly appeared, repeatedly insisting on taking her to Heavenly Sword sect, yet his words reeked of calculation and control. Nothing like the demeanor of someone genuinely caring for a junior. Especially that final glance of his in which his ambition and greed were barely contained, threatening to spill over at any moment. She was just about to turn back to her room and carefully piece together the current situation when something caught the corner of her eye. At the far end of the corridor, a figure was skulking, furtively glancing left and right as it slipped toward the side courtyard. It was Madame Zhou, the mistress of the second branch, the most cunning and vicious schemer from the original owner's memories. A cold gleam flashed across Yi Qingli's eyes, and she thought to herself, there you are. Without making a sound, she rose onto her toes and followed, moving like a shadow. Madame Zhou tiptoed all the way, sidestepping the servants, and made her way directly to a secluded little cottage in the side courtyard. She knocked rapidly and slipped inside. Yi Qingli quickly crept to the window, held her breath, and pressed her ear against the cold window paper, listening intently. The conversation inside drifted out clearly. That brat really is ungrateful. How dare she openly defy you in front of everyone, and leave you humiliated? What do you plan to do about it? Madame Zhou's voice carried obvious schadenfreude and anxiety, clearly eager to see Yi Qingli suffer. Yi Qingli, still outside, raised a brow. So these two had been colluding all along. Yi Zhao's cold and impatient voice came from within. Why the rush? She's nothing but a green-haired child of barely 15. So what if her sword pulse has awakened? Can she really escape my grasp? But Madame Zhou's voice wavered with hesitation and trepidation. She has purple-grade talent now. The old patriarch has been doting on her and watching her closely. What if he shields her? Then how are we to make our move? There will be no what if. Yi Xiao cut her off decisively, his tone dripping with dark certainty. No matter how talented she is still a daughter of the Yi clan. Once she's married off into my second branch, she belongs to someone else. No amount of talent will save her from our control. By then her gifts and her sword chi will serve the second branch of the Yi family. Nothing more. Married off. Yi Qingli's heart tightened, her focus sharpening to its peak. Madame Zhou immediately pressed, astonishment coloring her voice. Married off? To whom? Third elder. You don't mean... The name that followed Madame Zhou never dared speak aloud, but the realization that dawned on her was like a thunderclap exploding in Yi Qingli's ears. Your own son, Madame Zhou's voice rang with utter disbelief. But isn't he crippled, paralyzed in bed all these years? You want Miss Qingli to marry him? Isn't that just sending her straight into a fire pit? Silence. Yi Zhao's harsh rebuke cut through the air, icy and bone-chilling. My son may be physically impaired, but his noble lineage far surpasses hers. Marrying a former good-for-nothing like her is more than adequate. She's an orphan girl with no backing and no protection. To wed into my second branch and bring fortune to my son, that is a blessing beyond measure. A blessing. Squatting outside the window, Yi Qingli burned with rage, nearly laughing aloud from sheer incredulity. Did this old man have any shame left? Relying on his status as third elder, he wanted to force her into marriage with a disabled son, all to exploit her talents. What an obscene fantasy. Madame Zhou's voice instantly turned syrupy with flattery. Exactly. Third elder speaks with perfect wisdom. To wed your esteemed son, it would be Mrs. Greatest Fortune, and our second branches as well. After all is accomplished. Between the lines, she was clearly fishing for rewards. Your reward will not be forgotten. Yi Xiao tossed out a dismissive remark as though victory were already sealed in his hands. Boom. The entire conversation struck Yi Qingli like a bucket of boiling water poured directly over her heart. She retreated silently, putting distance between herself and the window, then leaned against the wall and drew several deep breaths to forcibly suppress the fury boiling within her. Yi Xiao and the second branch were now fully aligned. They had never valued her talent out of genuine regard. They wanted to use her as a tool, a commodity to be traded. The old patriarch may have been kind to her, but that kindness was rooted in the value of her purple-grade talent. When the time came to weigh family interests, he might very well choose not to provoke the second branch elders, who held real power, just to protect one junior. And as for that illegitimate second uncle Yi Santian, the calculating look he had given her the day before spoke volumes. Seeking his help would be like making a deal with a tiger. Relying on others is no substitute for relying on oneself. Returning to her room, Yi Qingli sat on the edge of her bed, fingers tightly gripping the Heavenly Destiny Bead against her chest. Its cool touch steadied her turbulent mind. Then the trip to Heavenly Sword Sect had to be accelerated. Staying in the Yi estate would only make her a fish on the cutting board at the mercy of the second branch. Only by joining Heavenly Sword Sect as a true disciple, only by wielding the power to protect herself, could she truly seize control of her own fate and shatter these people's sinister plots. Her eyes hardened with absolute resolve. Heavenly Sword Sect, I'm coming. At dawn on the second day, Yi Qingli was sitting in the courtyard idly eating breakfast. She had just taken a bite of a soft steamed bun when heavy urgent footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate, aggressive, plainly announcing ill intent. She glanced up and saw that it was indeed Yi Xiao, the third elder of the Yi clan. Only this time he was not alone. Behind him followed two tall, fierce-faced guards radiating murderous intent, clearly here to pressure her. Yi Qingli did not even raise her eyelids. Her chopsticks continued steadily picking at the side dishes with not the slightest trace of panic, as if the entire scene before her was merely a commotion stirred up by some cats and dogs. Yi Qingli. Yi Xiao strode into the courtyard and stopped at the gate, looking down at her from above, his eyes exuding undisguised pressure, his voice even colder than ice. How have you thought about what I told you yesterday? Don't play dumb with me. Yi Qingli slowly chewed and swallowed the bun in her mouth, took a sip of porridge, then raised her eyes with casual indifference and said in a plainly calm tone, "What matter? I have a bad memory." Third elder might as well say it directly. Those words thoroughly ignited Yi Xiao's anger. His expression sank abruptly and the pressure around him plummeted. "Stop playing dumb with me. Naturally, it is about going to the Tianjin sect together with me. All that matter." Yi Qingli then nodded as if suddenly enlightened, set down her chopsticks, gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, and said with crisp finality, "I have thought it over. I am not going." Those three short words made Yi Xiao's eyes instantly chill. He stared at her with dark, sinister eyes and demanded word by word, "Are you sure? Dare to say that again." "Sure and absolutely certain." Yi Qingli stood up, her posture straight and unbending, meeting his gaze with neither humility nor arrogance, not a trace of fear on her face. "Third elder, I appreciate your good intentions, but I will go to the Tianjin sect on my own. There is no need to trouble you to show me the way." Yi Xiao laughed coldly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, his voice full of mockery and disdain. "Go on your own. Yi Qingli, have you lost your mind? Do you think the Tianjin sect is a place where any stray cat or dog can enter? Is it a roadside vegetable market where you can go whenever you want?" He could not believe that an orphan girl, neglected and helpless in the Yi clan, could depend on her own ability to step through the gates of the Tianjin sect. Yi Qingli's eyes turned slightly cold, and she refused to yield an inch. The Tianjin sect openly recruits disciples from outside every year. As long as one's talent meets the standard and one passes the examination, one can enter smoothly. My talent is purple-tinged and my aptitude is more than sufficient. Why can't I take the examination myself? Purple-tinged talent. Those four words stuck in Yi Xiao's throat like a bone, leaving him momentarily speechless. His face instantly became even uglier, shifting between livid and pale, his chest heaving with rage. He had never imagined that this girl, who had always been timid and easy to bully, would now dare speak to him like this and block his mouth with her talent. "Yi Qingli, don't be ungrateful." Yi Xiao stepped forward in fury, his aura surging violently, and threatened savagely, "I came in person today because I have given you ample face. If you refuse the toast only to drink the forfeit, don't blame me, your third elder, for treating you without courtesy." Seeing Yi Xiao tear off his disguise and reveal his vicious nature, Yi Qingli suddenly smiled instead, a cold, mocking smile. "Third elder, have you finally stopped pretending and shown your true face?" Yi Xiao's face instantly turned livid and he barked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Yi Qingli spoke slowly, her voice clear, every word cutting to the heart. "Every word you said to Madame Zhou in the side courtyard yesterday. I heard it all, not one word missed." When her words fell, Yi Xiao's expression changed violently, turning from livid to deathly pale, with a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. "Something about marrying your disabled son, something about your son being more than enough for me." Yi Qingli said, her gaze icy, exposing his filthy scheme word by word. "Third elder, you keep saying you will help me go to the Tianjin sect. Are you really helping me, or are you trying to push me into a pit of fire to harm me?" With the truth exposed in public, Yi Xiao froze for 3 seconds, then his shame turning to fury, he tore off all pretense and burst into curses. "You little wretch. You actually dared to eavesdrop on my conversation. You are asking for death." He could no longer hold back. He abruptly waved a hand and issued a harsh order, "Seize her." The 2 guards behind him received the order and immediately charged at Yi Qingli with ferocious momentum and ruthless moves, clearly intending to forcibly kidnap her. Yi Qingli's eyes sharpened and she was just about to act when a voice, old yet full of unquestionable authority, suddenly exploded from outside the courtyard gate. "Stop." The furious shout carried an indubitable oppressive might, freezing the 2 guards in their tracks as they dared not move any further. Yi Xiao's face changed. He hurriedly turned and saw the old patriarch of the Yi clan, leaning on a dragon head cane, walking in step by step from outside the gate. His expression was cold and stern, his presence awe-inspiring. Behind him followed Yi Tsangtian and several clan elders. They had clearly arrived long ago and had witnessed all that just happened. "Father," Yi Xiao's heart suddenly panicked, and even his tone weakened. "You. Why are you here?" The old patriarch slammed his cane heavily on the ground with a dull thud, then stared at him coldly, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. "If I had not come, were you planning to have my own granddaughter bound and taken away right in front of me?" Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and still tried to quibble. "Father," this girl spoke rudely and defied her elders. "I only wanted to discipline her a little." "Ooh, I did not intend." "Discipline her?" The old patriarch sneered, his eyes like blazing torches, and directly exposed his lie. "Yi Xiao, all those dark and filthy schemes of yours, who can they fool? Do you take me for a blind old fool?" Exposed in public by the old patriarch, Yi Xiao's face shifted between livid and pale, awkward and angry, yet he did not dare refute a single word. The old patriarch no longer looked at him. He turned and walked to Yi Qingli, his expression softening slightly, and asked in a deep voice, "Qingli, do you truly want to go to the Tianjin sect?" Yi Qingli raised her head and nodded firmly. "Then go." The old patriarch spoke without any hesitation, his tone resolute. Our Yi clan may not be one of the top great families, but we can still afford the travel money and provisions for you to attend the Tianjin sect selection. Yi Qingli was slightly startled. She had not expected the old patriarch to support her so decisively, and a warmth spread through her heart. She immediately bowed and said, "Qingli, thanks, grandfather." Yi Xiao, growing anxious on the side, wanted to step forward and say something more, but the old patriarch raised a hand and barked, "You shut up. From today onward, without my permission, you are not allowed to set half a step into the inner courtyard. If you dare trouble Qingli again, you will be punished by clan law." Those words utterly cut off Yi Xiao's hopes. He watched the scene before him, trembling with rage, his face black as the bottom of a wok, his eyes full of resentment. Yet he could only clench his fists tightly, angry but not daring to say a word. Yi Qingli knew from the very instant of her rebirth that Yi Xiao, the third elder of the Yi family, would never simply let her go. A man of wolfish ambition, he had long coveted both the resources and the talent in her hands. After her ruthless slapdown had left him utterly disgraced last time, his narrow-minded, venomous temperament all but guaranteed that he would strike a fatal blow from the shadows. Thus Yi Qingli had long since prepared for every contingency. She was simply waiting for him to deliver himself into her trap. Deep in the night, the entire Yi estate was sound asleep. Even the night watchman leaned drowsily against a pillar. All was silent save for the rustle of wind through the leaves. Yi Qingli lay quietly in bed, eyes shut, breathing long and even. She looked to be in the deepest slumber, wholly unguarded, a lamb waiting for the butcher's knife. Yet no one knew that beneath the quilts her right hand had never stopped clutching a small parcel wrapped in oil paper, her fingertips not relaxing for a single moment. It was knockout powder. Earlier that afternoon she had deliberately asked a young maidservant for some so-called rat poison, which was in truth a powerful sleeping powder of her own making, crafted from this world's herbal formulas. So ferocious was its potency that even a master of the body-tempering realm would collapse unconscious on the spot at the barest contact, let alone an ordinary martial artist. It was 10 times more overbearing than the strongest modern sedative. She was waiting for the uninvited guest who was certain to arrive. Just past midnight, at the hour when darkness was most profound and energy hung heaviest in the air. Creak, a sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible, slipped through the window crack. Yi Qingli's eyelashes quivered by a barely visible degree, yet she remained in her sleeping pose, her breathing undisturbed by even a hair. A flawless act. The next instant, a lithe black silhouette slipped in through the window, like an apparition landing without a sound on the balls of his feet. A professionally trained killer through and through. He crept to the bedside, a dagger gleaming with cold light tightly gripped in his hand. The blade cast a bone-piercing glimmer in the dimness, plainly a weapon capable of cleaving a hair at a breath. He stared hard at the defenseless Yi Qingli, a cruel and venomous sneer twisting at the corner of his mouth, murder blazing in his eyes. "You little wench, dare to defy the third elder. Today you die." The shadow cursed savagely in his heart. He slowly raised his arm, the dagger's point aimed with unerring precision at Yi Qingli's dantian, the seat of a cultivator's sword meridian and the very foundation of cultivation. If the blade struck true and crippled her sword meridian, Yi Qingli would never cultivate again for the rest of her life. She would be reduced to a complete and utter waste. What Yi Xiao wanted was to make her suffer a fate worse than death. The dagger tore through the air with a fierce whistle, stabbing viciously down toward Yi Qingli's dantian. In that instant of imminent death, when all hung on a hair, Yi Qingli, who had been fast asleep, suddenly snapped open her eyes. There was no drowsiness in those eyes, only freezing murderous intent and the calm of someone who had long foreseen this moment. "Too late," she cried sharply. Her wrist lashed up and the packet of knockout powder she had been clutching smashed hard into the shadow's face. Puff, a soft burst. White powder erupted like a sudden flurry of snow, plastering his face and mouth in an instant. Even his nose and eyes did not escape. The shadow froze in place, utterly stunned, his eyes filled with disbelieving terror. He had never imagined that this seemingly feeble, legitimate daughter of the Yi family, a girl so weak she seemed unable to trust a chicken, would have laid a trap for him all along. "You." He barely managed to blurt out a single shocked syllable before a devastating wave of dizziness smashed into his forehead like a sledgehammer. His limbs immediately went weak, and every ounce of his strength fled without a trace. Thud! Without even a chance to struggle, the shadow pitched forward and slammed headfirst onto the ground. His limbs twitched twice, then he fell into a complete dead faint, sleeping sounder than a pig. Yi Qingli sat up, unhurriedly massaged her wrist, and looked down at the unconscious shadow with a condescending gaze. She nudged his body with her foot, confirming that he was thoroughly out cold without a hint of waking, then turned and lit the oil lamp by the table. The warm lamplight rose, illuminating the shadow's face. Yi Qingli scanned it, her eyes turning cool. This man was a stranger to her, thoroughly unfamiliar. But when her gaze fell upon his wrist, a coldly mocking smile curved at the corner of her mouth. There, starkly tattooed on his wrist, was a black eagle spreading its wings, lifelike and radiating menace. This was the exclusive mark of the Yi family's death warriors. Apart from third elder Yi Xiao, no one in the entire Yi family had the authority to command this death squad. So it really was him. Yi Qingli let out a cold laugh, her eyes turning even frostier. She turned and found a coarse hemp rope, then trussed the death warrior up in a matter of moments until he could not move an inch. She even gagged his mouth tightly, leaving him no chance to cry for help. With everything handled, Qingli dragged the unconscious death warrior by one hand, heedless of his dead weight, and strode with steady steps through the silent courtyard straight to the entrance of Yi Zhao's compound. She dumped him on the ground carelessly, and the death warrior landed with a muffled thump. Before departing, Qingli took a note written long in advance from her bosom and gently patted it onto his chest. On the note, the handwriting was sharp and icy. Just a single line, "Third Elder, you dropped something of yours." With that, Qingli turned and walked away, her silhouette elegant, yet cold, leaving behind only the courtyard full of night, and a surprise that was about to send Yi Zhao into a towering rage. Dared to scheme against her in the dark. That old bastard Yi Zhao still had a long way to go. At the first glimmer of dawn, the lanes of the Yi mansion burst into an uproar. Outside Third Elder, Yi Zhao's courtyard servants and household guards packed in dense layers, with even a few cadet branch disciples squeezing to the very front. Craning their necks toward the ground, they whispered and exchanged glances, faces alight with the eager shock of gawking onlookers. On the bluestone slabs before the courtyard gate lay a man in black, tied up by coarse hemp rope into a tight bundle. His limbs were pressed flush against his body, leaving him completely unable to move, and a filthy rag had been stuffed into his mouth, permitting only muffled groans. His eyes were round and wide, half humiliated, half terrified, as he writhed on the ground in an utterly wretched state. This man was none other than the Yi family's most covert deathsworn, the one operative in all the Yi household that only Third Elder Yi Zhao could command. Yet he had been flung before the courtyard gate like garbage, a public slap to Yi Zhao's face. Bang! With a thunderous crack, Yi Zhao's door was kicked open with explosive force. Yi Zhao, dressed in a brocade robe with his hair slightly disheveled, stormed out of the room in fury, his face still bearing the drowsiness of recent sleep. The instant he saw the scene at the gate, however, his complexion shifted from white to green, then from green to black, until it was as dark as the bottom of a wok. Rage made his temples throb violently. Scoundrel! Who on earth did this? Yi Zhao's beard and hair bristled with fury as he let out a thunderous roar. It startled the surrounding servants into lowering their heads, trembling with fear, not daring to draw a breath. No one dared to answer. All eyes, as if by unspoken agreement, settled on the conspicuous note pinned to the deathsworn's chest. Yi Zhao spotted it in an instant. Flames of anger licking at his heart, he snatched the note and stared at it. "Third Elder, you dropped something." Those 9 words, written in sharp, icy strokes, felt like brutal slaps across his face. Yi Zhao trembled violently with rage. In the blink of an eye, the note was crumpled into a tight ball in his hand, his knuckles white as he nearly ground the paper to shreds. He kicked the deathsworn hard, then crouched down viciously and ripped the filthy rag from the man's mouth. With blood-red eyes, he roared like a madman, "Speak! Who did this to you? Who would be so brazen as to lay a hand on one of my men?" The deathsworn let out a muffled groan from the kick, frightened out of his wits. He dared not conceal a thing. With a mournful face, he stammered, "Third Elder." It was Qingli. She was not asleep at all. She was faking it the whole time. The moment I moved, she flung the drugged smoke right into my face. I lost consciousness before I could resist, and when I woke up, I was already in this state. These words struck like a bolt from the blue. Yi Zhao stood frozen in place, and then a towering fury shot straight to his head. It really was Qingli, the good-for-nothing legitimate daughter he had thought he could crush with a careless flick of his fingers. Not only had she foiled his assassination plan, she had also trussed his deathsworn up like a bundle and dumped him at his doorstep, leaving a note to humiliate him publicly. It was naked provocation. It was climbing onto his head and shitting on him. Qingli. A heart-rending roar filled with boundless fury erupted from Yi Zhao's throat. The sound was so tremendous that it carried throughout the entire Yi estate, reaching even the farthest courtyards with perfect clarity. At that moment in Qingli's courtyard, she was standing leisurely beneath the eaves. Having heard Yi Zhao's near-explosive roar of rage, she slowly curved her lips into a cold, disdainful smile. There was not the slightest fear in her eyes, only unalloyed mockery. Let him rage. Let him rage all he wants. The angrier the better. In fact, it would be best if he fainted from sheer anger, saving her the trouble of having to deal with him herself. This little lesson was only the interest after all. What Yi Zhao owed her she would reclaim bit by bit, interest and principal included. Unwilling to waste another thought on the commotion over there, Qingli turned and walked straight back into her room, beginning to pack her belongings with unhurried composure. She knew full well that tangling with a petty man like Yi Zhao was pointless. Her goal had never been this cramped corner of the Yi family. In exactly half a month, the Tianjin sect's genius selection would begin. The journey from Qingyang City to the Tianjin sect was long, at least 7 or 8 days on the road. She had to depart early to make it in time for the selection. As long as she entered the Tianjin sect and gained the sect's protection, neither Yi Zhao, nor the entire Yi family for that matter, would ever be able to manipulate her at will again. Qingli packed her things without the slightest hurry, her gaze resolute, every step already planned in her mind. Yi Zhao's fury was nothing more than a trivial interlude along the path of her rise. The news that Qingli was leaving spread like wings, reaching every corner of the Yi estate overnight. The legitimate daughter once deemed worthless and easily manipulated was now set to depart for the legendary Tianjin sect, a place once thought unreachable. All present felt a tangle of complicated emotions. The old patriarch Yi Tsongtian sat upon the main hall clad in majestic brocade robes with a solemn expression. As he gazed upon his granddaughter, now standing tall and vibrant, her former despair entirely gone, a complex mix of pride and helplessness flickered in his eyes. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, servants promptly brought forth a heavy brocade pouch. Qingli, the journey ahead is long and fraught with unknown dangers. These 100 taels of silver shall serve as your travel provisions from this old man. The old patriarch paused briefly, then drew a sealed letter from his sleeve. There is also a letter of recommendation. Though the Tianjin sect does not value such nominal credentials, having it is better than nothing. It may afford you some protection along the way. Yi Qingli accepted the pouch and let her fingertips growing cold as she offered a respectful bow. Thank you, old master. Immediately thereafter, Yi Tsongtian of the second branch arrived. Standing at the doorway, his expression shifting between dark and light, his gaze upon Yi Qingli tangled with envy, resentment, and an almost imperceptible hint of dread. After a long silence, he managed to force out a gruff remark. Take care on your journey. Yi Qingli gave a faint nod, offering no further words. The score she needed to settle, she kept firmly in mind. No need for words now. As for Lady Zhou, that stepmother who had sought her death never once appeared. Nor had Miss Yi Ling shown any sign of presence. She hadn't even appeared in shadow. It was said that after her devastating defeat on the arena, this young lady of the second branch had become so broken she refused to see anyone hiding in her room all day, likely too ashamed to face the one she had called the defeated. Yi Qingli shouldered her simple pack, carrying that seemingly unremarkable iron sword, and stepped slowly out through the vermilion gates of the Yi estate. Sunlight fell upon the bluestone path, casting her slender figure against the ground. At the gate stood an unexpected figure in quiet stillness, Yi Qingwan. The recognized genius of the second branch wore a simple, elegant dress today, her hair adorned only with a plain jade hairpin. Standing in the morning light with curved brows and gentle features, she appeared delicate and moving, like a white lotus untouched by dust. Upon seeing Yi Qingli emerge, she immediately hurried forward, her voice soft enough to melt water. Sister, I've come to see you off. Yi Qingli halted her steps, scanning her from head to toe, then a cold and mocking smile curled her lips. Yi Qingwan, don't you grow weary of acting? The smile on Yi Qingwan's face froze momentarily, but quickly returned to normal as she pretended to feel wronged. What is sister speaking of? I've come sincerely to see you off, for we are sisters after all. Sincerely. Yi Qingli took a step forward, drawing close to her, lowering her voice with icy menace. When your mother and that madwoman sister of yours plotted with outsiders to kill me, where was your sincerity? And when you watched me being ambushed, where was your sincerity then? Yi Qingwan's face turned instantly pale, her eyes flickering with panic as she forced composure. Sister, you misunderstand. Those are grievances from the previous generation. Enough, stop pretending. Yi Qingli abruptly stepped back, waving dismissively with indifferent tone. I'm leaving. You and the second branch will have peace from now on. No more need to scheme against me. With that, she turned and walked away without a trace of hesitation, disappearing at the gate without looking back. Behind her, the gentle mask on Yi Qingwan's face shattered completely. The smile vanished from her lips, entirely replaced by suppressed darkness and venomous resentment. She stared fiercely at Yi Qingli's receding figure, her nails digging deep into her palms, a vicious calculation flashing in her eyes. Yi Qingli, do you think you can escape? Along the road to Tianjin sect, there will be ample opportunities for you to perish without even a grave. Leaving Qingyang City, Yi Qingli stepped onto the northern official road. Tianjin sect lay 1,000 li away in the Tianjin mountains, a lengthy journey. Along the way, she would need to pass through several bustling towns before crossing the desolate Blackwind Ridge. She reached out to touch the warm jade pendant at her chest. The sole relic her mother had left her, the only warmth remaining in her heart. She then touched the rusty iron sword within her bundle, her sole weapon at present. Half a month. If she could reach Tianjin sect within half a month and pass the selection smoothly, she would finally escape the shadow of the Yi family and those schemes of demons and monsters. By then, with the sky vast enough for birds to fly and seas wide enough for fish to leap, she would surely make those who had wronged her pay a terrible price. Yi Qingli took a deep breath, the air carrying the freshness of vegetation and the vastness of the road ahead. She gripped the iron sword in her hand firmly, her gaze resolute as steel, quickening her pace. Though thorns lay ahead, she was ready and prepared to face them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After journeying by day and resting by night for 3 days, Yi Qingli finally stepped into Heifeng Ridge, the sole route she had to take to reach the Tianjin sect. Here the mountains rose steeply and the forest grew thick. On both sides, sheer cliffs towered into the clouds, leaving only a single narrow, winding path between them. Within the ridge, ancient trees scraped the sky, blotting out the sun so completely that barely a sliver of light trickled through. The silence was terrifying. Not a single bird call could be heard. The whole place exuded a strange, eerie gloom. Relying on her memories from her past life, she knew this was a notorious danger spot. Bandits ran rampant here, and merchants and travelers passing through would meet with misfortune 9 times out of 10. After she had walked for about an hour, her footsteps suddenly halted. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. The silence was unnatural. In an ordinary mountain forest, even without a trace of humans, insects would still chirp and birds would still call. But here in Hafeng Ridge, it was so silent that even the sound of wind brushing through leaves was clearly audible. This was not the rhythm of nature at all. Alarm bells blared in Yi Qingli's heart. In an instant she clenched the iron sword in her hand, every muscle in her body tensing. Her gaze, as sharp as an eagle's, swept warily across the dense woods on both sides. Just then, swish. A crossbow bolt, gleaming with cold light, shot out abruptly from the thick woods on the right, tearing through the air with a harsh whistle. It flew straight for her chest. A close call. Yi Qingli reacted with lightning speed, twisting aside as nimbly as a wildcat. The bolt grazed her shoulder and thudded into the tree trunk behind her, its fletching still trembling violently. Huh. It really is a little wench. That girl didn't fool us after all. A burst of coarse, grating laughter rang out from the woods. In the next moment, more than a dozen ragged, heavily built men charged out from both sides of the forest, brandishing gleaming steel blades and looking utterly ferocious. In an instant, they surrounded Yi Qingli completely. At their head was a one-eyed man. A knife scar stretched from his brow down to his jaw, giving him a hideous and terrifying appearance. He carried a heavy ghost-head saber on his shoulder, his one eye roving up and down, Yi Qingli lecherously. He licked his lips and let out a lewd chuckle. I wasn't expecting such a good haul this trip. The little wench who sent herself to our doorstep is rather pretty. Judging by your clothes, I'd say you're some rich family's young miss. Worth every one of those 50 taels of silver. Yi Qingli arched a delicate eyebrow, staring at him with icy eyes. That girl. Who? Seeing how calm and unruffled she remained, the one-eyed man grew even more pleased with himself. Bearing a mouthful of yellow teeth, he sneered, "Stop pretending. A girl called Yi Ling came to us and paid 50 taels of silver. She said you're a piece of trash from the Yi family, down on your luck, and told us to catch you on the road, rape you, kill you, and throw your corpse into the mountains to feed the wolves, so you'd be out of her way for good." He made lewd, groping gestures, his gaze wandering over Yi Qingli without the slightest restraint, nearly drooling. "But I think you're not bad looking and your skin is fair. If you behave yourself and serve my brothers well, maybe I'll take pity on you and leave you a whole corpse, let you die a bit more quickly." Seeing this, the surrounding bandits also burst into jeering laughter. Filthy words spilled from their mouths, and the greed and malice in their eyes nearly overflowed. Yi Qingli stood where she was, listening quietly. Her face revealed no emotion at all. She neither panicked nor grew angry, as if she were hearing a story that had nothing to do with her. But only she knew that the knuckles gripping her sword hilt had already turned white. Deep in her eyes, a streak of murderous intent colder than winter's ice froze the air around her in an instant. "Yi Ling." She whispered the name once, her voice barely audible, yet carrying a bone-deep chill. 50 taels of silver. That's right. What? Scared now, are you? The one-eyed man saw that she had finally reacted, and assumed she was frightened out of her wits. Swaggering, he waved his saber. "If you know what's good for you, hand over all the gold, silver, and jewelry on you, then come quietly with us brothers back to the stronghold." Afraid? Yi Qingli abruptly raised her head, met his greedy gaze, and suddenly smiled. That smile was icily cold, dazzlingly beautiful, and utterly ruthless. "I was just thinking," she said, each word deliberate and clear as ice, "that the lives of scum like you are far too cheap." The one-eyed man's expression changed. Realizing instantly that something was wrong, he roared, "You're asking for death." With a wave of his hand, the ghost-head saber howled down toward Yi Qingli's head. "Kill this little bitch." Seeing this, the dozen or so bandits swarmed forward, steel blades slashing. A dense web of blade light instantly sealed off every last route of retreat for Yi Qingli. A bloody life-and-death battle was now inevitable. A torrential downpour drenched the world, reducing heaven and earth to a blinding expanse of white. Bean-sized raindrops smashed against the ground, splashing countless water droplets, while fierce winds howled through the mountain forest, emitting sounds like the wails of ghosts and howls of demons. The entire world was completely swallowed by this sudden, relentless downpour. Yi Qingli huddled in this dilapidated temple that had been abandoned for God knows how many years, having sought refuge there for a full half-hour. Yet even so, her clothes remained thoroughly soaked by the cold, wind-driven rain, clinging tightly to her body with a bone-chilling dampness that made her shiver involuntarily. She squatted behind the half-collapsed incense table, brows furrowed slightly, as she gazed at the perpetual downpour outside the temple, unable to suppress a low curse under her breath. Absolutely devastating luck. 3 days prior, she had encountered that band of mountain bandits hired by Yi Ling on the Black Wind Ridge. Truthfully, with her cultivation merely at the yellow stage first level, having just opened her sword meridian, confronting over a dozen burly bandits armed with weapons would have been nothing short of suicide. She knew her own capabilities well and would never commit such foolishness. So she never engaged them directly, instead deploying the exquisite 8 trigram step from her past life memories. Using the complex terrain of the mountain forest, she effortlessly outmaneuvered those arrogant and overconfident fools, then slipped away without looking back. Running was the right choice. As the saying went, where the green hills remain, firewood will never run out, and she understood that principle better than anyone. After shaking off the bandits, she dared not pause for even a moment, pressing forward through the night in a desperate flight. She feared that Yiling, that relentless wraith, might not give up and could send another batch, perhaps a second or third wave, of assassins to intercept her. After all, during her time at the Yi family, Yiling's hatred toward her had been openly displayed. Now that she had escaped that cage, Yiling would have no restraints and would surely seek to eliminate her completely. But for all her calculations, she had never factored in the weather. Just that evening, a violent, unforeseen downpour struck, without warning, trapping her deep within these desolate mountains. No village ahead, no one behind. Stretching in every direction were rolling mountain forests, not a single human figure in sight. Only this crumbling, dilapidated temple offered meager shelter from wind and rain. Qingli slowly raised her head, carefully surveying the surroundings of this ruined temple. This temple had been abandoned for countless years. More than half of the roof had collapsed, with several gaping holes pouring rainwater relentlessly into the interior, and murky puddles had accumulated across the ground. The deity statue in the center of the temple had long fallen, shattered into numerous fragments haphazardly piled in a corner. Only from the remaining contours could one barely discern that it had once depicted a humanoid figure wielding a long sword. The offering table was coated in a thick layer of dust and wrapped in dense spiderwebs, clearly untouched for a very long time, radiating an eerie and desolate atmosphere. Her gaze drifted slowly and settled upon the pile of broken stones in the corner. Upon the shattered base of the statue, several faint and indistinct ancient characters were faintly carved. Something stirred within Qingli's heart. She carefully rose to her feet, approached slowly, and extended her finger to gently brush away the accumulated dust, squinting to decipher the inscription. Sword, God, Temple. The moment she read those three characters clearly, she froze completely, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. This crumbling ruin on the verge of collapse was actually a temple dedicated to a sword god. Just which sword god had suffered such misfortune to meet such a sorry end, with the temple in such disrepair and no one coming to repair or worship here? It was truly pitiful beyond words. Boom. A deafening thunderclap detonated overhead, and silver serpent lightning tore through the pitch-black night sky, bathing the entire ruined temple in ghostly white light. The rain showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew even more ferocious, as if determined to devour the entire world. Startled from her thoughts by the thunder, Qingli quickly shrank back behind the incense table, clutching her small bundle tightly to her chest, her body curling inward. In that moment, she inexplicably found herself yearning for the Yi family's modest courtyard. Crumbling as it was, at least it did not leak rain. Even though that courtyard had been riddled with schemes and malice, at least she would not be drenched to the bone and reduced to such a wretched state. Just as she was silently grumbling within, bang! A deafening crash. The sturdy wooden door of the ruined temple was suddenly and viciously burst open from the outside. A dark figure stumbled into the temple, like a severed kite, his steps unsteady and body drenched in blood. With each step, he left a long, gruesome trail of crimson in the puddles on the ground. The pungent, overwhelming stench of blood instantly flooded the entire ruined temple. Qingli's entire body went rigid. Her heart skipped a beat as her hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. Fully alert, her gaze sharp as a blade, she locked eyes with the sudden intruder. Having burst inside, the man had clearly exhausted his final reserves of strength. He lurched forward several stumbling steps, his body swaying uncontrollably before he could no longer support himself. Thud! A dull impact echoed as he fell straight onto the icy ground, motionless, completely silent. Qingli held her breath and made no rash moves. She remained crouched behind the incense table, her gaze fixed upon the corpse on the ground, patiently waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes passed, yet the figure on the ground showed no movement at all. His breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. She waited another 3 minutes. Still dead silence. Outside, the torrential rain poured relentlessly, thunder rumbling repeatedly. Inside the temple, bloodwater slowly spread through the puddles on the ground, the atmosphere reaching an oppressive peak. Qingli furrowed her brows slightly, finally unable to restrain herself. She cautiously peeked half her head out from behind the incense table, using the fleeting flash of lightning to closely examine the man on the ground. He was clad in black, with a black cloth covering his face, revealing only his closed eyelashes. His nose was straight and high, his jawline sharp and stern. His frame was tall and upright, and even sprawled on the ground, his slender, athletic build was evident. He was clearly a young man. His entire body was soaked in fresh blood, his clothing torn and ragged, wounds still oozing crimson fluid. The vivid hue of the blood indicated the injuries were recent, and his right hand remained tightly clenched around a long sword. Even in unconsciousness, he showed not the slightest intention of releasing his grip, as though it were his very life. Qingli's gaze instantly locked onto that sword. It was a broken blade. The sword body had fractured halfway, leaving only a little over a foot in length, its edge chipped and damaged, looking utterly worn and battered. Yet the hilt remained intact, carved with intricate, ancient, and mysterious patterns radiating the aura of ages. Another flash of lightning illuminated the night sky. This time, Qingli clearly saw the patterns engraved upon the hilt. Ancient sword marks. Her eyes instantly blazed with astonishing brightness, and her heart pounded wildly. As a bona fide archaeology doctoral graduate from her past life, she was thoroughly familiar with such patterns. These were the ancient sword marks inscribed exclusively upon peerless legendary swords of the primordial era. Each sword mark represented a blade intent refined to its absolute pinnacle, the crystallization of a sword cultivator's lifetime of cultivation and lifeblood. They were priceless treasures, extraordinarily rare and never to be taken for granted. This broken sword was at least 3,000 years old. Qingli swallowed hard, her gaze fixed upon the blade while reason and desire waged a fierce head-on collision deep within her heart. Reason screamed frantically. This man was covered in blood of unknown origin, radiating a heavy aura of killing intent. He could be a vicious murderer or a heavily pursued fugitive. Stay away from him. Leave this ruined temple immediately. Survival was paramount. Yet desire roared wildly. Those were ancient sword marks. A 3,000-year-old legendary sword. A peerless supreme treasure. If she missed this chance, she might never encounter another such opportunity in her entire lifetime. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Boom. Another thunderclap exploded overhead. Qingli gritted her teeth, and her eyes instantly hardened with resolve. She slowly rose from behind the incense table, keeping her steps low, advancing inch by careful inch toward the man on the ground. Just one look. She repeatedly comforted herself within her heart. Just one glance at that sword to confirm the details of the ancient marks, then she would leave immediately. Absolutely not a single second longer. Qingli softened her steps, approaching the mysterious man, lying unconscious on the ground, one careful pace at a time, then slowly crouched down beside him. Instead of turning her attention first to the broken sword that had stolen her breath, she extended 2 fingers and gently pressed them against the carotid artery at the man's neck. A faint but distinct pulse met her fingertips. He was still alive, though his breathing was barely there, thin as a thread. It was real, a sign that he had not completely slipped away. A slight relief washed over her, but her gaze quickly shifted to examine the wounds on the man's body. What she found made even Qingli gasp sharply. The injuries were terrifying. The man bore at least 3 deep sword wounds that reached bone, crisscrossing his chest, shoulders, and sides. His clothes were soaked through with blood clinging to his flesh in a gruesome sight. 2 of the wounds were relatively superficial, only cutting through flesh, but the one beneath his ribcage was horrifyingly deep, nearly piercing his internal organs. Faint white bone was visible beneath the damage, and blood continued to seep steadily outward. At this rate, even a celestial being would struggle to save him. Once she had assessed his condition, Qingli's eyes drifted involuntarily back to the broken sword. Her fingertips grazed the hilt, feeling its cold, hard surface. The ancient sword patterns etched into the handle were remarkably clear, identical to the celestial weapons she had seen in national museums during her past life, with no difference at all. Despite being broken, the fractured blade still radiated a barely perceptible, yet incredibly sharp sword aura, its chilling energy oppressive. Even after 1,000 years, its keen edge remained undiminished. Truly a remarkable treasure. Qingli murmured to herself, her voice betraying unmistakable wonder and desire. Her hand instinctively reached toward the hilt, wanting to hold the peerless ancient sword and examine it closely. But the moment her fingertips brushed the cold hilt, bang! The man's previously relaxed right hand clenched suddenly and violently. Veins surged across his knuckles instantly, his grip astonishingly powerful, like an iron vice holding the sword hilt fast. Even in deep unconsciousness, he was expending his last shred of consciousness to protect his blade, refusing to let anyone touch it. Qingli was startled, her fingers retracting sharply as she looked up at the man. His eyes remained tightly shut, brows furrowed, deeply, face ashen, no sign of waking. This was clearly nothing more than an instinctive reflex to guard his sword. She attempted to gently pry his fingers loose, but his grip was impossibly strong, like iron forged around the hilt, unyielding and immovable. Qingli pursed her lips in frustration and abandoned her attempt to take the broken sword. Instead, she lowered her head and traced those ancient, mysterious sword patterns etched into the hilt with her fingertips. The instant her fingertips glided across the patterns, she felt a cold, razor-sharp, utterly domineering aura seeping from the sword marks and piercing straight through to her skin. What struck her even more profoundly was that beneath that fierce sword intent there lingered an almost imperceptible trace of loneliness. Could a lifeless broken sword truly evoke such an emotion? Qingli paused, stunned by the revelation. Lost in the mystery of the sword patterns, the man on the ground suddenly convulsed violently, without warning. Then boom! A chaotic, destructive aura erupted wildly from within him. The shockwave swept outward with tremendous force. Caught off guard, Qingli was blown backward several steps by the blast, stumbling until she collided with a broken pillar behind her, barely regaining her balance. Her expression shifted, and she quickly looked toward the man. His brows drew together even tighter, his face ashen and lifeless. His body cycled between burning hot and chilling cold, trembling constantly, as if enduring some agonizing torment. Chi deviation. Qingli recognized his condition immediately. Sword energy rampaged unchecked through his meridians, tearing through his channels and dantian with no restraint. This was the most dangerous form of chi deviation, and judging by its severity, without immediate intervention his meridians would shatter completely and his body would burst apart. Qingli stood frozen for only a moment. Then she let out a soft sigh. Very well. She would save him, if only for the sake of that peerless sword bearing ancient celestial patterns. Consider it an advance payment for the privilege of touching the sword. She hurried back to his side and checked his pulse once more. His pulse was erratic, rapid then slow, strong then weak, a complete mess. The sword energy within his meridians raged violently, on the verge of total collapse. Without further hesitation, Qingli retrieved a small white porcelain flask from her robes. This was premium wound medicine she had specifically requested from the household maids before departing the Yi estate. Powerful stuff meant for her own protection during the journey. She never expected to use it on a stranger. She uncorked the flask and studied his wounds, her frown deepening. His clothes were soaked through with blood fused to the injuries, making it impossible to see the exact damage or apply treatment properly. Biting her lip, Qingli gathered some clean rainwater and carefully rinsed away the blood, gently peeling back the adhered fabric to reveal the grotesque wounds beneath. 3 sword wounds, 2 shallow, 1 deep. The deepest gash sat beneath his ribs, flesh turned outward in a horrifying sight. She sprinkled the medicinal powder evenly across his wounds. The instant the powder made contact, the man let out a pained groan in his unconscious state, his brow furrowing deeper, though he remained unconscious. With practiced gentleness, Qingli tore a relatively clean strip of fabric from her own clothes, cut it into uniform bandages, and methodically dressed each wound. She worked with careful precision, avoiding his pain points as much as possible. It took a full hour. Only then did she finish treating all 3 wounds, binding them neatly until the bleeding stopped and his condition stabilized. Exhausted to her core, Qingli collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as beads of sweat coated her forehead. Staring at the unconscious stranger before her, she suddenly wondered what possessed her to help him. Who was he anyway? Was he friend or foe? Why was he being hunted and left for dead? None of it concerned her. She could have simply walked away and continued safely to the Heavenly Sword sect. Instead, she had acted on impulse, saving him, using her last supply of wound medicine on him, even tearing pieces of her own clothing to bind his injuries. What did she hope to gain? Qingli fell silent, her gaze drifting downward to rest on the broken sword. He still clutched its surface etched with ancient celestial patterns. Fine. She admitted it. She wanted the sword. After all, it was a 3,000-year-old celestial weapon. And in her past life, she had been a PhD in archaeology, completely defenseless against ancient relics. Consider this. An exception made for the sake of treasure. A night of wind and rain. As the eastern sky gradually lightened with the pale hue of dawn, the torrential downpour finally slowed to a halt, the dark clouds dispersed, and the first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the layers bathing the earth below. The damp air carried the fresh scent of soil and vegetation, and the entire forest had been washed clean, revitalized, as if reborn. Inside the dilapidated temple, Qingli sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless, yet her gaze was fixed like nails upon the broken sword in the mysterious man's hands, staring at it for a full 3 hours. After a night's rest and her timely treatment, the man's condition had stabilized completely. His once chaotic and turbulent aura had settled into a calm, steady rhythm, and color had returned to his face. His breathing was even and prolonged. Clearly he would regain consciousness very soon. Yet at this moment, Qingli's attention was nowhere near the man who was about to awaken. Her entire being was completely captivated by the ancient broken sword, seemingly shattered, yet concealing earth-shaking secrets. Her focus unable to stray an inch from it. During the lightning flash last night, she had memorized every sword pattern on the hilt from that brief illumination, replaying and analyzing them repeatedly in her mind. But the deeper she delved into her investigation, the more shocked and unsettled she became. These sword patterns were no ordinary ancient designs. Rather, they were the Tao patterns from legend, patterns only the supreme sword Tao sovereign of antiquity could forge. Each individual pattern embodied a complete and flawless great Tao sword intent, containing the ultimate truth of the supreme sword path. She held her breath and counted silently within her heart. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. A full 9 Tao patterns. 9 distinct supreme sword intentions. The number made Qingli's heart nearly leap from her throat. She understood far too well what this meant. In this world, a typical sword cultivator who comprehended even one shallow sword intent over their lifetime would be considered a rare genius among 10,000. Those who grasped 2 intents were regarded as peerless prodigies by major sects, and heavily cultivated out. Anyone who understood 3 or more intents was a once-in-a-millennium monstrosity, destined to shake the world with fame. And yet the master of this broken sword had comprehended 9 supreme sword intentions. Such a feat could no longer be described merely as genius or monstrosity. This was a true sword Tao sovereign and exalted presence who stood at the very pinnacle during ancient times. Qingli slowly lifted her head, gazing at the still unconscious man with increasingly complex eyes. This man was barely past 20, absurdly young. The fact that he carried this peerless broken sword could only point to 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that he was the direct disciple of that ancient sword Tao sovereign, having received the complete inheritance. And the second, Yi Qingli's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shook her head to suppress that absurd thought. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This man appeared so youthful. How could he possibly be an ancient creature who had survived for thousands of years? It was far too absurd, completely defying all common sense. Yet whichever possibility proved true, it would demonstrate that this broken sword's value transcended any measure of wealth or status. It was an invaluable treasure beyond price, an irresistible temptation that even she with her archaeologist's passion could not withstand. Yi Qingli's fingers began to itch uncontrollably once more. She glanced left and right. The man remained unconscious with steady breathing, showing no signs of waking anytime soon. An opportunity too precious to miss. She swallowed hard, lowered her body, and slowly reached out again, with trembling fingers inching toward that broken sword that haunted her dreams. This time the man did not instinctively grip the sword hilt, because he had awakened. In a flash, a pair of long, enchanting phoenix eyes, yet cold as eternal ice, snapped open. Without the slightest hesitation, without an ounce of confusion, those eyes cut through the air like blades, instantly locking onto Yi Qingli, who was right before him. His gaze was ice-cold, razor-sharp, and radiated overwhelming pressure laced with an aloof indifference and killing intent toward all living beings. Yi Qingli's outstretched hand froze mid-air. She could neither advance nor retreat, her entire body paralyzed in place. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze completely in that moment. The air grew deathly silent, a needle dropping sounding like thunder. 3 seconds of silence stretched as long as an entire century. The next instant, the man's thin lips parted slightly, his voice rough from severe injuries, yet still carrying an unmistakable cold authority and dominance, as each word reached Yi Qingli clearly. You have seen my sword. Either die or become mine. The moment those words fell, the pressure surged exponentially. The entire dilapidated temple seemed to be frozen solid by that supreme aura. Yi Qingli froze in place, stunned for a full 3 seconds. The next moment, she couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter, laughing so hard, she doubled over, unable to straighten her back, tears nearly streaming from her eyes. Ha ha! Her laughter echoed through the desolate, dilapidated temple, shrill and unabashedly arrogant. Di Linyuan's cold, ice-like phoenix eyes narrowed sharply, his aura intensifying with chilling coldness as he glared at her, gazing upon her as though she were a madman courting death. When Yi Qingli had finished laughing, she managed to straighten herself, wiping the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes, before pointing at her own nose, wearing an expression that clearly viewed him as a fool. This great hero, shouldn't you first get the situation clear? It was I who saved you, tended your wounds, used my last medicinal plaster, and tore my own clothes to bind them. She stepped closer, looking down at Di Linyuan sprawled on the ground, her tone caught between anger and amusement. And here you are, instead of showing gratitude the moment you open your eyes, you either demand my death or insist I become yours. Has some inner demon short-circuited your brain? Or perhaps this injury damaged not your meridians, but your intelligence? Di Linyuan's gaze instantly grew chillingly cold, his entire aura plummeting like a freezing storm. He forced himself upright through sheer will, his body betraying its weakness. Though his face was deathly pale and his breath shallow, the imperious dominance radiating from his very bones remained unbroken, still enough to make one hesitate to meet his eyes. You touch my sword. His voice came low and frigid, carrying an unyielding authority that brooked no argument. Yi Qingli responded with an immediate eye roll, cutting him off without hesitation. I didn't even touch it. I only glanced at it. I never even let my fingertips make contact. A glance is still seeing, Di Linyuan stated coldly, his indifference laced with an arrogant sense of entitlement. Yi Qingli let out a bitter laugh, tilting her head as she stared at him like he was completely deranged. So what? I look at your sword once, and suddenly I'm expected to die or submit to you. In that case, scrap the title Divine Sword, and call it the Extortion Talisman instead. Whoever glances at it suffers bad fortune, whoever touches it meets disaster. What a remarkably profitable business model you've got going. Di Linyuan's brows knitted even tighter. A clear indication he'd never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to him this way, or mock him so openly. Yi Qingli, emboldened by being in the right, pressed her advantage without restraint, her words dripping with mockery and disdain. Besides, what exactly do you mean by become mine? Are you recruiting or enslaving? Even if you are taking slaves, surely there should be terms involved. What's the salary? Do you provide room and board? What about benefits, health insurance, pension? And if someone gets hurt, do you cover medical treatment? Di Linyuan fell silent. His entire face locked into rigidity, his phoenix eyes flashing with confusion, chill, and barely perceptible bewilderment. Clearly, throughout all his years, he had never heard such peculiar words, nor been spoken to in quite this manner. Seeing he remained silent, Yi Qingli decided she had no more time to waste on this lunatic. She waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. So you won't say anything? Fine, I'll take that as your agreement then. Since we can't reach terms, I'm leaving. You rest up here and recover at your leisure. Next time you venture out, keep that extortion device hidden. Don't go flashing it around and scaring people. She moved with light steps, heading toward the exit of the ruined temple. But after only 3 paces, a sharp sound cut through the air as a hand, knuckles prominent grip like iron, snatched her wrist from behind. Her struggles proved futile against that vice-like grip, her expression darkening as she spun around. Meeting those cold phoenix-like eyes, she found him frozen in surprise. His gaze locked onto her wrist, and for the first time in what felt like eternity, those perpetually cold eyes showed something raw. Shock, disbelief, astonishment, all colliding together. Your bloodline. He whispered, his voice carrying barely perceptible tremor. Her heart clenched violently, dread flooding her as she instinctively tried to wrench her arm free. His grip held fast, refusing any chance of escape. What bloodline? She forced calm into her voice, deliberately playing naive. I'm just ordinary. Oh, negative. If you need a transfusion, I won't charge you, but someone's gotta pay. He ignored her nonsense entirely, closing his eyes and pressing his fingers slightly harder as though reading something hidden beneath her skin. Silence fell over the ruined temple, broken only by their breathing. Then his eyes snapped open. His gaze toward Qingli had completely shifted. Gone was the ice-cold defensiveness and dominance. What remained was astonishment mixed with bewilderment and something far more intricate. Something impenetrable. What is your name? He asked, his tone no longer cold, but weighted with seriousness. Qingli raised an eyebrow defiantly. Why should I tell you? Are we close? Despite her defiance, she gave her name without heat. Qingli. Di Linyuan paused for a moment, then slowly released her wrist. Di Linyuan. He said, each word deliberate and low. My name. Qingli blinked, taken aback. She hadn't expected this inexplicably domineering man to offer his name willingly. He raised his eyes, his phoenix gaze pinning hers with calm, but absolute authority. Come back to Sword Sect with me. Qingli suspected that her ears were playing tricks on her. She stood frozen in place for quite a while before she repeated in disbelief, return to the Sword Sect with you. She looked Di Linyuan up and down. He was covered in wounds, his face deathly pale, and could barely sit upright. Yet he still had the audacity to tell her to go with him. And why should I? Qingli's tone was blunt and utterly unceremonious. Di Linyuan slowly leaned back against the broken pillar behind him, closing his eyes to rest. Even gravely wounded, his extraordinary and otherworldly bearing remained undiminished. He spoke indifferently. Your bloodline should not be left to wander outside. Qingli's brows knitted instantly, and the unease in her heart grew heavier and heavier. What exactly is wrong with my bloodline? Make yourself clear. Her bloodline had been riddled with strangeness ever since her rebirth. The violet sword vein, talent unseen in a century, had astonished even Yi Tsongtian. Before dissipating, the nameless old sword spirit had also told her that she bore the destiny pearl and that he had been entrusted to protect her once. And now this mysterious and powerful man, the moment he touched her wrist, said her bloodline was abnormal. Could it be that the original owner of this body harbored some earth-shaking secret she knew nothing about? Yet Di Linyuan did not answer. He simply gazed at her quietly, his phoenix eyes deep as an abyss unfathomable. That gaze was too deep, too complex, and it sent chills down Qingli's spine. What on earth did this man mean? What exactly did he know? The more Qingli thought about it, the more irritated she became. He spoke only halfway and deliberately kept her in suspense. It was infuriating. Hey, Di Linyuan, say it clearly. What's wrong with my bloodline? Do you know some inside story? She asked several times in a row, but Di Linyuan simply closed his eyes, looking utterly impervious and refusing to communicate. Qingli was instantly choked with rage. Was he insane? Cutting off mid-sentence and leaving her hanging. Was that supposed to be fun? She glared at Di Linyuan in fury, about to continue cursing at him, when suddenly from outside the dilapidated temple a messy and hurried rush of footsteps came, accompanied by rough shouts growing nearer and clearer. Search. Search carefully. That little wench must be hiding somewhere around here. The boss said bring her back alive, or bring back her corpse. Catch her, and it's 50 taels of silver. 50 taels. That's enough for us brothers to live high for half a year. Search fast. Hearing this familiar voice, Qingli's face changed drastically. Bandits. They were the bandits that Yi Ling, that venomous woman, had hired to intercept and kill her. They had actually caught up. She instantly tightened her grip on the iron sword in her hand and swept a sharp gaze around the broken temple. There was only one front entrance. No back door, no windows, nowhere to hide or escape. There were at least a dozen people outside. If they charged in with her yellow rank level 1 strength, there was no way she could win and no way to run either. Qingli's heart tightened. She immediately turned to Di Linyuan, who was still resting with his eyes closed, and asked in a low, urgent voice, Hey, can you fight right now? Di Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her calmly, and answered in a flat tone, I can. Qingli's eyes lit up instantly as if she had grabbed a lifeline. Really? How soon can you strike? 3 hours. Qingli. 3 hours. The bandits were already blocking the entrance, ready to charge in at any moment. 3 hours later, she would probably have become nothing but a pile of bones in the mountain. 3 hours is your idea of being able to fight. Qingli nearly cursed out loud. Can you strike right now, eh? No. Di Linyuan's tone was composed. Then can you run? No. Then what can you do? Qingli was truly frantic now. Di Linyuan was silent for a moment, then slowly raised a hand with distinct, well-defined fingers. I can make them quiet down for a while. As the words fell, he lightly flicked his fingertip. There was no earth-shattering boom, no dazzling burst of light. Only a formless, intangible sword aura of terrifying extremity shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the worn temple door like lightning and rushing straight at the bandits outside. Boom! The next second a series of miserable screams and cries of pain rang out beyond the temple, and then all was silent. A deathly stillness. Qingli was stunned. She dashed to the entrance and threw open the tattered door curtain to see. The dozen or so bandits who had been shouting loudly moments ago were now sprawled all over the ground, every single one knocked unconscious, not one able to get up. She whipped her head around to look at Di Linyuan still leaning against the pillar, and her gaze changed completely. Shock, dismay, utter disbelief. Just what kind of terrifying strength did this man possess? With a mere casual wave of his hand, not even moving, he had instantly taken down over a dozen bandits. Di Linyuan's face had grown even paler than before. Clearly that strike had cost him much of his strength. The one leading them outside is a second-rank swordsman, he said calmly, his tone level. You can't defeat him. Qingli's mouth twitched. No kidding. Of course she couldn't defeat him. A second-rank swordsman was an entire great realm above her in a real fight. He could kill her with a single move. She took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within her, and ventured tentatively, that attack of yours just now. Just what level of strength was that? Di Linyuan raised his eyes, glanced at her, and calmly uttered a few words that struck Qingli's ears like thunder. Heavenly Sword Sect, Inner Sect Chief Disciple. Tianjin Sect, Inner Sect Chief. Qingli froze on the spot, utterly bewildered, standing dumbfounded for a full 3 seconds before regaining her senses. The Tianjin Sect. Wasn't that the very sect she had risked everything to join through the recruitment trials, desperate to squeeze her way inside? The Inner Sect Chief. The one who stood above all disciples of the Tianjin Sect in both strength and status, the most highly valued by the entire sect. She gazed at the man before her, drenched in blood, his face ashen, having just crawled back from the gates of death, and found it impossible to believe her own ears. You are the Inner Sect Chief of Tianjin Sect. Qingli's voice trembled slightly. Di Linyuan gave a casual hum, his tone as calm and indifferent as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. Qingli's head buzzed with confusion. How could the chief disciple of Tianjin Sect have fallen to such a wretched state? How could he lie half dead and covered in wounds in a dilapidated temple? How could he have been hunted down and nearly killed? A torrent of questions surged through her mind. Then why are you here? Why are you so badly injured? Who did this to you? An enemy from your past? A rival sect? Or did you suffer chi deviation and fall on your own? She fired off question after question, consumed by curiosity. But Di Linyuan simply closed his eyes and reverted to his usual taciturn demeanor, refusing to speak a word, making it abundantly clear he had no intention of answering. Qingli grit her teeth in frustration, yet could do nothing about it. Fine. If he wouldn't talk, then fine. She refused to believe she couldn't pry the words from him. But just as she was about to probe further, loud and furious footsteps suddenly erupted outside the temple, far more intense than before. Their numbers had at least doubled. Boss, bad news. All the brothers have been taken down. What? Who dares lay hands on my men? We don't know. Everyone's unconscious, can't get a word out of them. Damn it. It must be that little slut. Brothers, charge in. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, a thunderous crash echoed. The temple door was violently kicked open. At the forefront stood the one-eyed Scarface himself. He carried a massive cleaver over his shoulder, his expression hideous and fierce, flanked by some 20 to 30 bandits wielding swords and clubs who swarmed into the small temple and surrounded it completely. Not even a single fly could have escaped. The one-eyed man's gaze immediately locked onto Qingli, standing at the center, his eyes instantly gleaming with an eerie intensity, greed, lechery, and ferocity, converging as he burst into raucous laughter. Huh, I knew you'd be here. Little missy, I wonder where you think you can run now. Weren't you so good at running? Keep going then. Qingli's heart sank. She instantly gripped her iron sword tightly, her feet silently shifting into the opening stance of the 8 trigrams footwork, her entire body tensing as she entered a combat posture. The one-eyed man's gaze soon shifted to the figure leaning against the pillar behind her, Di Linyuan. Taking in his pale and weakened appearance, he let out a derisive snort, his face contorted with contempt and mockery. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So you've hidden a pretty boy to protect you. Well, you thought this sickly wreck could shield you. What an absurd delusion. The bandits behind him erupted into raucous laughter, their filthy remarks cascading one after another, their malicious intent on full display. Amidst the mocking laughter, Di Linyuan slowly opened his eyes. He did not speak. He did not roar. He made no unnecessary movement. He simply calmly raised his hand and gave it a gentle sweep. So fast the motion was invisible. So silent it produced no sound. So faint no light could be seen. An invisible sword aura swept forth like the scythe of death, utterly silent. The next moment, a horrifying sight unfolded. The 20 or 30 bandits, along with their rank 2 swordsman leader, who had moments before been savage and loud, instantly dissolved into a mist of blood and flesh. Not a single scream escaped their lips. Blood mist filled the entire temple, the stench of gore piercing the air. Walls, floors, and the incense altar were all dyed a shocking crimson. The once crowded temple entrance was now empty, as though no one had ever been there at all. Yi Qingli stood frozen, splattered with blood from head to toe, completely stunned. She stared blankly at the empty doorway, then slowly turned her head toward Delian, still leaning against the pillar with a serene expression, her mouth hanging wide open, unable to close it. 20 or 30 people. A rank 2 swordsman leader. One move. All gone. Not even a trace remained. What terrifying strength was this? And this was supposed to be a severe injury. Lin Yuan slowly lowered his hand, his complexion growing even paler, his breathing growing fainter, yet those phoenix eyes remained as cold and detached as a deity's. He looked at the petrified Yi Qingli, his thin lips parting slightly, his voice calm, yet radiating an absolute authority. Come with me. I will ensure your direct admission into Tianjin sect. Yi Qingli stood frozen in the blood-misted ruined temple, her entire being still consumed by the sheer shock of what had just happened. One move. A single effortless flick of the hand. 20 or 30 bandits, including their leader, a second-rank swordsman, had instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist without even the chance to scream. Such strength was terrifying beyond measure. It took her a full 3 seconds to barely collect herself, lifting a hand to wipe the blood splattered across her face, her fingertips trembling slightly. She used another 3 seconds to forcibly suppress the surging storm in her heart and regain her composure. In the final 3 seconds, she rapidly weighed the pros and cons in her mind and made her decision in an instant. Fine. Yi Qingli raised her eyes to Lin Yuan, her tone crisp and decisive with not a trace of hesitation. I'll go with you. Lin Yuan merely gave a faint nod, then closed his eyes again and continued regulating his breath to heal his injuries, as if that world-destroying strike from moments ago had been as insignificant as casually brushing away a mosquito. Yi Qingli crouched beside him, unable to keep her gaze from sweeping over him again and again, suspicion and awe churning in her heart. Exactly how powerful was this man? Was the chief inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect already this terrifying? Subconsciously, she began measuring him against the cultivation realms of the Tianjin continent. From low to high, the realms were yellow rank, mystic rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and the legendary divine realm. For an ordinary sect disciple, reaching mystic rank around the age of 20 was already enough to be called a genius. But the terrifying power behind Lin Yuan's earlier strike had far surpassed the boundaries of the mystic rank. As the chief inner disciple, he had to be at least earth rank right. As for herself, she had only just opened her sword meridians, her cultivation barely lingering at the first level of the yellow rank. The gap between them was like clouds and mud. A firefly, compared to the bright moon, was traveling alongside such a towering figure, a blessing or a curse. Yi Qingli pondered silently. But then she thought again. The conditions Lin Yuan had offered were simply too tempting. He would guarantee her direct entry into the Heavenly Sword sect. Those 5 words carried terrifying weight. The Heavenly Sword sect was the foremost of the 5 great sword sects, its renown resounding across the entire Tianjin continent. Once every 3 years during the disciple selection, geniuses from every corner of the land swarmed, like carp crossing the river, jostling desperately to squeeze through the sect gates, yet the final acceptance rate was less than 1%. Although she possessed rare purple-grade talent, her cultivation was far too low. Relying only on the first level of the yellow rank to join the selection 10-1, she would be ruthlessly eliminated in the very first round, without even a chance to display her abilities. But with the personal endorsement of the Heavenly Sword sect's chief inner disciple, the outcome would be completely different. A straight green light all the way to direct entry was practically a done deal. Yi Qingli looked once more at Lin Yuan, who sat beside her with his eyes closed in quiet recuperation, and silently calculated in her heart. This man, though his personality was a bit cold, his demeanor a bit dull, his words pitifully few, and his temper inexplicably strange, his sheer strength was powerful to the point of defying all reason. With him by her side, at least she would no longer have to worry about trivial troubles like being ambushed by bandits. As for other unknown dangers and secrets, she would take things one step at a time. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten itself. Yi Qingli had never been afraid of anyone. For hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the cold light in his gaze had receded, and though his aura was still somewhat weak, it had already steadied considerably. He pushed against the wall and slowly rose to his feet, his posture towering and straight as a sword. Let's go. One word, concise and to the point. Yi Qingli said no more. Shouldering her small bundle, she followed close behind him. The two walked out of the ruined temple step by step. Yi Qingli instinctively turned back and glanced at the sword god temple that had lain abandoned for who knows how many years. The storm had passed, leaving a clear, boundless sky. Warm sunlight spilled across the crumbling ruins, adding a touch of desolation. The long-toppled statue of the sword god lay broken into several pieces, scattered messily in the corner. For some unknown reason, an extremely subtle detail suddenly flashed through Yi Qingli's mind. The way the stone statue held its sword was exactly the same as the stance Lin Yuan used when gripping his blade. Her steps faltered, and she was briefly lost in thought. When she looked up again, Lin Yuan's figure had already walked far ahead, his black robes snapped in the mountain wind, his back proud and powerful, exuding an indescribable aloofness. Yi Qingli hastily shook her head, casting the absurd thought out of her mind. How could that be? This sword god temple had been abandoned for at least several hundred years, perhaps even 1,000. Di Linyuan was only just over 20 years old. How could there possibly be any connection between the two? She must be overthinking it. Wait for me. Yi Qingli no longer hesitated. She broke into a light jog and quickly caught up with him. After leaving the dilapidated temple, the two traveled north at full speed, heading toward Tianjin sect. Di Linyuan walked at the forefront, his pace neither fast nor slow, steady and powerful. With every step he took it was as if he were treading upon some profound, mysterious rhythm. Despite his severe injuries, his posture remained as upright as a pine, his presence overwhelming. Yi Qingli followed silently behind, maintaining a measured distance. Along the way she found herself wanting to break the suffocating silence several times, but each time she caught sight of Di Linyuan's cold, indifferent face. That unmistakable expression of someone who wished to be left alone. The words died on her lips, swallowed back once more. His face seemed to bear 3 bold characters carved into it: do not disturb. They walked in silence for a full hour, and then Yi Qingli could no longer contain herself. If this went on, she would either be killed by someone or driven mad by the silence itself. Hey, she called out tentatively. Di Linyuan did not seem to hear her at all. His pace did not falter in the slightest. Di Linyuan. She raised her voice slightly. The figure ahead gave no response whatsoever. Yi Qingli, with no other option, quickened her steps and caught up to walk beside him. She said irritably, "Are your ears malfunctioning? I'm talking to you. Can you not hear?" Di Linyuan finally turned his head slowly, casting her a glance, and with the faintest parting of his lips uttered a single syllable: MMH. Yi Qingli. MMH. What did that mean? Had he heard her, or had he not? Was that even considered a response? She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, and continued, "Have your injuries healed?" No. Di Linyuan's reply was as succinct as ever, bordering on maddening. Then how can you be walking around like this? Yi Qingli pressed on. Wouldn't it be better to rest a couple more days in the temple and let your wounds heal properly? Di Linyuan gazed steadily ahead, his expression unchanging. I must go. Why must you go? Yi Qingli asked curiously. Are you being pursued, or is there something urgent? Di Linyuan sealed his lips and chose outright to ignore her. Yi Qingli met cold indifference once more, yet she remained undeterred. Her destination was Tianjin sect, but she knew nothing of the exact direction or the distance involved. This level of passivity was unacceptable. Even if you won't tell me the reason, you ought to at least inform me of where exactly we are going. Which direction is Tianjin sect in? How many more days of walking will it take? Di Linyuan's lips moved slightly, and he spoke one word: north. North? Yi Qingli looked utterly bewildered. Which north? North is everywhere around us. Can you be a little more specific? Di Linyuan slowly raised his right hand, his well-defined fingers pointing directly ahead. Yi Qingli followed the direction of his gesture and looked. What met her eyes were only rolling, boundless mountains. There was not even a decent path to be seen. Just that. She looked utterly incredulous. MMH. Yi Qingli took another deep breath and furiously admonished herself in her heart. Do not get angry. Do not get angry. This man had just saved her life and had promised to ensure her entry into Tianjin sect. Such a tremendous kindness. She could endure a little for the sake of it. If he spoke few words, so be it. Another half-hour passed in silence. Yet Yi Qingli's gaze could not help but drift repeatedly toward Di Linyuan's waist. There hung the broken sword that had occupied her dreams. Upon the hilt were 9 mysterious and unfathomable ancient sword runes. Runes she still had not managed to fully decipher. It was an ancient treasure dating back 3 millennia. To someone with her archaeological obsessions, its allure was simply irresistible. Yi Qingli tried again, her voice noticeably softer. That sword of yours, could you? Let me take a look. Just one look. Di Linyuan's steps came to an abrupt halt. Time seemed to freeze in that very moment. He slowly turned his head, and those deep phoenix-like eyes, cold as a winter pool, fixed directly upon Yi Qingli. His demeanor grew frigid at once, carrying an unmistakable warning. No. The tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation whatsoever. Why not? Yi Qingli felt aggrieved. I'll only take a glance. I won't take it. You would die. Di Linyuan spoke calmly, his voice flat, yet carrying an unsettling gravity. Yi Qingli froze on the spot. What do you mean? Just a glance at your sword, and that could kill me. Di Linyuan offered no further explanation. He resumed his stride forward, leaving behind only a cold, resolute silhouette. Yi Qingli stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure, a storm of suspicions brewing within her. She suddenly recalled that when Di Linyuan had been unconscious, even then his right hand had clamped tightly around the sword, veins bulging like iron pincers, impervious to anyone's touch. She also remembered the very first words he had spoken upon waking: harm my sword and you die, or become mine. This sword was by no means ordinary. Di Linyuan's words were like a slender fishhook, thoroughly stirring the curiosity hidden deep within Yi Qingli's heart. For the following 2 days, she could not stop pondering that mysterious broken sword. During the day, while traveling, she thought about it. At night, when she rested, she still thought about it. Even in her dreams, she dreamed of those profound and complex ancient sword patterns. Di Linyuan remained as taciturn as ever. Over the course of a full day, the words he spoke could be counted on one hand, fewer than 10 characters in total. But Yi Qingli had keenly noticed a pattern. Whenever she drew even slightly closer to that broken sword, Di Linyuan's gaze would instantly sharpen with wariness, as though he were guarding his most precious treasure or warding off the most dangerous thief. That expression was far more vigilant than one would show against a mere burglar. By the evening of the third day, the two of them halted beside a cliffside to rest for a while. The setting sun painted half the sky crimson with afterglow, and the mountain wind howled against a magnificent landscape. Yi Qingli simply could not contain herself any longer. Her curiosity grew like rampant weeds, threatening to burst within her. She walked over and sat beside Di Linyuan, getting straight to the point. "Hey Di Linyuan, can you tell me what exactly is wrong with your sword?" Di Linyuan leaned against the rocky wall, eyes closed in meditation, offering no response. "You once said that merely glancing at it would kill you." Yi Qingli pressed on relentlessly. "Then why, when I looked at it for so long while you were unconscious in that ruined temple, did nothing happen? I'm perfectly fine after all." Di Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze settling upon her with expressions too intricate to decipher. "You are different." He spoke slowly, his voice low and deep. Yi Qingli paused, confusion written all over her face. "I'm different. How am I different? We both have two eyes and a nose, don't we? Then why am I different?" she pursued. But Di Linyuan merely closed his eyes again, returning to that impenetrable silence, clearly unwilling to utter another word. Yi Qingli ground her teeth in frustration, yet could do nothing about it. This man always spoke in halves, hiding as much as he revealed, far more agonizing than constipation. Her gaze fell upon the broken sword at Di Linyuan's waist, and her mind raced. Drawing upon the knowledge from her past life as a doctoral graduate in archaeology, she began deducing furiously. The arrangement and structure of the 9 sword patterns on the hilt had already been mostly memorized by her that night. The more she recalled, the more startled she became. That particular layout of patterns bore an extraordinary resemblance, even nearly identical, to an ancient sealing array she had once encountered in fragmented classical texts back in her previous life. And the function of such an array had only one purpose: sealing. Forcibly suppressing some terrifying, powerful, and uncontrollable existence. Could something be sealed within this sword? Yi Qingli's heart gave a violent leap as she looked at Di Linyuan once more. She also recalled that when Di Linyuan had been unconscious in the ruined temple, the sword energy within him had grown chaotic and run away, his meridians reversing, his body alternating between extreme heat and cold, signs of severe chi deviation. Yet that condition did not resemble ordinary cultivation mishaps. Rather, it seemed more like being struck back by some power. An extraordinarily chilling thought quietly rose within her heart. Was the thing sealed within this sword gradually eroding Di Linyuan's body and mind? Was this why he had suffered grievous injuries, why he had fallen unconscious in the ruined temple, and why he had experienced chi deviation, all because of this sword? The more Yi Qingli pondered, the more her scalp tingled and her back turned cold. This sword was no divine weapon. It was clearly a terrifying calamity capable of devouring everything. Just as her mind was in turmoil, lost in wild speculation, Di Linyuan suddenly opened his eyes again. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced straight through to her very soul. "What are you thinking?" Yi Qingli was startled, as though her innermost secret had been exposed on the spot. She frantically shook her head, forcing composure. "Nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything." Di Linyuan simply gazed steadily at her, his profound eyes, as though capable of seeing through her entire being. 3 seconds passed before he slowly spoke, his tone carrying an unprecedented gravity. "Do not approach that sword." Yi Qingli blinked, continuing to play dumb. "Why? The more you tell me not to approach, the more curious I become." Di Linyuan fell silent for a moment, as though debating something. Finally, his thin lips parted, and with deliberate slowness, he spoke a sentence that sent a chill through Yi Qingli's entire body. "It will consume you." As his words fell, the wind upon the cliffside seemed to grow several degrees colder. Di Linyuan's words were like a slender fishhook, thoroughly stirring the curiosity hidden deep within Yi Qingli's heart. For the following 2 days, she could not stop pondering that mysterious broken sword. That night, Yi Qingli lay awake nearly the entire night without sleep. Di Linyuan's low, icy words, "It will devour you," kept circling through her mind like an inescapable curse refusing to fade. Every syllable carried a heavy, oppressive weight that unsettled her heart. Devour? What kind of devouring was it? Would it be like those bandits, instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist by the terrifying sword chi erupting from the blade, with not even the slightest chance to resist? Or would it be like what Di Linyuan had experienced before, suffering repeated backlash from that strange power, until his sword chi turned chaotic and his meridians reversed, ultimately causing him to fall into chi deviation, suffer severe injuries, and nearly die in that ruined sword god temple? Yi Qingli lay in bed, eyes open until dawn, countless thoughts churning violently within her. Subconsciously, she touched her chest, where a warm, smooth jade pendant rested quietly, the destiny pearl left to her by her mother. Before dissipating, the old sword spirit had once said that this pearl could contain primordial sword chi, and could even absorb and refine the sword Tao power of heaven and earth on its own, a supremely rare treasure in this world. The broken sword devours living beings and turns against its host. But the destiny pearl can house sword chi and nourish sword meridians. One devours, one absorbs, a one evil, one righteous. Could there be some unknown connection between the two? Ancient sword runes sealing restrictions, the source of the sword Tao, the bloodline of destiny. Countless clues were intertwined and tangled in her mind, yet she still could not grasp the most crucial one. The next morning at the first hint of dawn, Qingli dragged herself out of bed, with heavy conspicuous dark circles under her eyes and a weary look continuing on behind Di Linyuan. Di Linyuan still walked at the very front, standing tall and straight as a pine, his black robes stirred by the morning breeze. His entire manner was cold and aloof, not a single word escaped him, as if nothing around him had anything to do with him. The entire party remained shrouded in silence. Yet Qingli's gaze, as if beyond her control, drifted again and again involuntarily toward the broken sword hanging at his waist. The sword's hilt was archaic, its lines mysterious. Though it appeared broken and worn, it faintly emitted a pressure that chilled the heart. And this was the very sword that sealed a terrifying power capable of devouring all things. It was this sword that had left the Tianjin sect's leading inner disciple severely wounded and utterly disheveled. It was this sword that made Di Linyuan remain on constant alert, as though facing a great enemy. The more Qingli thought, the stronger her curiosity and suspicion swelled, until they nearly burst from her chest. She took a deep breath and finally broke the deathly silence that had hung over their journey. Di Linyuan, she called out. The man ahead did not turn around, his stride did not even stop noticeably, though it slowed by an almost imperceptible beat, a silent sign that he was listening. Seeing this, Qingli pressed on her tone, barely containing her curiosity. That sword of yours, where exactly did it come from? The air was dead silent. There was no answer at all. Long accustomed to his coldness, Qingli refused to give up, and immediately asked another question. The patterns carved on your hilt, they're ancient sword runes, aren't they? Still silence. It was as if she were merely speaking to the air. Qingli pressed her lips together and decided to directly cast out the most central, most truth-adjacent guess. Staring at the broken sword, she said clearly, word by word, those sword runes are not decorations, nor are they ordinary inscriptions of sword intent. They are prohibition seals used to seal away something. Am I right? The instant she finished speaking, the tall, upright figure ahead stopped short. The movement was abrupt and violent, completely unlike his usual composure. Taken by surprise, Qingli could not stop in time, and nearly crashed straight into his back. Startled, she hastily pulled back her strength, and barely managed to steady herself. The next moment, Di Linyuan slowly turned around. Those phoenix eyes, always indifferent and icy in the past, now became extraordinarily sharp, like an unsheathed sword fixed directly on Qingli. His gaze was deep and solemn, carrying unconcealed shock and scrutiny. How do you know? He asked. His voice was a little lower than usual, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Qingli's heart gave a violent lurch. She had guessed right. She had really guessed right. On that broken sword, ancient sealing prohibitions were indeed carved. And within the sword, something terrifying was truly sealed. Even though an ocean of shock was already surging through her heart, Qingli remained calm on the surface. She gave a light shrug and said with feigned ease, I guessed it. With your current knowledge, there is no way you could have guessed. Di Linyuan clearly did not believe her. His eyes remained fixed on her, sharp as a blade, as if trying to see through her completely inside and out. He just stood there quietly looking at her. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. Time passed drop by drop, and the pressure grew heavier. Qingli began to think that in the next moment, he would kill her on the spot to silence her forever. But just as her inner tension reached its peak, Di Linyuan slowly withdrew his gaze. Without a word, he turned around, resumed walking ahead, and returned to that cold, estranged demeanor. Qingli secretly heaved a long sigh of relief, her back already covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. She quickly hurried to catch up. Aren't you going to ask how I actually figured it out? She tested the waters, trying to break the strange atmosphere. No need. Di Linyuan's voice drifted over, faintly terse enough to make anyone want to scream. Why not? Qingli pressed. Aren't you even a little curious? This time Di Linyuan did not remain silent. Without turning his head facing the cold morning wind ahead, he slowly uttered 4 words, clear, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. You are different. 4 simple words. They made Qingli freeze on the spot, her steps halting abruptly. It was that phrase again. From the first time she had touched his wrist in that ruined temple, he had kept saying she was different. Now it was that same phrase again. Just what about her was different? Was it her bloodline? Her sword meridians? The destiny pearl? Or did this body of hers conceal secrets that even she herself did not know? A flood of questions surged madly into her mind. Qingli felt completely lost and bewildered. She gritted her teeth, hesitated no longer, and immediately jogged after him, determined to get to the bottom of it and force out the truth. But this time, no matter how she spoke, probed, or pressed him, Di Linyuan fell back into his former silence, his lips tightly shut, refusing to say even one more word. That cold face plainly said 4 words, no disclosure. Qingli stared at his tall, indifferent back, silently gnashing her teeth in frustration. Fine. If he would not speak, then he would not speak. She had plenty of patience and plenty of time. After all, they were traveling together, both heading for the Tianjin sect with many more days ahead. She refused to believe that with the insight and mind of a Ph.D. In archaeology, she could go her whole life without digging out every secret hidden behind that broken sword. One day she would completely uncover the truth of the broken sword, and also understand exactly where she was different. Ahead the sun slowly sank beyond the horizon, splashing golden afterglow over the endless ridges and dyeing the world in a warm, magnificent light. Two figures, one ahead of the other, walked on in silence, but with firm steps along the mountain path, gradually vanishing into the depths of the vast sunset glow. The road ahead stretched endlessly, shrouded in thick mist. But the destined opportunity and the truth that belonged to Qingli were step by step slowly having their veil lifted. At dawn the mountain forest lay shrouded in a diaphanous veil of white mist, the dampness seeping into the skin. Crystal dewdrops sparkled on the grass and branches, and the air was so fresh that one could not resist drawing several deep breaths. Qingli followed behind Di Linyuan at a leisurely, lingering pace, still wrapped in the drowsy languor of a person who had just crawled out of bed. As she walked, she could not stop yawning, the corners of her eyes flushed with faint red streaks, a sight that looked both a little pitiful and a little adorable. She had hardly closed her eyes at all the night before. The secret of the broken sword, the truth behind the seal, the phrase "you are different" that kept recurring in Di Linyuan's words, and the mysterious destiny pearl within her body. Countless riddles spun madly through her mind, churning her thoughts into chaos and making her head throb with a faint ache. The less she could puzzle it out, the more curious she became. The more curious she was, the less sleep she could find. She tossed and turned until the small hours, only managing to doze off briefly, leaving her with the worst quality of sleep imaginable. Just when her eyes were growing heavy and her steps unsteady, the silent figure ahead suddenly, against all expectation, initiated a conversation. "You didn't sleep last night." Di Linyuan's voice was cool, flat, and nearly emotionless, yet those simple 4 words instantly froze Qingli where she stood. It took several long breaths before she managed to react. She truly had not expected that this lofty figure, who had been a taciturn gourd the entire time, hoarding his words like gold, as if nothing in the world could catch his eye, would actually take it upon himself to ask whether she had slept well. Was the sun rising from the west? Qingli blinked, her sore, slightly stinging eyes swiftly gathered her composure, and answered honestly, "I slept, only I didn't sleep well." She did not hide it after all. Those 2 dark circles hung plainly beneath her eyes, impossible to conceal, so rather than waste effort masking them, she might as well own up to it openly. Having heard her answer, Di Linyuan did not ask any more questions and offered no unnecessary consolation. He only nodded faintly, then returned to his former silence, and continued onward, as if that moment of concern had been nothing more than a random remark. Qingli had long since grown accustomed to his cold and distant temperament, so she did not feel the least bit awkward. She shrugged and fell in a step behind him. The 2 of them walked quietly along the mountain path for a while longer. Di Linyuan suddenly stopped. His form stilled, and he slowly turned his head. Those profound phoenix eyes, cold as a deep pool, fixed directly on Qingli, carrying a hint of inscrutable inquiry. "That bleeding staunching method of yours." His tone was calm, but his words struck straight at the crux. "Who taught it to you?" Qingli was briefly startled, then came to her senses. He was talking about the time in the ruined temple when she had tended to his wound, cleaning and bandaging it to stem the blood. At that critical moment, she had only thought of stabilizing his injury. She had employed the most fundamental modern medical procedures, debridement, hemostasis, bandaging, supplemented by this world's golden wound plaster. Her movements had been neat and swift, her steps rigorous and standardized, utterly unlike the rough and crude healing practices of the cultivators in this realm. She had not expected him to take note of that. Qingli's eyes rolled furtively, and an expression of utter naturalness took shape on her face. Without flinching, she began to fabricate a story, her tone firm and self-assured. Family-transmitted medical arts. She lifted her chin, looking perfectly composed. The Yi family's ancestral formula treats every kind of external wound, internal injury, and sword chi backlash. Even a full chi deviation can be barely stabilized in an emergency. I would not tell that to just anyone. The words were half genuine and half fabricated, but they were bluffed with such conviction that few could summon suspicion at first hearing. Di Linyuan simply looked at her quietly, his phoenix eyes deep and unfathomable, as if judging the truth of her words, or perhaps searching through her expression for the secrets hidden beneath. That stare was too sharp, too profound, making Qingli feel faintly hollow inside, and a thin layer of clammy sweat softly beaded on her palms. Yet she had come back from death with a soul matured by an adult's intellect, and her past life had granted her experience with grand scenes, honing extraordinary mental toughness. Even if panic was surging wildly inside her, her outward poise remained calm, as stone, revealing not a single flaw. What? She raised one eyebrow, feigning a composed demeanor, her tone carrying a hint of deliberately manufactured disdain. You don't believe me? Di Linyuan was quiet for a moment. He neither nodded nor shook his head. He merely withdrew his gaze, turned away, and resumed, striding forward as though the conversation had never occurred. Qingli secretly exhaled in immense relief, the stone in her heart finally dropping back into place. She hurriedly quickened her pace to keep up, afraid that if he pressed on any further, she might accidentally reveal too much. But she had not caught up more than a few steps before Di Linyuan's voice drifted over once again. That family-transmitted medical arts of yours. His tone was flat yet incisive. I have never encountered such a thing in the entire Tianqian continent. Yi Qingli's heart lurched violently. Here it came. The question she dreaded most had arrived after all. Her modern emergency treatment routine was indeed unique in this world with not a trace of precedent to be found. With Di Linyuan's vast knowledge and experience, he could spot the anomaly at a glance. But she could never tell the truth and admit that she was a reborn soul, her spirit originating from another world. Such an answer would probably make her a madwoman in his eyes, or worse, a monster to be dragged off for study. Yi Qingli's mind whirled, and in the blink of an eye she landed on the most plausible excuse. Her face betrayed nothing, and her voice rang with unyielding righteousness. The Tianqian continent is vast beyond measure, its territory boundless, its hidden clans, heritages, and arcane arts countless. There are plenty of things you have never seen. Does the fact that you haven't seen them mean they don't exist? She countered with a single breath, her logic flawless and watertight. Hearing this, Di Linyuan indeed asked no more. Instead, he frowned faintly as if lost in thought or weighing the credibility of her words, and in the end returned to silence. Yi Qingli stole a glance at him out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his lightly knitted brows and contemplative mien, she knew he still had doubts, but had simply not chosen to call her out. She dared not remain on such a delicate topic, so she swiftly changed the subject to dissolve the slightly awkward mood. By the way, with all this talking, I've never asked, how long until we reach Tianjin City? Her tone was light, filled with eager anticipation. Di Linyuan answered indifferently, by this evening. What? Yi Qingli's eyes instantly sparkled, and her steps grew noticeably lighter. That fast? I thought we would still need several more days. She had originally assumed that reaching Tianjin City from the desolate mountain ridges of Heifeng Ridge would take at least 3 or 4 days. Not once did she expect to arrive by dusk. The progress was far, far faster than she had imagined. Di Linyuan did not reply to her exclamation, continuing forward at his steady pace. Yi Qingli did not mind. She started to feel excited on her own, her mind already weaving visions of the prosperous scene that awaited them in Tianjin City. Is Tianjin City large? Does it have a market? Are there shops selling pills, weapons, or spirit herbs? I want to stock up on a few things. She chattered on without stopping, like a lively little bird. Di Linyuan remained silent the entire time, not saying a single word. Yi Qingli was not discouraged, and kept asking, by the way, did you bring any money with you? Once we get to the city, we'll still have to spend money on things. The moment she said that, Di Linyuan's footsteps gave a faint pause. It was that extremely subtle pause alone that Yi Qingli immediately registered. Her eyes flew wide, her expression one of utter incredulity. You didn't bring money. Her voice rose in disbelief. You're the foremost disciple of the Tianjin sect's inner sect, noble in rank and lofty in status. Yet you don't carry silver on you. Di Linyuan glanced sideways at her, his face impassive, and answered with perfect matter-of-factness, no need. Yi Qingli was rendered speechless. She was instantly choked silent. Fine then. The world of a big shot was truly beyond her reckoning. When one's strength reached a certain level, perhaps one truly could do as one pleased. No matter where one went, people would treat one with reverence, and there would be no need for such vulgar things as money. Yi Qingli helplessly rolled her eyes, took out a heavy cyan money pouch from her bosom, and gave it a casual shake, producing the crisp, ringing sound of silver pieces clinking together. Fortunately, I had the foresight. She raised her chin, looking pleased with herself. Before we left, the old patriarch gave me 100 taels of silver for the road. I've been careful with it and haven't spent much, more than enough to cover the two of us in Tianjin City. Di Linyuan glanced down at the money pouch in her hand, yet again saying nothing, his expression serene and unreadable. But Yi Qingli noticed with keen eyes that the always tense corner of his mouth seemed to bend upward with the barest trace. The change was so faint it was almost imperceptible, as if he were smiling. Yi Qingli rubbed her eyes and looked more closely, only to find that Di Linyuan had restored his eternally unchanging cold face, as if that fleeting curve had merely been an illusion caused by her tired gaze. Let's go. Di Linyuan tossed out a single word and stepped forward once more. Yi Qingli pursed her lips, tucked the money pouch away, and hastened after him, muttering inwardly that this big shot was obviously a secretly sentimental soul who insisted on playing the aloof, cold-hearted master. What a stubborn, contradictory man. Dusk was falling. The sun hung low in the western sky, and a golden afterglow flooded the heavens, dyeing the endless mountain ranges in a warm tangerine-red light. After a full day of travel, Yi Qingli and Di Linyuan finally reached their destination, Tianjin City. Standing before the towering, magnificent city gate, Yi Qingli craned her neck to look up at the colossal city, utterly stunned. Her lips parted slightly, and her eyes brimmed with sheer awe. This city is way too big. Rising 100 feet into the air, the city wall was built of enormous blue stone slabs, solid, imposing, and grand beyond measure. It stretched infinitely toward the horizon, like a sleeping dragon lying between heaven and earth, emanating a majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Above the city gate, the towering gatehouse rose loftily into the clouds, its top adorned with an enormous black gold plaque. On it were carved 3 vigorous characters, Tianjin City, each stroke brimming with a keen, awe-inspiring sword intent. The ancient, simple calligraphy exuded an unveiled sharpness that stirred reverence in all who looked upon it. Before the gate, the line of people waiting to enter extended like a massive dragon with no end in sight. Some were vendors shouldering goods and hawking loudly. Some were cultivators with swords on their backs and cold, aloof temperaments. Some were aristocratic youths astride tall horses richly dressed and haughty. There were also wealthy households with rumbling carriages and many guards in attendance. Voices rose and fell in a lively cacophony radiating a flourishing, prosperous energy. In all her life, Qingli had never seen such an awe-inspiring, majestic city. By comparison, the small city of Qingyang was like a child's make-believe game. Shabby, crude, and utterly lacking. "What are you standing there in a daze for?" Di Linyuan's cool voice came from beside her, startling her back from her reverie. Startled, Qingli quickly reined in the shock in her eyes and hurried forward to keep pace with him as they made their way to the city gate. What happened next astounded her even more. When the armored guards at the gate, solemn and stoic, saw Di lean in, their expressions changed in an instant. Their sternness vanished, replaced by reverence, and they bowed in unison, their voices ringing out in perfect synchronization. "Lord Di." No questions were asked. No one made a move to stop him. Di Linyuan merely inclined his head slightly and walked straight through the city gate, unimpeded, treated with supreme honor. Qingli followed quietly behind him, clicking her tongue in secret amazement. This big shot's reputation was truly staggering. Even the city guards showed him such respect. It was obvious just how high his status was in Tianjin City. Once inside Tianjin City, the scene that met her eyes left Qingli dazzled and overwhelmed. The wide, flat bluestone avenue could easily accommodate 8 horses side by side. On both sides of the street, shops stood packed together in neat rows, and the cries of peddlers, the shouts of merchants, and the clamor of bargaining mingled into a boisterous symphony of bustling life. Pill shops, weapon shops, cultivation technique pavilions, inns, wine houses, auction houses. Everything one could ask for was available. Whatever you could think of, you could buy. Pedestrians thronged shoulder-to-shoulder, carriages and horses surged in an endless stream, and the air was thick with a singular blend of mortal vitality and spiritual energy. The bustle here was more than 10 times that of Qingyang City. Like a country girl visiting a big city for the first time, Qingli looked in every direction as she walked, her eyes unable to take it all in. Everything she saw was new and fascinating. Everything piqued her curiosity. The spirit pills here were of higher quality, the weapons here glinted with greater sharpness, the cultivation manuals here were more precious, and the cultivators here were on the whole vastly superior in cultivation to those in Qingyang City. Di Linyuan walked ahead at a brisk pace, showing no intention of lingering to enjoy the scenery. He led her through the bustling main street, then turned and twisted through several narrow lanes before stepping into a quiet, secluded alley. The alley was sparsely populated and serene, forming a vivid contrast to the raucous main street outside. At the end of the alley stood an extremely plain wooden door. It was old, bare of ornaments, and utterly unassuming. So much so that if one didn't look carefully, one could easily walk right past it. Di Linyuan reached out and gently pushed, and the wooden door swung open with a faint creak. Curious and mystified, Qingli followed him in. The moment she entered, she was utterly dumbfounded. The outside was unremarkable, but inside was a world apart. This was a small, elegant, self-contained courtyard. The ground was paved with blue bricks, swept immaculately clean, without a speck of dust. In the middle of the courtyard stood an old locust tree with dense, flourishing leaves. Beneath its generous shade rested a set of stone table and stools, simple and natural. The main house consisted of 3 spacious, bright rooms, while 2 wing rooms stood on each side. The layout was neat and orderly. Though it was not lavish or imposing, it won people over with its quiet elegance, warmth, and comfort. A serene haven hidden away from the bustle. "Is this yours?" Qingli couldn't help asking, shock filling her eyes. She truly hadn't expected that a tranquil little courtyard like this could be hidden within the thriving depths of Tianjin City. Di Linyuan gave a faint nod and answered calmly, "Do disciples of the Tianjin sect enjoy such privileges?" Qingli grew even more curious. She had assumed that Tianjin sect disciples either lived within the sect or in uniformly arranged dormitories. How could anyone possess an independent courtyard of their own in Tianjin City? Di Linyuan glanced sideways at her and said succinctly, "Private property." Private property. That meant this courtyard was his personal possession. Qingli was taken aback for a moment, then gave Di Linyuan a big thumbs up in admiration. "Big shot, you're loaded." She was genuinely impressed. In a place where land was at a premium like Tianjin City, owning a private courtyard was an incalculable fortune. This big shot indeed kept his cards close to his chest. Not only was his strength remarkable, but his wealth was also considerable. Di Linyuan couldn't be bothered with her teasing and walked straight toward the east wing. "You'll stay in the west wing," he instructed without turning his head. "In 3 days take part in the Tianjin sect selection." Qingli nodded. She had just set down her bundle when she suddenly remembered something of vital importance and hurriedly called after him. "Wait, where exactly is the selection held? How do I sign up? Do I need to prepare anything? Do I have to register in advance?" She shot off one question after another, her face full of bewilderment. To tell the truth, she had dared to charge all the way to the Tianjin sect purely on courage and a longing for the future. As for the selection's specific procedures, rules, and location, she truly knew nothing at all. She was completely in the dark. Di Linyuan stopped in his tracks. Slowly he turned his head, his phoenix eyes holding a trace of disbelief as he stared at her like she was some kind of strange creature. You dared to come all the way to the Tianjian sect without knowing a thing. Anyone else would have been frightened off by such a grueling selection. Only this woman with her astonishingly carefree boldness would dare travel 1,000 miles alone without understanding a thing. Precisely because I know nothing. That's what makes it an adventure, she declared, lifting her chin with unshakable conviction. If everything were planned out beforehand, and I simply followed the routine, what fun would there be? This twisted logic of hers was delivered with such righteous confidence, and not a shred of shame. Di Linyuan was silent for a moment. Clearly this was the first time he had encountered such an unusual way of thinking, and for a moment he truly didn't know how to counter it. Looking at her utterly matter-of-fact expression, he ultimately chose not to say anything more. He merely tossed out one cool remark, turned, and walked into the east wing, closing the door behind him. Tomorrow someone will deliver the selection token. All you have to do is wait in the courtyard. As his words trailed off, the east wing descended into silence. Qingli looked at the tightly shut door and raised her voice, calling toward it, "Thanks, big shot D." Still there was no response from within. Qingli didn't mind. With a soft chuckle, she turned and cheerfully walked into the west wing that was hers. The room was clean and tidy, with a soft bed, neatly arranged tables and chairs, and even a bright little window. Compared to her earlier days of braving wind and rain in ruined temples and sleeping rough in the wild, it was an absolute world of difference. She flopped onto the soft bed and couldn't help sighing with contentment. Finally, no more suffering. Next, all she needed to do was wait in peace for the Tianjian sect selection 3 days later. With Di Linyuan, the inner sect's chief disciple, watching over her entry into the Tianjian sect was as good as assured. A relaxed smile curled at the corner of Qingli's lips, and her eyes were filled with anticipation for the future. Her brand new life was about to officially begin right here and now. Deep in the night, all was silent. The entire Tianjian city had sunk into slumber. The clamor of the day had completely faded, leaving only the faint chirping of insects and the soft rustle of the night wind brushing against the window lattice. Qingli sat cross-legged on the soft couch in the western chamber, her posture upright. She gently held the warm, smooth destiny pearl against her chest, feeling its cool, delicate touch at her fingertips. In 3 days' time would come the great day of the Tianjian sect's disciple selection. Time was pressing, not even a single moment could be wasted. Although Di Linyuan had personally promised to guarantee her direct entry into the Tianjian sect, Qingli knew better than anyone that relying on others was never a long-term solution. Her path in the end had to be walked by herself. Her strength in the end had to be forged by herself. Only the power truly held in her own hands was the most secure and dependable support. She took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and gently touched the destiny pearl within her with her intent awakening it. The next moment, a faint golden illusory panel quietly surfaced in her mind. Destiny pearl activated. Current status charging. Sword chi absorbed 2 strands. Acupoints opened 1108. Sword chi required for next acupoint 3 strands. It was still the familiar panel, still no major change. Qingli let out a light, helpless sigh. 2 strands of origin sword chi had barely managed to open a single acupoint. The road to becoming a true powerhouse was still absurdly far away. She was about to withdraw her mind, close her eyes, regulate her breathing, and settle down to sleep, when from the depths of her mind a long-absent, aged, and somewhat languid voice suddenly rang out. "Last so late at night, still cultivating." Qingli's whole body jolted. Her eyes flew wide open, and astonishing joy exploded in her gaze. That voice! It was the old sword spirit from the sword tomb who had been missing for so long. "Senior," she cried out excitedly in her heart. "Is it really you? Have you finally awakened? Can you communicate with me normally now?" After parting from the sword tomb, the old sword spirit had fallen utterly silent and never appeared again. She had thought he had completely dissipated, yet who could have imagined that at this critical juncture he would suddenly reappear? Obviously. The old sword spirit gave a deliberately haughty huff, yet his tone was quite gentle. "Now that 2 strands of origin sword chi have condensed within you, you have formed a bond with the sword tomb, so naturally I can communicate with you telepathically. That is a rule set down by the ancient sword tomb. Did you think just anyone could speak with me?" Qingli's eyes suddenly blazed with extraordinary brightness, as if she had seized a lifeline. She hurriedly pressed on, "Senior, since you can speak now, can you guide my cultivation? My cultivation is still too low, and the Tianjian sect selection is about to begin. I have no confidence at all." Right now she was only at yellow rank 1st level, relying solely on basic sword techniques. She was utterly inadequate amid the gathering of prodigies in the selection. If she could obtain guidance from an ancient sword spirit, that would unquestionably be a heaven-leaping opportunity. The old sword spirit fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something. After a moment, he slowly spoke and laid out his condition. "I can guide you. In all my years, my insights into the sword path are immeasurable. Even a single drop I let slip would be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. But you must agree to one condition of mine." Qingli answered without the slightest hesitation. "Senior, just say the word. Never mind 1, 10, even 100, I'll agree to them all. It's not that exaggerated." The old sword spirit's voice carried a mix of helplessness and amused exasperation. When you get the chance in the future, go into the sword tomb more often and keep those old fellows company. Those few have been cooped up for tens of thousands of years, and they're all chatterboxes. They cling to me every day, airing their grievances until my ears are practically calloused. I'm nearly annoyed to death. Yi Qingli. Her whole body froze as she was stunned on the spot. She had expected some earth-shaking condition, bloodbound servitude, a solemn oath, inheritance of the sword path, or something along those lines. Yet in the end, he wanted her to be a companion for chit-chat. That was far too down-to-earth. It took her several breaths to recover before she immediately agreed, her eyes curving into a bright smile. No problem, senior. Deal. In the future, whenever I'm free, I'll come to the sword tomb often to chat with everyone and make sure all you seniors are happy. That's more like it. The old sword spirit gave a satisfied hum, then his tone instantly turned serious as he shifted into instruction mode. Last, what sword art are you currently cultivating? What level has your cultivation reached? Yi Qingli hastened to answer truthfully, I cultivate the most basic Qingyuan sword art of the Yi family, and I've already practiced it to the 9th stance. My cultivation has just opened my sword meridians and reached yellow rank 1st level. Once her words fell, silence descended in her mind once more. Yi Qingli's heart tightened slightly. Could her aptitude really be so poor that even the old sword spirit could not bear to keep listening? After quite a while, the old sword spirit finally spoke slowly, his tone relatively calm. To be able to practice basic sword techniques up to the 9th stance shows some dedication. Barely passable. But, he shifted his tone, growing serious. You need to understand the Tianjin sect selection gathers young geniuses from all across the Tianjin continent. Mere basic sword techniques, even trained to perfection, are nowhere near enough, let alone enough to stand out. Yi Qingli's heart sank. Then what should this junior rely on? Sword intent. The old sword spirit uttered 2 words, each carrying enormous weight. The path of the sword is divided into 3 realms: sword moves, sword momentum, and sword intent. What you practice now is merely the most shallow and lowliest level, sword moves. They have form, but no substance. You only know imitation, not the true essence. Sword momentum is the sublimation of sword moves, the union of strength and will. When one sword stroke is unleashed, its momentum splits all before it like bamboo. Even with momentum and no set move, it can still wound. Sword intent, then, is the very foundation of the sword path, its soul, its Tao. The moment a sword is drawn, intent arrives with the blade. No art can breach it, and all illusions are shattered. Yi Qingli listened quietly, half comprehending, but felt as if a brand new door had been opened in her mind, and a sudden clarity spread before her eyes. So swordplay actually contains such profound, distinct realms. Suppressing the shock in her heart, she asked respectfully, Senior, with my current cultivation and comprehension, can I begin cultivating sword momentum? The old sword spirit thought briefly, his tone carrying a trace of approval. Your comprehension is excellent. Your soul power far exceeds ordinary people, and you are nourished by origin sword chi. What takes others 3 or 5 years merely to touch upon the threshold, you may give it a try. Now close your eyes. Sink your mind down and forget all stray thoughts. Feel those 2 strands of origin sword chi in your dantian. Treat them as part of your body, your hands, your feet, your breath, your will. Yi Qingli dared not show the slightest negligence. She immediately did as instructed. She slowly closed her eyes and sank her mind into her dantian. Within that warm chi, 2 slender yet pure strands of origin sword chi floated quietly, like 2 languid, well-behaved kittens radiating a gentle yet razor-sharp aura. She carefully extended her intent and gently touched the first strand of sword chi. It was extremely docile, obediently following her command without the slightest resistance. Then she touched the second strand. This one was noticeably more willful. It gave a slight twist before grudgingly cooperating. Yi Qingli remained patient, neither hurried nor flustered, gradually sensing their frequency, their sharpness, and the unique temperament each possessed. Time slipped by bit by bit. Outside the window the night was deep. Inside the room silence reigned. She did not know how long had passed. Suddenly, Yi Qingli's mind gave a violent jolt. She saw no images, yet she clearly sensed an ultimate aura. Sharp, fierce, resolute, surging ever forward without hesitation. That was the will of the sword. That was the momentum of the sword. Boom. She abruptly opened her eyes, brilliant light bursting from her gaze. Almost by instinct, she grabbed the ordinary iron sword beside the bed, twisted her wrist, and swung a single stroke with the flow of that momentum. Hum. A low yet clear sword cry suddenly resounded through the room. An invisible, formless wave of force astonishing in power burst from the sword tip and swept through the entire room like ripples. Crack. The teacup on the table instantly burst apart, split in 2. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tightly shut wooden window rattled violently with a harsh grating sound. Dust from the floor was swept into the air as the currents churned. Yi Qingli stood frozen in place, sword raised, utterly stunned, unable to recover for a long while. She had just swung the sword casually. How could it have unleashed such formidable power? Just then the old sword spirit's utterly astounded voice exploded in her mind. Lass. You, just now, in a single night, you comprehended sword momentum. Yi Qingli blinked, still not fully processing it, and reflexively asked, is comprehending sword momentum really that hard? Instantly, a deathly silence fell within her mind. For a long, long time there was no sound. No one knew how much time passed before the old sword spirit slowly spoke, his voice filled with infinite complexity, shock, and disbelief. It's not hard. It's just that. In the past 90,000 years you are the first freak to have comprehended it overnight and directly mastered sword momentum. Qingli was briefly startled, then couldn't help curving her lips upward, a bright smile emerging in her eyes. So it turned out she could be this strong too. Outside the window the sky had begun to show a faint pale gray of dawn. Dawn was approaching. The era that belonged to her was also about to begin. On the most bustling street of Tianjin City stood the Yuelai Inn. It was one of the inns with the heaviest foot traffic and the richest flow of information in the city. Cultivators, young masters of noble clans, and merchants came and went in constant flux, a veritable confluence of all walks of life, making it the most convenient place to gather intelligence. Inside a refined private room on the second floor near the window, Yiling sat upright on a pearwood chair, dressed in an exquisite pink gown with elaborate makeup adorning her face. Yet not a single trace of warmth graced her beautiful countenance, instead it was shrouded in a gloom so heavy it seemed ready to drip with water. A thick aura of hostility and fury radiated from her. The atmosphere in the room had reached an almost unbearable weight. Before her a man in gray robes stood, bent at the waist, his head buried so low that the tips of his ears nearly touched his shoulders. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, daring not even draw a full breath. Trash. The whole lot of you are trash. Yiling spoke abruptly, her voice icy and bone-chilling, laced with barely restrained fury. After all these days and you cannot even locate a defenseless girl. Yi Qingli, who has only just left home. What good are you at all? The man in gray stammered, his voice trembling as though on the verge of tears. Miss. After that girl entered the city, her whereabouts vanished completely, as if someone deliberately concealed her spiritual aura. We searched over half of Tianjin City and found not a single clue. Bang! Yiling could no longer contain her wrath. She slammed her palm down hard onto the table. The sturdy wooden desk resounded with a muffled boom, the teacups jumping from the shock. Trash! She barked sharply, her eyes dripping with venomous malice. You cannot even find one person. What use am I to keep such useless creatures? The man in gray's legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, daring not utter a single word of rebuttal. Yiling clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, as she forced down the raging turmoil within her heart. She could not panic. Absolutely not. This visit to Tianjin City had been undertaken in secret, concealed from all members of the Yi family. When she learned of the bandits at Black Wind Ridge suffering total annihilation in their ambush attempt, she immediately grasped the truth. Yi Qingli, that wretched little bitch, must have headed straight for the Tianjin sect, a purple spiritual talent unparalleled in a century. If she truly passed the selection smoothly and entered the Tianjin sect as an inner disciple receiving the sect's prime cultivation resources, then she, Yiling, and the entire second branch of the family would forever be unable to hold their heads high within the Yi clan. The position of clan leader and all inheritance rights to resources would be permanently lost to them. The mere thought of it sent jealousy and hatred erupting within Yiling like venomous vines, growing wildly and threatening to devour her whole. Therefore she risked everything. Taking 500 taels of silver secretly provided by her mother Lady Zhou and accompanied by several death warriors trained by the second branch over years of careful cultivation, she traveled day and night pursuing her target all the way to Tianjin City. Her purpose was singular and absolute. Before the Tianjin sect selection began, ambush and kill Yi Qingli, sever her sword meridian, destroy her talent, and strip her of any qualification to ever enter the Tianjin sect. Only when Yi Qingli was dead could she find peace. Yiling drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, a hint of ruthless resolve flashing through her eyes. Continue searching. She issued her order coldly, her voice devoid of any warmth. Tianjin City is not large. She is merely an outsider with no friends or allies here. She must be hiding in some corner. Search every household from door to door. Once you find her, do not alert her or make any rash moves. Report back to me immediately. I will deal with her myself and show her precisely what it means to betray and offend me. Yes, miss. The man in gray felt as though a sentence of death had been commuted. He hastily bowed deeply and backed out of the room, swiftly, not daring to linger for even a second longer. The room fell silent once more. Yiling slowly walked to the window and pushed open half of it, looking down from above upon the bustling, vibrant streets below. Crowds flowed back and forth, carriages and horses clamored with noise, yet at the bottom of her heart only cold, killing intent remained. She raised her hand and gently traced the windowsill, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a ferocious, venomous sneer. Yi Qingli, you think escaping the cage of the Yi family means you can spread your wings and soar freely. You think with a single purple talent you can rise to the heavens and trample over my head. Dream on. Throughout this entire life you will only ever remain a worm beneath my feet. This time in Tianjin City will be your final resting place. I will personally destroy everything you hold dear, ensuring you never recover. Her gaze was dark and poisonous, staring fixedly into the distance, as if she could already see the desolate and wretched fate awaiting Yi Qingli. A conspiracy rife with murderous intrigue revolving around the Tianjin sect selection was quietly beginning to unfold. At dawn, the city of Tianjin had barely stirred from slumber when its streets and alleys were already alive with clamor. Spiritual energy and the smoke of everyday life intermingled, seething with a bustle as fervent as boiling water. Qingli had walked out from her small courtyard retreat in the early morning, idly strolling through the bustling marketplace. The man Lin Yuan had mentioned, the one meant to deliver the selection token, had yet to appear. With nothing better to do, she decided to seize the chance to properly explore this legendary city of the sword, broadening her horizons and easing the nerves strained by days of relentless travel. The marketplace of Tianjin City was 100 times, 1,000 times more prosperous than she had imagined. On either side of the street, stalls were packed so densely that they stretched beyond the reach of sight. There were herb stalls displaying spirit medicines of every vintage, their refreshing fragrance lingering in the air, weapon shops showcasing sharp blades, the cold gleam of their edges enough to seize one's heart, and stores trading in talismans, pills, tattered cultivation manuals, and materials from demon beasts, a dazzling array that left nothing to be desired. Among the passers-by, many were cultivators bearing long swords on their backs, their auras sharp and oppressive. Every gaze was piercing, every stride firm. Clearly not people of ordinary standing. Qingli browsed with keen interest, her spirits running high. She ambled along, stopping from time to time at stalls that caught her eye, picking up wares to inspect them carefully and casually asking prices, her face bright with novelty. With the resources she currently possessed, she naturally could not afford those precious pills and divine weapons, but merely feasting her eyes upon them was enough to satisfy her. Just as she reached a stall selling ladies' ornaments, her footsteps came to an abrupt and inexplicable halt. Her gaze sharpened and settled on a spot not far ahead. Before a delicate jade hairpin stall stood a familiar figure, quiet and still. Clad in a striking goose-yellow gown, her figure slender and graceful, her long hair pinned in an elegant bun, she was slightly bowing, her head absorbed in selecting hairpins. Her profile was soft and captivating. It was none other than Yi Ling. Qingli's eyes turned cold, a trace of mockery flickering through her gaze. Enemies truly were destined to meet on a narrow road. She had merely stepped out for a casual stroll, and yet in the sprawling city of Tianjin, she had still run into this dear little sister who had schemed with such persistence to bring about her death. What a coincidence indeed. Qingli sneered inwardly. Unwilling to get entangled with the girl, she turned around without a change in expression, intending to slip away discreetly and avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet at precisely that moment, as if stirred by some silent premonition, Yi Ling slowly raised her head and cast her gaze directly toward her. Their eyes met. A flicker of surprise passed through Yi Ling's eyes first, followed by overwhelming delight. In the next instant, a sweet and fervent smile bloomed across her face, as though she beheld a beloved kinswoman after years of separation. "Sister," she called, her voice soft and honeyed. She immediately dropped the jade hairpin from her hand, and with quick little steps scurried all the way to Qingli, seizing her hand with an intimacy so natural it was almost theatrical. "Sister, it really is you. I'm not mistaken. Oh, thank heavens, I've finally found you." That overwrought delight, that earnest tone, that tender gesture. Anyone who saw it would believe they were devoted sisters reunited after a long and painful parting. Qingli lowered her gaze to that face written over with worry and joy, and nearly let out a laugh on the spot. What performance! What truly exquisite performance! If she didn't take the stage with a theater troupe, it would be a shameful waste of a once-in-a-century acting prodigy. Her expression remained unruffled, and she called up precisely the right measure of surprise to play along. "Ling, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the Yi family estate?" At these words, Yi Ling's eyes reddened at a speed visible to the eye. Tears came as though summoned, gathering at the rims, a perfect portrait of wronged remorse. She wept like pear blossoms drenched in rain, a sight pitiful enough to melt the hardest heart. "Sister, I came searching for you on purpose." She choked on her own words, her voice miserable and steeped in guilt. "After you left home that day, I felt terrible the whole time. I kept worrying about you. And about the bandits. Sister, you have to believe me, it truly wasn't me." She shook her head forcefully, tears slipping down her cheeks, her expression one of absolute sincerity. "It was my mother. She hid it from me and hired those bandits to ambush you. When I learned of it, it was already too late. I had no chance to stop it. Sister, I know I did wrong. I truly know I did wrong. Won't you forgive me just this once? I'll never do it again." She wept as she clung tightly to Qingli's hand, her posture humble, her entreaty written across her face, sobbing as though her heart would break. Passers-by who saw the scene stopped in their tracks to look. Many softened at the sight and began to murmur among themselves. "So they're sisters. Look how close they are. The younger sister is crying so sorrowfully. She must truly know she was wrong. The older sister is the pitiable one to have gone through such a thing." The murmurs drifted into Yi Ling's ears, and in her heart, she preened with satisfaction. But on her face, she only wept with greater grievance. She would use the eyes of the crowd to corner Qingli, forcing her to forgive, making it impossible for her to refuse. Qingli watched Yi Ling's strenuous performance with a calmly mocking heart, untouched by a single ripple of emotion. This girl, venomous in mind, superb in performance. What a pity she never sought a career upon the stage. She patted Yi Ling's hand gently, wearing a face of magnanimous kindness and gentle grace. There, stop crying. It's all in the past. I don't blame you. Yi Ling's head snapped up, her reddened eyes brimming with disbelief. Sister. Are you telling the truth? You really don't blame me anymore. Truly. Yi Qingli nodded, a warm smile on her lips. We are sisters after all. Let bygones be bygones. Oh, wonderful. At once Yi Ling traded tears for laughter, her grief vanishing without a trace. She threw herself forward, embracing Yi Qingli tightly, her voice cloying with affection. Sister, you're the best. I knew you loved me most of all. In the instant she embraced Yi Qingli, the fingers hidden within her sleeve made a furtive lightning-quick flick. A pinch of pale golden powder, nearly invisible to the naked eye, settled soundlessly on the front of Yi Qingli's robe, without a whisper of sound, without drawing a single glance. Tracing powder. Once this powder stuck to a person, no matter which corner of Tianjin City, Yi Qingli fled to. Yi Ling could pinpoint her location precisely with a specially prepared, attracting incense. Yi Qingli's body stiffened by a barely perceptible fraction, then returned to perfect composure, revealing not the slightest trace of unease. Tracing powder. This little trick. She knew it all too well. In her past life, the old hands who roamed the Jianghu and pillaged ancient tombs in search of treasure had favored this method more than any other. It was subtle, hard to detect, and never once failed to run down its quarry. Yi Ling's petty scheme before her was nothing more than waving an axe before Lu Ban. Yi Qingli laughed coldly in her heart, yet her face remained gentle and harmless. She too slowly raised her hand and gave Yi Ling's back a few light pats, the very picture of sisterly affection. And as she patted, the tip of her finger moved with an equally subtle, equally quick motion. A faint yet precisely directed pulse of inner force trembled once. The pinch of tracing powder that had just fallen on her lapel was flicked back intact soundlessly onto the back of Yi Ling's clothing. Return the other's own arts to the other. You want to track me? First ask yourself whether you have the skill. Completely oblivious, Yi Ling released Yi Qingli, and with a cloying sweet smile asked in a voice brimming with concern, Sister, where are you staying in Tianjin City? Why not tell me, and I'll have people deliver some daily necessities and food to you. It appeared to be thoughtfulness, but in truth it was a probe for Yi Qingli's whereabouts. Yi Qingli gave a light laugh and declined without a trace of hesitation. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm staying with a friend in the city, so it's not convenient to have visitors. Your kind heart is enough. A flicker of disappointment passed through Yi Ling's eyes, though she did not press further. She drew Yi Qingli into a few more words of tender concern before taking her leave, reluctant, glancing back at every step. After walking a few paces, she stole another look backward, casting a deep glance at Yi Qingli. Triumph and malice darted through the depths of her gaze. Yi Qingli, you've fallen right into my trap. Now that you're stained with tracing powder, let's see where you can possibly run this time. Yi Qingli stood still where she was, watching Yi Ling's figure vanish into the dense crowd. Slowly, a cold and mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Silly girl, playing such a cheap, despicable trick on me. When I was already playing with tracing powder and counter-tracing, you hadn't even been born yet. You want to find me? Go ahead and come. This time I'll play with you properly, and settle both old scores and new all at once. Yi Qingli strolled leisurely through the market before turning back toward the secluded private courtyard. The moment she pushed open the gate, her gaze fell upon a familiar, aloof figure seated beside the stone table beneath the old locust tree in the center of the yard. Di Linyuan had risen from his meditation some time earlier and sat quietly on the stone stool, his posture straight, his features cold and distant, exuding an aura that repelled all who dared approach. On the stone table rested a jade token, luminous white from tip to tip. Carved into its surface was a single character, sword, rendered in sharp, resolute strokes that carried a faint yet palpable edge of sword intent. Yi Qingli's eyes lit up. She stepped forward immediately and asked, has the person delivering the selection token already arrived? Di Linyuan lifted his gaze, slightly glanced at her, and gave a quiet nod in acknowledgement. She reached out, picked up the jade token, and turned it over and over in her palms, examining it carefully. The material did not appear particularly rare. It was merely ordinary white jade, yet it felt warm and smooth to the touch, with a faint but pure fluctuation of spiritual energy rippling within. It was clearly no common object, but rather a unique credential for entering the Heavenly Sword Sect selection grounds. How is this used? Do I just carry it with me? She asked curiously. Bring it along on the day of the selection. Di Linyuan's voice was cool and concise. It serves as proof of your qualification to participate, sparing you the tedious process of identity registration and verification. Yi Qingli nodded in understanding, slipped the jade token into her bosom, and secured it. Having the inner sect's top disciple arranging matters in advance truly saved considerable trouble. Just as she prepared to turn back to her room, Di Linyuan's deep, cold Tarn eyes fell upon her, and he spoke in a low tone. You are carrying something you should not have on you. Yi Qingli paused, instinctively glancing down at her lapel. In the sunlight, a trace of extremely fine, pale golden dust shimmered faintly at the corner of her clothing. Tracking powder. She had been so excited earlier that she nearly forgot about it entirely. Shrugging it off, Yi Qingli waved her hand dismissively and said, it's nothing. Just a minor detail. I left it there on purpose. Di Linyuan's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of puzzlement crossing his eyes. Given his cultivation level, he could plainly see it was the tracking powder commonly used by cultivators, a sinister and covert tool for locking onto a target's location typically employed by villains. Yet this woman before him claimed she had deliberately allowed herself to be dusted with it. Without hesitation, Qingli recounted everything that had happened at the market. How she had encountered Yi Ling, who had feigned friendliness, while secretly scattering tracking powder, and how she had turned the tables by reflecting the spell back onto her. Finishing her tale, she spread her hands with an air of nonchalance. She wanted to use tracking powder to cause me trouble, so I sent it right back to her unchanged. Now the powder is on her. I can find her at any moment, but she will never be able to find me. Di Linyuan listened silently. After a moment's pause, a barely perceptible flash of surprise flickered across his phoenix-like eyes. He had always assumed the girl possessed only strong willpower and astonishing comprehension, never imagining her mind was so meticulous and her reactions so swift. Faced with an enemy's ambush, she had not panicked, but instead turned their own scheme against them, forcing them to reap what they had sown. You're not entirely foolish then, he said at last, offering his assessment. Qingli raised her brows immediately, regarding him with open defiance. Wait, doesn't that sound suspiciously like an insult? I'm quite smart, thank you very much. Di Linyuan chose not to engage in further banter. Rising to his feet, he disregarded her protest and strode toward the eastern wing, clearly intending to resume his seclusion and recover his injuries. But only a few steps later his footfalls came to an abrupt halt. Without turning around, he tilted his face slightly sideways, and his cool voice drifted over the wind, carrying the faintest trace of concern. Tomorrow is the selection. Be careful. With those words, he walked straight into the eastern wing and softly closed the door behind him with a gentle click. Qingli stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. She stared dumbfounded at the closed door, blinking as though suspecting her ears had deceived her. Had that taciturn, aloof word-minuting Di Linyuan just cared about her? Had she heard things incorrectly? It took several breaths before she finally snapped back to reality. Looking at the closed door once more, she could not help but burst into quiet laughter. This Di Linyuan, a stoic shell masking a warm heart beneath. Though his concern was genuine, his lips refused to shape anything but coldness, incapable of offering even a properly tender word. Awkward and somehow endearing. Shaking her head with a smile, Qingli let the matter rest and turned toward the western wing. With Di Linyuan's reminder firmly in mind, her resolve hardened even further. Tomorrow's Heavenly Sword sect selection would by no means be peaceful. That persistent wraith Yi Ling would surely scheme to create trouble for her during the selection and would not hesitate to strike with lethal intent. And yet, so what? She was no longer the bullied waste of the Yi family of days past. Having undergone a profound awakening in a single night, her sword aura had begun to take shape. Her primal sword chi guarded her body, and the destiny pearl rested within her grasp. Yi Ling, if you wish to come seeking trouble, I shall accompany you to the very end. This time, I will not only secure my place in the Heavenly Sword sect, I will also make you pay dearly for everything you have done to me. A glint of sharp resolve flashed across Qingli's eyes. She then sat cross-legged upon the couch, closed her eyes, and began to calm her spirit and regulate her breathing, making final preparations for the eagerly anticipated selection tomorrow. Night gradually enveloped the entire Heavenly Sword City. A sword selection event poised to stir the whole city was about to unfold. And alongside it, a web of conspiracy and counter-stratagems centered upon Qingli had already been quietly set in motion, waiting only for dawn to ignite. On the eve of the sword cultivation selection, the entire Sword Peak was shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and restlessness. All disciples participating in the selection were racing against time to cultivate and adjust their breath. Everyone aspired to emerge victorious in tomorrow's grand competition, stepping into the inner sect and gaining the highest tier of resource allocation from the sect. Yet Qingli possessed a confidence that surpassed others. She sat cross-legged upon her simple bed, enveloped by a faint aura of sword energy, eyes closed in deep meditation, as she immersed herself entirely in cultivation. After days of careful experimentation, she had finally mastered the profound utility of those two mysterious primordial sword energies within her body. They not only effortlessly cleared her blocked acupoints, but also served as an extraordinary heaven-defying advantage on her cultivation path. Empowered by these two primordial sword energies, her cultivation speed was several times faster than that of ordinary disciples. Even though her realm had not yet broken through, her comprehension of the Sword Tao and control over Sword Qi advanced at a terrifying pace each day. Even the sect elders who had devoted decades to sword cultivation would likely be left astonished. Just as she was immersed in her cultivation, her spirit resonating with the Sword Qi of heaven and earth, a sudden urgent, yet gentle knock shattered the tranquility of the room. 3 soft taps echoed distinctly in the silent night. Qingli slowly opened her eyes, a trace of surprise flashing within them. At this late hour, when every disciple on Sword Peak was sequestered preparing for the trials, who could possibly seek her out? Suppressing her curiosity, she rose and hurried to the door, pulling it open. The moment she caught sight of the figure beyond the threshold, Qingli froze entirely. Moonlight cascaded like silver water across the courtyard, bathing it in a pale glow. Di Linyuan stood with his arms folded behind his back, robed in black, his dark hair stirred by the night wind. An icy, unapproachable aura radiated from him, his sculpted, breathtakingly handsome features cold as stone. Yet his usually distant eyes held an inexplicable softness, their harsh remoteness now significantly diminished. "What brings you here?" Yi Qingli recovered first, her voice betraying unmistakable astonishment. Di Linyuan wasted no words, simply raising his long-fingered hand. Resting in his palm was a pitch-black token, starkly different from the ordinary selection tokens distributed during the day. The black token possessed a smooth, lustrous quality carved with an ancient, vigorous character for sword. Deep within the strokes, a chilling spiritual light seemed to pulse, its terrifying power perceptible even from several inches away. Yi Qingli instinctively reached out to take it, and the moment her fingertips brushed the token, a wave of icy sword energy surged through her meridians, instantly sharpening her awareness. What exactly is this? She turned it over and over, studying it intently, her curiosity growing. A life-preserving token. Di Linyuan's voice was low and magnetic, carrying clearly through the night. "Tomorrow's selection is fraught with danger. Keep this with you. Preserve my life." Yi Qingli paused momentarily, taken aback. Di Linyuan's lips parted slightly as he uttered words that made her blood run cold. "If you face a life or death crisis during the selection, simply shatter this token to withstand a full-force strike from a divine realm expert." Boom. Yi Qingli felt as though struck by lightning, her breath catching sharply, her hand gripping the token, trembling involuntarily. A divine realm strike. That was the power of those who stood at the apex of the continent's pyramid. Casual strikes capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones, devastating heaven and earth. Could this tiny black token truly withstand a full-force attack from a divine realm expert? Such a supreme treasure. Ordinary disciples would scarcely have heard of it, let alone seen one. Even the sect master and all the elders would likely be chasing after it. This was an invaluable treasure, a heaven-defying artifact capable of saving one's life in desperation. You're giving this to me?" Yi Qingli looked up sharply, staring at Di Linyuan in disbelief. "We're strangers. Why are you giving me something so precious?" "We're not related by blood or ties," she pressed, still unable to comprehend. "Why would you give me such a precious gift?" She simply could not fathom why a man of such enigmatic origins and unfathomable strength would treat her with such kindness, even risking the gift of such a priceless treasure. Di Linyuan fell silent. Cold moonlight bathed his face, deepening the fathomless darkness in his eyes like a frigid pool. His gaze remained fixed upon Yi Qingli's face, tender and lingering, as though looking through her to behold some distant yet indelible figure from the past. After an agonizing silence, the man finally spoke, his voice carrying a wistfulness he himself had barely acknowledged. "Your eyes resemble those of an old friend." An old friend? Yi Qingli was utterly stunned, her mind going blank. What old friend? What did that have to do with her? Before she could press him for answers, Di Linyuan had already turned and departed. His dark silhouette flashed beneath the moonlight, vanishing into the boundless night with a speed she couldn't hope to match. Yi Qingli stood alone at her doorway, her palm tightly clenched around the cold black token. The engraved character for sword pressed into her flesh, sending tremors through her heart. Gazing after the direction where Di Linyuan had disappeared, her brows drew together in confusion, emotions churning within her. Indescribable and unnameable. This man. Whom exactly was he making of her? Who exactly was this old friend he spoke of? Countless questions swirled through her mind, denying her sleep and leaving her thoughts in turmoil throughout the night. "Your eyes are like those of someone from my past." Those words reverberated throughout Yi Qingli's mind like a spell, echoing endlessly until dawn. She lay in bed, eyes wide open until daybreak, tossing and turning without a hint of sleep. The image of Di Linyuan, the protective token capable of withstanding a strike from the divine realm, and those fateful words, "an old acquaintance," kept her heart in turmoil. The next morning, Yi Qingli dragged herself out of bed with heavy dark circles under her eyes, her face drawn and haggard. After a quick wash, she was about to head out to the selection grounds when her steps suddenly froze. She suddenly remembered the crucial question left behind the night before. Who exactly was that old acquaintance Di Linyuan had spoken of? She would never blindly accept such a tremendous favor, nor would she ever become someone's substitute without understanding why. With that thought, Yi Qingli threw open the door and stormed into the courtyard. Both unexpected and yet strangely unsurprising. Di Linyuan was seated at a stone table in the center of the courtyard, a pot of freshly brewed tea resting upon it, its fragrant aroma wafting into the air. He sat in relaxed ease, as though he had known she would come and had been waiting for her all along. Without a word, Yi Qingli strode to the stone table and sat down opposite him, getting straight to the point. "You didn't finish what you said last night. You mentioned I look like someone. Who exactly is that person?" Her tone carried both urgency and determination, her gaze fixed directly on Di Linyuan, as though she would extract an answer no matter what. Di Linyuan, however, remained calm and composed, raising his teacup and taking a delicate sip, not uttering a single word, as though he hadn't heard her question at all. "Do I know this person?" Yi Qingli asked, patiently pressing on. Silence. "Is this someone close to you?" Still silence. "What exactly is your relationship? A relative? Or Yi Qingli fired question after question, but Di Linyuan simply sat with his eyes closed, refusing to speak a single word. His stern face remained completely impassive, utterly impenetrable. Yi Qingli took a deep breath, forcing down the fire rising in her chest, and reminding herself to stay calm. She could not afford to be angered before the selection. Very well. She nodded, her tone suddenly shifting to earnest resolve. If you don't wish to speak, I won't force you. But I need you to understand something clearly. I am Yi Qingli. I am myself. I am no one's substitute, no one's shadow. You gave me this protective token last night, and I will not forget this kindness. I will repay it in due time. But if the only reason you treat me differently is because I resemble this old acquaintance, then say so now. I can return this token. Yi Qingli spoke with conviction, her eyes clear and unyielding, showing not an ounce of retreat. Finally, Di Linyuan set down his teacup and raised his gaze to meet hers. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Yi Qingli saw something stir within his eyes. A profound and complicated tangle of emotions, longing, melancholy, tenderness, and a touch of gentleness and obsession she could not begin to comprehend. His gaze was so deep, so heavy that it made her heart tighten inexplicably. After a long silence, Di Linyuan finally spoke, his voice low and earnest. You are not a substitute. Not a substitute. Yi Qingli raised an eyebrow, refusing to let it go. Then what am I? Why are you being so good to me? Why give me such a precious token? She would get to the bottom of this. She would not remain in the dark. But Di Linyuan fell silent, once more unwilling to speak another word. He simply rose to his feet and walked toward the door. It's time for the selection, he offered, only a parting remark in a detached tone. Yi Qingli stood stunned for a moment before springing up and chasing after him, her cheeks puffing with indignation. Hey, Di Linyuan. Stop right there. We're not done talking. Don't you dare run away. Di Linyuan did not slow his pace or turn his head. His dark figure in the morning light stood tall and aloof. Yi Qingli trailed behind him in a huff, running briskly, her eyes locked on his back, grinding her teeth, and making a silent vow. Di Linyuan, you haven't heard the last of this. Whoever that old acquaintance may be, whatever secret you're hiding, one day I will pry it all out of you and have every answer laid bare. Substitute. Old acquaintance. Yi Qingli would never accept such nonsense. First, she would survive today's selection. After that, she would unravel the truth about this enigmatic man from top to bottom. The once every 5 years disciple selection of the Heavenly Sword sect was undoubtedly the most sensational event in the entire Tianxian continent. As the recognized holy land of the sword path on the continent, the mere announcement of recruitment by the Heavenly Sword sect was enough to send every top prodigy from the 5 domains scrambling for a spot. They would fight tooth and nail to step into this temple of swordsmanship and soar to the heavens in a single step, embarking on the supreme sword path from then on. When Yi Qingli arrived at the selection grounds with the surging crowd, she was instantly stunned by the sight before her, standing frozen in place, unable to utter a single word for a long while. The sword path plaza before her was absurdly enormous. Covering a full 1,000 mu, it was paved entirely with ancient dark iron bluestones so flat and smooth that it resembled a mirror. One could see their own reflection in the ground as they walked. At the very center of the plaza, a colossal sword, steel over 10 zhang tall, pierced straight into the clouds, its body black as ink and covered with ancient profound sword runes. A faint sword intent pressure rippled from it, filling anyone who merely looked at it with awe. Around the plaza, the crowd had already packed in so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. A sea of people stretched endlessly into the distance, an imposing dark mass with no end in sight. Young prodigies from the eastern, western, southern, northern, and central domains gathered here, their colorful robes interweaving in a dazzling display, while accents from every region mixed together. The clamor was almost loud enough to overturn the sky. Excitement and ambition were written on everyone's face. They could barely wait to charge up to the sword steel and prove their sword path talent. Amid the crowd, discussions about the top geniuses rose one after another, drifting into Yi Qingli's ears. Have you heard? This year the central domain has produced a true monster of the sword. He's only 15 and his cultivation has already reached the 9th stage yellow rank. He is only one step away from the mystic rank. Not just the central domain. The eldest young lady of the Liu family from the eastern domain has also come. She was born with blue sword path talent, a rare prodigy found once in 10,000. That strange monk from the western domain is even more terrifying. He has mastered the Vajra demon-subduing sword to a divine level, and at such a young age he has already swept through all his peers in the western domain undefeated. Yi Qingli listened in silence, unable to suppress a bitter smile in her heart. 9th stage yellow rank blue talent undefeated within their domain. Every one of these dazzling labels taken alone could crush the entire field. As for herself, she was merely a 1st stage yellow rank cultivator who had opened her sword meridians less than half a month ago, a former useless trash. Mixed in among these fierce wolf-like prodigies, she was like a little lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves, utterly inconspicuous, even out of place. Just as she was sighing inwardly, a cloyingly sweet voice suddenly came from behind her. Sister. Yi Qingli slowly turned around, and sure enough saw Yi Ling's flower-like smiling face pushing through the crowd toward her. Behind Yi Ling followed several men with cold, gloomy expressions. They were clearly death warriors raised by the second branch of the Yi family, now disguised flawlessly in servant attire. Yi Ling rushed up to Yi Qingli in a few quick steps, warmly grabbing her hand with a tone so fake it was sickening. Sister, so you're here too? I've been looking for you for so long. Why did you come alone? Why don't you come with me? That way we can look after each other. Yi Qingli looked at her innocent and harmless appearance, nearly laughed out loud, and silently awarded her the best acting award in her mind. She withdrew her hand calmly, and said indifferently, "No need, I have company." Yi Ling's smile froze and her face filled with confusion. "Company? Sister, do you actually know someone here at the Heavenly Sword sect? What kind of company?" Yi Qingli couldn't be bothered to waste words on her. She merely lifted her chin slightly, and gestured toward a spot outside the crowd. Yi Ling immediately followed her gaze, and caught only a glimpse of a dark figure's back flashing by before it quickly vanished into the surging crowd. She couldn't even make out his appearance. "Sister, who is that exactly?" Yi Ling pressed. "A friend," Yi Qingli answered, dismissively, unwilling to say more. "All right, go do whatever you need to do. I can take care of myself, you don't need to worry about me." With those words, she turned and left without the slightest intention of staying. Watching Yi Qingli's resolute retreating back, every trace of warmth on Yi Ling's face vanished in an instant, and a swift flash of vicious malice flickered deep in her eyes. "Friend? What kind of nobody friend dares to accompany you to the Heavenly Sword sect selection? Yi Qingli, just keep up the act. Once the selection begins, I'll just watch how you, a waste known to everyone, manage to stand your ground before so many geniuses. This time I will make you completely disgraced, so humiliated that you'll never hold your head up again." Yi Qingli made her way through the crowded masses deliberately, choosing an inconspicuous corner to stand in, quietly waiting for the selection to begin. As time passed, the plaza grew more and more crowded, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Subconsciously, she stood on her tiptoes and swept her gaze back and forth through the crowd, trying to find Di Linyuan's figure. Before they set out, that man had clearly said he would come to watch her selection. But now, as far as she could see, there were only unfamiliar faces. Not even a trace of a black-robed figure could be found. After searching for quite a while, there was still no sign of him. Yi Qingli couldn't help but purse her lips in disdain, and simply gave up. Fine, so he's not coming. Who cares anyway? She reached up and touched her chest, where that ice-cold black life-saving token lay quietly within reach. Just thinking about this supreme treasure capable of blocking a single strike from a divine realm powerhouse, her heart inexplicably calmed down a great deal. Although that Di Linyuan was cold and withdrawn by nature, speaking little, and always uttering strange, incomprehensible words, she had to admit that the things he gave her were genuinely useful. Just then, ding! A clear, piercing bell tone that resounded through the heavens suddenly exploded across the entire plaza. The originally deafening plaza instantly fell into complete silence. Everyone instinctively shut their mouths and raised their heads in unison, gazing at the towering chief examiner's platform at the front of the square. On the platform, at some unknown moment, 5 figures had already appeared, standing steady and imposing. 4 men and 1 woman, all elderly with graying hair and beards. Yet each of them exuded a terrifying aura as vast as mountains and seas. Their pressure swept across the entire venue, making it difficult to breathe and impossible for anyone to dare raise their head to look directly at them. They're the 5 core elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. Oh my heavens! The chief examiner is actually the sword-crazed elder. He's a genuine divine realm powerhouse. The divine realm. That is a legendary realm. Suppressed exclamations broke out among the crowd, and everyone trembled with excitement. Yi Qingli also narrowed her eyes and looked at the white-haired, white-bearded elder standing at the very center of the platform. The elder had a lean face and eyes as deep as an ocean. Though his sword intent was restrained, he gave people the feeling of facing an entire sword domain. He was the head of the 5 great elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, the sword-crazed elder whose sword path had reached the divine and whose fame resounded across the continent. The sword-crazed elder slowly stepped forward, his calm gaze sweeping across the countless geniuses in the venue. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. The Heavenly Sword sect's once every 5 years disciple selection now officially begins. First trial, Sword Intent Test. The first trial of the Heavenly Sword sect was the Sword Intent Test. A straightforward, yet perfectly fair assessment capable of discerning geniuses from the utterly talentless at a single glance. Each participating disciple would step forward in sequence to the central sword, steely press their palm firmly against its surface, circulate their sword energy and sword intent, and the steel would illuminate with a corresponding hue reflecting the disciple's innate talent for the sword path. The hierarchy of light was rigorously defined: crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. Crimson represented the lowest tier, nearly synonymous with a complete absence of sword talent. Of violet, by contrast, was an extraordinary gift not seen in millennia. Such a prodigy would be immediately admitted to the inner sect as a direct disciple of an elder. With Elder Jinshi's command, the sword intent trials commenced. The first to step forward was a youth draped in luxurious brocade, his cultivation at the 7th stage, yellow rank and unyielding arrogance etched across his features, the unmistakable sign of a prodigy from a distinguished family. He strode confidently to the sword. Steely pressed his palm against its surface with force and unleashed his sword energy with full intensity. The next moment, the steel blazed with vibrant emerald light that surged skyward. Green. It's a green tier talent. Mid-grade aptitude. This boy has secured his place. He'll certainly pass the preliminary selection. A wave of envious exclamations erupted from the crowd. The youth in silk robes walked down the platform with his head held high, pride radiating from his face as every pair of eyes followed him. Then came the second, third, and fourth disciples in succession. Some triggered a dull orange glow, others a common yellow. One green tier talent here, and there would draw the full attention of the assembled crowd. The testing proceeded in an orderly fashion, the distinction between gifted and mediocre becoming immediately apparent. Next, Yi Ling. At the examiner's call, Yi Ling emerged from the crowd with a confident smile, her steps unhurried as she approached the sword steel. Standing before the steely, she took a deep breath, pressed her palm firmly against its surface, and unleashed every ounce of her sword energy without reserve. A deep hum resonated through the air as the sword steel shuddered violently. Brilliant cyan light erupted from its core, shining several times brighter than any of the previous disciples' manifestations. Cyan. A top-grade cyan talent. This young woman is extraordinarily gifted. The Yi clan of the eastern region truly lives up to its reputation. Such talent guarantees admission to the inner sect. The entire assembly erupted in stunned amazement, gasps and exclamations rising from all directions. Yi Ling slowly withdrew her hand, a concealed smugness playing at her lips as her gaze deliberately flicked toward the corner where Qingli sat, her eyes radiating unabashed pride and scorn. A cyan tier talent. More than enough for her to hold her head high before the entire assembly, boast about for the rest of her days. Qingli, what could you possibly offer that compares? The tests continued uninterrupted, and after another dozen or so disciples had stepped forward, the examiner's voice rang out once more. Next, Qingli. The moment those three words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Qingli. Isn't she related to the Yi Ling from earlier? Coming from the same clan, her talent probably isn't far off, is it? Maybe she'll turn out to be another cyan prodigy. Amid the murmurs and watchful eyes of the crowd, Qingli drew a deep breath and strode toward the colossal sword steel that rose 10 zhang into the air. But the moment she reached the steely before her palm, could even make full contact, a sharp sneer cut through the air from somewhere in the crowd. Ha! Take a closer look. This woman's only at the first stage of the yellow rank, and she dares to show up for the Heavenly Sword Sect selection. Yellow rank, first stage. Are you hearing this correctly? With trash like her cultivation level, she actually thinks she can compete at a sacred site of the Sword Dao. I was cultivating by age 3 and broke through to the third stage of the yellow rank by 5. At her age, she's nothing but a good-for-nothing among good-for-nothings. Get out of here before you embarrass yourself any further. Mockery, ridicule, disdain. All manner of cruel voices surged toward Qingli like a riptide desperate to swallow her whole. Standing among the crowd, Yi Ling watched the spectacle unfold, her grin stretching almost to her ears, her heart brimming with schadenfreude. A good-for-nothing will always be a good-for-nothing. What does it matter if she lucked into opening her sword meridians? Sword talent is innate, carved into one's very bones. No matter what, she'll spend her entire life trampled beneath everyone else's feet. Yet amid the sea of malicious laughter, Qingli showed no sign of anger. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. Slowly opening her eyes, her clear gaze swept coldly over the mocking faces arrayed before her, betraying not an ounce of panic or inadequacy. In the next instant, she withdrew her palm from the sword steel, only to slam it down again with even greater force. Within her Dantian, 2 primordial sword auras trembled faintly as she gently guided them through her meridians, driving them onward toward her outstretched hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The sword steel remained utterly still, emitting no light whatsoever, not even a faint glimmer. The entire square erupted into thunderous laughter, the sound threatening to tear the arena apart. She's a complete and utter good-for-nothing. Even the sword steel refuses to acknowledge her. It's hilarious. Someone like this has no business showing up at the Heavenly Sword Sect. Go back home and farm instead. Spiraling waves of cutting mockery crashed over her. Standing amid the crowd, Yi Ling watched the scene unfold with an irrepressible grin, her eyes brimming with malicious glee. A good-for-nothing remains a good-for-nothing. So what if she stumbled upon opening her sword meridians? Talent is something you're born with, fixed and unchangeable. Qingli stood alone before the towering sword, steely bearing the weight of the crowd's scorn and contempt. Yet instead of shrinking in embarrassment, she let out a soft, quiet laugh. She opened her eyes, her clear gaze drifting calmly across those mocking faces. Then she withdrew her hand once more, lifted it again, and pressed it down heavily against the sword steel. This time she held nothing back. No hesitation, no restraint. Her sword intent surged forward, unleashed in its entirety. Boom. A thunderous roar that shook the heavens suddenly erupted in the center of the Sword Dao square. The colossal sword steely, which had stood quietly in the center of the square, suddenly began to tremble violently. The ancient patterns carved upon its surface over countless years seemed to come alive, slowly flowing with a faint spiritual light. A profound and dignified aura instantly swept across the entire venue, pressing down on every person present and making them catch their breath. The next moment, a blindingly brilliant light surged upward from the very base of the sword Qingli, like an awakened dragon of light racing along the hard steel surface with unstoppable momentum, showing absolutely no intention to stop. Orange light flashed and vanished. Yellow light followed closely behind. Green light burst forward. Cyan light thundered past. Blue light continued to climb. Purple light suddenly exploded. Layer after layer, section after section, the color of the light constantly transformed and sublimated, leaving every disciple in the square dumbstruck, forgetting even to breathe. It was worth noting that in the sword steel test of Tianjin sect, purple talent was already an exceptionally rare peerless aptitude encountered once in 100 years, a genius level worthy of being nurtured as the sect's future pillar. But just as everyone believed this light would halt at the purple stage, on the sword Qingli the brilliance continued to surge. Beyond purple there existed an even higher realm. Then a resplendent golden light, so dazzling and sacred it stole one's breath, suddenly exploded from the summit of the sword steel. Myriad rays of golden radiance shot straight toward the heavens. It was as though a miniature sun had descended upon the sword Dao square in an instant, illuminating every corner, until even the floating dust motes in the air became clearly visible. The entire square was immediately enveloped by this domineering, yet majestic golden radiance, so brilliant that one dared not look directly at it. In this moment the whole venue fell deathly silent. The square that had been filled with noisy chatter and constant mockery just moments before had in an instant become so quiet that even a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone stood with their mouths agape and eyes wide, their faces etched with terror and disbelief as though struck by a thunderbolt, frozen rigid in place, utterly motionless. Their minds went completely blank, entirely stripped of the ability to think. On the high platform, Elder Jianqi, ever steadfast in his mind and devoted to the sword path, suddenly sprang to his feet from his seat. His formerly dim eyes now blazed with terrifying intensity, fixed upon that golden pillar of light as his body trembled uncontrollably. The other four elders seated beside him rose simultaneously in perfect unison, their faces contorted with shock and disbelief, as though they had witnessed the most miraculous wonder in all of heaven and earth. Golden talent. How is this possible? Purple talent was already encountered once in 100 years. Golden. What on earth does this mean? 10,000 years. This is a golden talent that appears but once in 10,000 years. Since the founding of Tianjin sect, it has never occurred. The elders' uncontrollable cries of astonishment instantly shattered the dead silence. The crowd in the square erupted completely. Golden talent. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that the legendary golden? A talent that doesn't appear in 10,000 years has actually shown up in today's selection. Who is it who received the golden talent? Meanwhile, those disciples who had been gathering together to mercilessly mock Qingli as a crippled waste destined for nothing were now wearing expressions as vivid as a painter's palette. Shades of green, white, red, and black washed over their faces in succession. Shame, terror, panic, and disbelief tangled together within them, making them wish they could burrow into the ground right then, and they're too terrified to lift their eyes toward the slender, yet radiant figure standing before the sword steel. Amidst the crowd, Yi Ling's smug smile froze the moment she caught sight of the golden light, gradually hardening until her face turned ashen as paper. She stared fixedly at that golden pillar, piercing through the clouds, her nails digging deep into her palms until sharp fingertips broke the skin and crimson droplets slowly seeped out. Yet she felt no pain whatsoever. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. How could that good-for-nothing Qingli obtain a golden talent? Her sword meridians had been severed for 15 years. She was openly despised as useless throughout the entire Yi family. She couldn't even perform the most basic sword techniques. On what grounds? On what basis could she possess a talent that appears once in 10,000 years? On what basis could she steal everyone's attention? On what basis? Yi Ling's heart felt as though an invisible hand were crushing it tightly, with jealousy and madness nearly consuming her entirely. Her gaze toward Qingli dripped with venomous hatred. Before the sword Qingli, Qingli slowly withdrew her palm. The golden radiance upon the steel gradually receded and dissipated, leaving behind only a faint trace of lingering warmth. She turned around, her posture erect and her expression impassive. Facing the crowd of dumbstruck and awestruck onlookers, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, forming a cold yet striking curve. Who was it that just called me useless? Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire square. Yet at this moment within the vast square, not a single person dared to respond. Those disciples who had mocked her the most now bowed their heads, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. Qingli made no effort to press the matter, simply clapping her hands dismissively before turning to descend from the sword steel platform. Stop! An elderly yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out, calling her to a halt. Qingli slowly turned her head. She saw that Elder Jianqi had somehow already descended quickly from the high platform and arrived beside the sword steel, his gaze burning intently upon her. In those eyes resided shocked scrutiny and an inability to conceal his admiration and excitement. What is your name? The elder asked in a grave tone. Yi Qingli. She responded calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Yi Qingli. Elder Jianxi murmured the name silently, nodding slowly, his tone utterly solemn. Your sword Dao talent is unmatched in my lifetime. With those words spoken, he turned sharply to face everyone present, his voice resonant and commanding. Yi Qingli possesses peerless talent and shall advance directly to the second round of selection. Boom. The entire venue erupted in commotion once more. Exemption from the first trial. She goes straight to the second round. With golden talent, she indeed has the qualification. No one could possibly stop her. Damn it, comparing people kills you. We're still struggling through the trials while she's already been fast-tracked. Countless gazes filled with the utmost envy fell squarely upon Yi Qingli. Yi Qingli paused briefly, then composed herself, and offered a respectful bow to Elder Jianxi. Thank you, Elder. The elder waved his hand, gave her one final long look, then turned and departed. Yi Qingli descended the sword steel platform at a leisurely pace. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted willingly, clearing a wide, unobstructed path for her. The gazes fixed upon her carried a mixture of envy, jealousy, reverence, and complexity, endless and varied. Yi Qingli paid them no mind whatsoever, her expression serene and unruffled, walking steadily toward the edge of the square. Passing by Yiling's side, her steps faltered ever so slightly. Tilting her head, she gazed calmly at Yiling, whose face had gone pale and who trembled throughout her entire body. A faint smile curved Yi Qingli's lips as she lowered her voice, a hint of teasing laced through her words. Linger, your cyan talent is quite fine as well. Work hard at it. Try not to fall too far behind me. With those parting words, Yi Qingli didn't linger, turning away with a dignified stride and leaving behind only her cold, resplendent silhouette. Yiling stood frozen in place, her entire body shaking violently against her, while her nails digging deep into her palms until blood streamed freely. An overwhelming tide of jealousy spread wildly through her heart, threatening to consume her entirely. Yi Qingli carefully avoided the bustling crowd, slowly making her way along a side path beside the square. She found a secluded, tranquil corner overgrown with vegetation, and only after confirming no one was around did she finally exhale in relief, sitting down directly on a clean bluestone slab. That burst of energy she displayed before the sword monument just now may have appeared casual and effortless, but in truth it had drained much of her mental focus and physical strength. From awakening the spiritual energy within her body, to touching the sword monument, to watching the light surge through 6 colors until it finally blazed gold. Every single step had left her meridians faintly burning and her entire frame achingly weak. Golden talent. To be honest, even Yi Qingli herself had never imagined such an outcome. When she placed her hand on the sword monument, just now her sole desire was simply for it to light up. Not bring too much shame, not let Yiling laugh at her, not let those who mocked her prevail. She had never dreamed she could shatter through every limit and ignite the monument with the rare golden glow that appears once in 10,000 years. Yi Qingli gently lifted her hand and touched the warm jade pendant hanging against her chest, silently offering thanks within her heart for the 2 powerful primordial sword auras sealed within it. Without them nurturing her sword meridians and awakening the power dormant within her bloodline, she would still be the ridicule of the sect selection today. A crippled meridian waste destined to become the laughingstock of all. Just as her emotions rippled, a voice both ancient and unhurried slowly echoed within her mind. Not bad, girl. A golden talent, the first in 90,000 years. The old sword soul. Yi Qingli's eyes brightened slightly, and she immediately spoke in her mind. The first. Has no one ever reached it before? Purple talents occasionally appear. 1 or 2 across the continent, the old sword soul replied, his voice tinged with aged reverence. But golden. You are the first. Yi Qingli blinked, a flicker of quiet satisfaction stirring within her, though she masked it with modesty. Just luck. Luck. The old sword soul scoffed without restraint. Do you take the sword monument for some crude gimmick? It measures the fundamental sword Dao within your very bones, the innate talent rooted deep in your bloodline. What possible connection does that have with luck? Yi Qingli fell silent. This old man truly spared her no dignity. She cleared her throat and asked meekly, then where exactly does my golden talent stand on Tianxian continent? The old sword soul paused as if weighing his words carefully. After a moment, he spoke again, his tone unusually grave. Let me put it this way. In the nearly 1,000 years of Tianxian continent's history, only 7 individuals have manifested purple talents. And all 7, without exception, shattered through their limitations to achieve the divine realm, each becoming a formidable presence who shook the lands and secured their names in history. Yi Qingli's heart contracted slightly. A purple talent could ascend to the divine realm. She swallowed hard and asked cautiously, then golden. Is it stronger than the divine realm? I don't know. The old sword soul answered bluntly. Because it has never appeared before. No one can predict how far it could ultimately go. Yi Qingli fell silent. So she was the first person on the entire continent to dare try something unprecedented. Before she could press further, the old sword soul let out a yawn, his tone growing lazy. Enough, stop flattering yourself. A golden talent is merely a starting point. How high or far you ultimately rise depends entirely on you. I'm tired now. I'll take a nap. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. With those words, silence fell instantly within her mind. The old sword soul vanished without so much as a goodbye. Qingli pursed her lips in resignation. This old man could log off faster than any app in the modern world. She shook her head, letting go of her thoughts, and rose slowly from the bluestone slab. Brushing the dust from her robes, she gathered herself and prepared to seek out Di Linyuan. Today, without the protective token he had previously given her, and the support he offered at the critical moment, she would never have stood before the sword monument so smoothly to complete this field-shaking test. But barely 2 steps had she taken when a familiar glaring figure caught her peripheral vision. Yi Ling. The young miss of the second branch of the Yi family stood beneath the nearby trees, shade her eyes fixed upon her, with venomous hatred nearly overflowing, as though hungry to devour her alive. Qingli paused, meeting her gaze steadily for 3 seconds. No anger burned within her, no resentment. Only cool detachment and distance. Then the faintest curve touched her lips. She offered Yi Ling a casual wave, turned, and walked away without a single backward glance. Watching Qingli's graceful, composed departure, Yi Ling's face contorted into something monstrous and dreadful. Envy and hatred like poisonous vines coiled tightly around her heart, squeezing the breath from her. "My lady," a low voice whispered through the darkness. A hidden assassin emerged soundlessly from the shadows, his eyes sharp with ruthless intent. "Shall I deal with her now? Give her a lesson she'll never forget." Yi Ling inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the frenzy and killing intent churning within her, then slowly shook her head. "Not now." Her teeth ground together as she spoke each word deliberately, her voice chilling and laced with vicious malice. "The sect selection spans 3 days. There will be ample opportunities to handle her. Striking now would only draw the elders' suspicion. The cost outweighs the gain." The assassin bowed respectfully, said nothing more, and melted back into the shadows, vanishing completely. Yi Ling continued staring fixedly at the direction where Qingli had disappeared, her eyes thick with a hatred so potent it seemed almost liquid. So what if she had a golden talent? What of being a peerless genius? In her dreams, nothing Yi Ling desired would ever be peacefully possessed by another. Anyone she deemed unworthy was destined to become nothing but dust beneath her feet. Especially Qingli, that cripple she had bullied since childhood, who dared to rise overnight and overshadow her, stealing all the brilliance that should have been hers alone. This time she would make Qingli pay a devastating price, one from which she would never recover, never escape these selection grounds. Qingli walked slowly along the edge of the square, her gaze sweeping through the bustling crowd as she searched for that familiar figure. She searched for quite some time before finally spotting someone on the outer side of the square beneath a towering ancient locust tree, someone who caused a subtle stir in her heart. Di Linyuan. He was dressed in black as dark as ink, his posture straight and dignified as a pine, his hands clasped behind his back, standing quietly beneath the shade of the tree. The crowd around him was an uproar full of shouts and exclamations, the lively chaos of the sect selection, yet none of it seemed to touch him in the slightest. He simply stood there in quiet stillness, detached from the world, aloof and cold, radiating an aura so formidable that it kept all the noise and turmoil of the world at bay. And his gaze, piercing through the pressing crowds, sliding past countless shifting figures, never once wavered, resting steadily exclusively upon her. Qingli's steps came to an involuntary halt. Separated by distance by the surging mass of people, she could not make out the expression on his face, nor read the emotions hidden in his eyes. But she could feel it with absolute clarity. He was looking at her. Not once did his gaze shift away, his attention fixed solely on her, and her alone. As if this vast square, this roaring crowd, this dazzling golden talent that had captivated everyone, all of it was merely insignificant backdrop, and she was the only scenery in his eyes. For reasons unknown, Qingli's heartbeat quickened, an inexplicable tension rising within her, her breathing growing lighter and softer. She drew a deep breath, suppressing the strange flutter in her heart, and took a step forward toward the old locust tree. But barely 2 steps into it, her gaze caught something, and her entire body froze. She saw it clearly. Underneath the distant old locust tree, the normally taciturn man, who could not even bring himself to speak 3 words in a day, the cold-faced enigma, who never revealed the faintest trace of emotion, the mysterious and formidable Di Linyuan, who had once given her a protective token and remarked that her features resembled those of an old acquaintance. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. That smile was faint, barely perceptible, fleeting as a whisper. Yet Qingli had witnessed it with her very own eyes. He had smiled. Qingli stood rooted to the spot, her mind going blank for a moment, forgetting how to think, forgetting how to move. When she finally rallied herself and looked back toward the locust tree, Di Linyuan had already turned and departed. His dark figure moved steadily through the crowd, gradually fading into the distance until it vanished from sight, entirely leaving no trace behind. Qingli watched the direction in which he had disappeared, standing motionless for a few seconds, then let out a soft, quiet laugh. Her smile was clear and pure, carrying a tenderness and softness she had not even noticed within herself. After her smile faded, she remained where she was, subconsciously raising her hand to touch her cheek. A warmth spread beneath her fingertips, her face growing faintly flushed. What was happening? All she had seen was a single smile from him. Why was she reacting in such a strange way? Yi Qingli shook her head, gently casting aside the inexplicable unease and fluttering sensations rising in her heart. She continued walking toward the old locust tree. Even though Di Linyuan had already left, she still wished to reach that tree and see the place where he had just been standing. Soon she arrived beneath the old locust tree, standing exactly where he had been. Gazing toward the center of the square from here, the towering sword steel still stood imposingly, the crowd still surged with noise, and everything remained exactly as it had been before. Yet somehow standing here, Yi Qingli suddenly felt it. The clamor of the square, the outcomes of the selection, the golden talent that had shocked everyone. It all seemed to have lost its importance. She lowered her gaze slowly, resting her eyes quietly on the ground beneath her feet. Here, this was where he had just been standing. Not long ago he had stood right here watching her silently through the pressing crowd. The thought alone was enough to draw another gentle curve to Yi Qingli's lips. She did not linger, turning to walk away in quiet steps. Behind her the evening sun slowly sank toward the west. Golden light spread across the entire sky, gently bathing the sword square, the ancient locust tree, and the path she walked upon. And with that, the sect selection that had stunned the entire crowd drew to a close beneath a tender radiant curtain. The rules for the second round of selection were announced swiftly. Simple and brutal, a tournament on the arena. Participants drew lots to determine their opponents, with each pair battling until one emerged victorious and advanced while the loser was eliminated. No comeback matches, no second chances. One sword strike would determine life or death. As soon as the news spread, the entire Sword Dao Plaza erupted into commotion. Tournament matches. This is too ruthless. What if I draw an opponent far stronger than me? I'd be done for. Nonsense. When has the Heavenly Sword sect selection ever been fair? Fight if you can, or get lost. That's the code a sword cultivator should follow. Exciting. I'm already looking forward to this. Yi Qingli stood among the crowd, her expression calm, silently listening to the discussions around her. A tournament match. In essence, it was a test of raw strength with no room for tricks. Whoever's sword was faster and fiercer, whoever could walk off the arena still standing, that was the winner. Simple, direct, and merciless. She took a gentle breath and unconsciously touched the iron sword at her waist, feeling surprisingly little tension in her heart. Word about her golden talent had spread throughout the entire plaza. Now everyone knew she was a once-in-10,000 years peerless genius. But talent was one thing, strength another. Her cultivation at the first stage of the yellow rank was plainly evident. There was no hiding it. As expected, before the lottery draw had even begun, the surrounding discussions had already shifted in tone. Look, that Yi Qingli with the golden talent is over there. What good is high talent? A waste at the first stage of yellow rank. On the arena, she'd be taken out in one move. Exactly. I bet she won't even make it through the first round. Golden talent. That's hilarious. When she gets beaten to the ground and loses all her teeth, let's see how she keeps boasting. Yi Qingli paid them no mind, not even lifting her eyelids. She had heard such words too many times, they no longer affected her. Just then the examiner's voice rang out sharply, cutting through the commotion. All participating disciples, take notice. The lottery draw begins now. There are 360 jade slips in the lot holder, each engraved with a number. Those who draw the same number will be matched as opponents in the first round. Now step forward in order of your completion of the first trial to draw your lots. Yi Qingli was 37th in line. When it was her turn, she walked forward unhurriedly and casually drew a smooth jade slip from the holder. Looking down. Number 37. She carefully tucked the jade slip away, turned, and walked back to her place, waiting quietly. Soon all 360 participants had completed their draws. The examiner stood upon the raised platform, his voice resonant, and began announcing the matchups one by one. First match, number 1 versus number 1. Zhao Taishan versus Li Qing. Second match, number 2 versus number 2. Wang Hu versus Chen Feng. Third match. Name after name echoed from the examiner's lips, bringing joy to some and despair to others. Those who drew weaker opponents were ecstatic, barely containing their excitement. Those who drew stronger opponents looked as though their lives had been drained from them, wishing they could forfeit on the spot. Yi Qingli waited for what seemed like an eternity before finally hearing her name. Match 37. Number 37 versus number 37. Yi Qingli versus Zhao Wuji. Boom. The moment the name was spoken, the entire crowd erupted into deafening gasps. Zhao Wuji. That Zhao Wuji, the number 1 genius of the Zhao family at the 8th rank of yellow stage. Damn it. What terrible luck does Yi Qingli have? Why draw Zhao Wuji of all people? She's done for. Golden talent, and she's being eliminated in the first round. This has to be the funniest joke I've seen all year. First stage of yellow rank against 8th stage. This isn't a tournament match, it's a one-sided slaughter. Mockery, schadenfreude, pity, amusement. All eyes turned toward Yi Qingli as though she were already a corpse. Amidst the crowd, Yi Ling's smile stretched nearly to her ears, her eyes brimming with suppressed glee and malice. Golden talent. A once-in-10,000 years prodigy. Yi Qingli, you could never have dreamed of this, could you? Your cherished talent amounts to nothing before absolute strength. 8th stage of yellow rank versus first stage. What do you have to win with? By what right can you possibly prevail? This time I shall see how you manage to turn things around. Beside Yiling, a tall youth with a cold, stern face slowly emerged from the crowd. Clad in luxurious silk with a sword at his waist, his aura was thick and razor-sharp. With each step he took, sword intent radiated from him with suffocating pressure. He was none other than the Zhao family's #1 genius, Zhao Wuji. He stopped before Qingli, looking down at her with a contemptuous gaze, as though she were nothing more than an ant. So you're that waste with the golden talent. First stage of yellow rank. Hey, I could stomp you into the dirt when I was 3 years old. Let me offer you a word of advice. When we get on the arena, just concede defeat and spare yourself the agony. Otherwise, my sword has no mercy. If I accidentally scar your face, don't come crying to me. With those words, he turned and walked away, his back exuding the utmost arrogance. The surrounding disciples parted ways, their gazes toward Qingli filled with even more pity. It's over, it's over. Zhao Wuji is going to beat her to death. Maybe she should just forfeit. It'd be better than getting half killed, right? What a waste. That golden talent eliminated in the first round. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qingli stood where she was, her expression as calm as still water. Watching Zhao Wuji's receding figure, the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. Forfeit. Surrender. Qingli shook her head gently and let out a soft chuckle. 8th stage of yellow rank. Is that really that formidable? She traced the iron sword at her waist, a trace of imperceptible sharpness flickering in her eyes. In her past life, she had cultivated for 23 years within an ancient martial arts family. What kind of expert had she not encountered? Coin striking force, 8 trigrams, footwork, overcoming the strong with weakness. These had always been her greatest strengths. So what if his cultivation realm was higher? So what if his power was greater? On this arena, the one who wins is not necessarily the strongest. Rather, it is the one who fights best. Nearby, beneath an ancient locust tree, Di Linyuan remained quietly standing in place, his gaze passing through the crowd to rest upon Qingli. By his side, an elderly man in gray robes had appeared at some unknown moment, standing respectfully with his hands clasped before him. Young master, that Zhao Wuji is the Zhao family's meticulously cultivated genius. His whirlwind sword technique is vicious and relentless, unmatched among those at the 8th stage of yellow rank. Miss Yi, I fear her prospects are grim. The gray-robed elder's tone was calm, yet laced with subtle concern. Di Linyuan offered no reply. He merely gazed at that slender figure in the distance, his eyes holding light that was deep and unfathomable. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his voice low and clear as cold jade. Grim prospects. He gently shook his head, and the faintest curve touched his lips. Not necessarily. The gray-robed elder was startled, looking at his young master with puzzlement. But Di Linyuan offered no further explanation. He simply stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze still fixed upon Qingli. In that look there was scrutiny, anticipation, and a hint of tenderness. Even he himself had not noticed. Meanwhile, at the edge of the plaza, Elder Sword Obsession sat upon the raised platform, his cloudy old eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed toward Qingli's direction, muttering under his breath. First stage of yellow rank against 8th stage. He gently shook his head, yet his tone carried an undercurrent of meaning. This girl is likely to give everyone quite a surprise. Beside him, another elder frowned and said, "Senior brother, you're overestimating her, aren't you? The gap in cultivation realm is laid bare before us. All the heavenly defying talent in the world cannot make up for it." Elder Sword Obsession smiled, but offered no rebuttal. He simply continued watching Qingli, his gaze profound. Just wait and see. This match is going to be quite interesting. The setting sun gradually sank westward, its golden afterglow spreading across the entire plaza. The next morning, the tournament matches would officially begin. Qingli versus Zhao Wuji. Golden talent versus 8th stage of yellow rank. Everyone was waiting for a spectacle, but no one knew. This battle, seemingly destined for defeat, was about to become the greatest reversal in the history of the Heavenly Sword Sect selection. The next morning, the Sword Dao Plaza of Tianjian Sect was packed with people. 360 candidate disciples and thousands of onlookers surrounded the entire plaza, making it impossible to slip through. Around the arena, layers upon layers of heads stretched in every direction. Today was the first round of arena battles, each match a matter of life and death. No one wanted to miss it. Match 37. Qingli versus Zhao Wuji. The examiner's voice rang out across the entire venue. Please have both competitors step onto the platform. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhao Wuji was already leaping onto the arena. Clad in tight-fitting attire, he stood tall and proud with a cold glint radiating from the long sword at his waist. When he took his position, his sword aura erupted like a raging storm, forcing the disciples at the arena's edge to retreat several steps. What formidable pressure! Zhao Wuji is really going all out. Of course, he's facing someone with a golden talent. You be serious too. Serious. You're overestimating Qingli. Zhao Wuji is merely warming up. He hasn't taken her seriously at all. Zhao Wuji stood at the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping down with contempt, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Where's Qingli? Has she grown too frightened to step onto the platform? Ha ha ha. A burst of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd below. But before the laughter could die down, a slender figure emerged slowly from the crowd. Qingli wore simple clothing with an iron sword at her waist, her steps measured and unhurried, her expression as calm as still water, as though she were taking a leisurely stroll rather than heading into battle. She walked up to the arena and stood opposite Zhao Wuji. The two faced each other, one brimming with aggressive momentum, the other serene and unshaken. One at the 8th rank of yellow stage, the other at the 1st. The contrast was stark, almost painful to behold. It's starting. Yi Qingli is in for a rough time. I bet she loses within 10 moves. 10. You're being too generous. 3 moves. No more than 3. Mockery echoed from the crowd below, not a single person believing Yi Qingli had any chance. Zhao Wuji crossed his arms, looking down at her with barely concealed disdain. I'll give you one final chance. Surrender now. Otherwise don't blame me for taking advantage of your weakness. Yi Qingli raised her eyes and regarded him calmly. Enough talk. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, a vicious gleam flashing in his eyes. You're asking for death. He drew his sword in a blur, the blade gleaming like a silver ribbon as it surged forward with piercing spiritual energy, aimed straight at Yi Qingli's face. The first form of the wild wind sword technique, rising winds and sweeping clouds. This strike was swift and merciless, its sword chi whistling through the air with a razor-sharp tearing sound that left ordinary yellow stage disciples with nowhere to escape. But Yi Qingli, she moved. Her foot shifted slightly, her body drifting aside like a willow catkin caught in the wind, narrowly evading the blade's edge, as Zhao Wuji's sword tip grazed past her sleeve, without so much as scratching a single hair on her head. My! Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted, surprise flickering across his face. His strike had been impossibly fast, something no ordinary yellow stage disciple could dodge. How was she avoiding it? Again, he snorted coldly, pivoting his wrist to send his sword sweeping horizontally. The blade carved through the air like a lethal arc of wind, aimed straight for Yi Qingli's midsection. The second form of the wild wind sword, whirling storm. This strike came faster, harder, and more ferocious than before. Its sword chi howling like a tempest that tore through the arena, kicking up dust and debris in its wake. Yet Yi Qingli dodged it again. Her movements were unlike anything seen before, her steps weaving an unfamiliar pattern as her body danced with uncanny agility. Like a fallen leaf caught in autumn winds, she seemed moments from being struck, yet always just barely escaped, her form grazing the edge of the blade each time. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened completely. Can you only run away, With a roar, he thrust his sword 3 times in rapid succession. 3 piercing currents of sword chi forming a triangular formation that sealed off all of Yi Qingli's escape routes. The third form of the wild wind sword, Tempest Rain. This was his ultimate technique, his most devastating move. 3 strikes launched together, their sword chi filling the sky and earth. A move that left no escape for ordinary yellow stage disciples. Gasps erupted from the spectators below. It's over. Yi Qingli is finished this time. 3 swords sealing off all escape routes. There's no way she can dodge this. Golden talent, your time here is done. But just as everyone assumed Yi Qingli would inevitably fall, she suddenly came to a halt. No longer dodging. A cruel smile flickered across Zhao Wuji's eyes. Has she finally given up? A true waste of talent, just as expected. But the very next moment his grin froze in place. Rather than showing fear, the corner of Yi Qingli's lips curled upward into a sinister smile. In the next instant, she moved. Not evasion, but confrontation. She stepped into the 8 trigrams formation, her figure materializing beside Zhao Wuji like a phantom, moving so fast that even an afterimage couldn't be tracked. Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted sharply, his instinct screaming to retreat, but it was too late. Yi Qingli raised her left hand, pressed her palm against his sword-wielding wrist, and delivered a single gentle push. Inch power. Though the push appeared soft and unyielding, Zhao Wuji felt a terrifying surge of force erupt through his entire arm, his fingers involuntarily relaxing as his long sword clattered to the ground. A heavy silence fell over the entire venue. Zhao Wuji stared in disbelief at his empty hand. His sword, had it fallen? How could a genius of yellow stage rank 8 lose his weapon to a lowly yellow stage rank 1 failure? Before Zhao Wuji could recover, Yi Qingli had already lifted her right foot and delivered a swift kick to his knee. His legs buckled, and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yi Qingli had already retreated 3 paces, putting distance between them. Every movement flowed seamlessly from one to the next, executed in a single fluid motion too swift for the eye to fully register. Zhao Wuji steadied himself with difficulty, his face flushed red and veins bulging on his forehead. He barely managed to speak before Yi Qingli's calm voice cut through the air. Not loud, but clear enough to reach every corner of the plaza. Your sword has fallen. Zhao Wuji froze completely. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Zhao Wuji stared intently at the long sword on the ground, his face turning pale and livid in turns, the veins on his forehead throbbing violently. Disgrace. A mortal humiliation. He, the proud #1 genius of the Zhao clan, a yellow rank level 8 expert, had his sword knocked away by a useless yellow rank level 1 trash. And in front of thousands of people. You're asking for death. Zhao Wuji flew into a rage, bent down abruptly to snatch the long sword from the ground, and erupted with a violent burst of sword chi that swept across the arena like a raging storm. I'll kill you. His eyes bloodshot, he tore off all pretense, his ferocious face twisted like a demon. Hurricane sword art, the strongest stance. Wind sweeping the clouds. This strike drew on all his strength, leaving no reserve. The sword chi transformed into a 3-zhang-long ribbon of light carrying a dreadful momentum that could destroy everything and shot straight at Yi Qingli's face. This strike was too fast. Too fast. The crowd below could only see an afterimage. Too fast. Even the elders on the high platform frowned slightly. But Yi Qingli, she neither dodged nor retreated. She simply stood there calmly watching that sword chi enough to tear her apart, drawing closer and closer. 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. At the instant the sword chi was about to strike her, she moved. Her right hand gripped the sword, drew it, and struck. One fluid motion extremely fast. The moment the iron sword left its sheath, an invisible momentum burst forth from her body. Sword momentum. It was a realm of sword Tao that transcended mere techniques. One-stroke momentum without form. Under this aura, Zhao Wuji's sword chi collapsed in an instant like snow under a scorching sun. And Yi Qingli's sword had come to a steady stop 3 inches from Zhao Wuji's throat. The tip trembled slightly, exuding chilling cold. Zhao Wuji froze in place, his pupils dilated to the limit, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He hadn't even seen how that strike came. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and the sword was already at his throat. 1 more inch forward and his life would be over. You? Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse, his throat tight, unable to utter a single word. Yi Qingli looked at him calmly, a faint smile curving at the corner of her lips. You lost. 3 words spoken lightly, but they exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. The whole arena fell into silence. A deathly silence. In the plaza with thousands of people, it was so quiet that a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the slender figure on the arena stage. She won. A yellow rank, level 1. Beat a yellow rank, level 8. 1 strike. She only used 1 strike. This? How is this possible? Did I see that wrong? Yi Qingli won. That strike she just made. What the hell was that? I couldn't even see its shadow. Sword momentum. That's sword momentum. She actually comprehended sword momentum. Sword momentum. Isn't that a realm only heaven rank powerhouses can touch? How could a yellow rank trash like her comprehend it? Boom. The crowd, snapping back to reality, instantly exploded into chaos. Gasps, shrieks, and incredulous roars rose one after another, deafening the ears. On the high platform, the sword-obsessed elder suddenly rose to his feet, a terrifying gleam erupting from his murky old eyes. Sword momentum, he cried out, his voice trembling. This girl. She actually comprehended sword momentum. Beside him, the other 4 elders rose in unison, their faces full of shock. Impossible. She's only yellow rank, level 1. How could she comprehend sword momentum? Sword momentum is the embodiment of the sword Taos, while it requires countless tempering to even touch upon it. She's a mere 16-year-old girl. A golden talent seen once in 10,000 years plus sword momentum. What kind of monster is this girl? The elders' exclamations completely ignited the entire venue. Below the stage, those disciples who had mocked Yi Qingli as sure to lose now turned pale, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the ground. A yellow rank, level 1 defeating a yellow rank, level 8. 1 strike, instant kill. What kind of freak is this? Among the crowd, Yi Ling's face was as pale as paper, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She stared deathly at the dazzling figure on the stage, her eyes filled with disbelief and wild jealousy. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a yellow rank level 1 possibly beat a yellow rank level 8? What did she have to deserve it? How could she comprehend sword momentum? How could she win? Yi Ling's heart felt as if squeezed hard by an invisible hand, her jealousy driving her nearly mad. On the stage, Zhao Wuji's face was ashen, his lips pale, and even the hand gripping his long sword trembled. He lost. Lost to a worthless yellow rank level 1. Instant killed with a single strike before thousands of people. His reputation as the #1 genius of the Zhao clan was completely ruined today. I admit defeat. Zhao Wuji forced out those 3 words, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. Yi Qingli sheathed her sword, turned around, and walked off the arena stage. Behind her, thousands of gazes fell upon her in unison. There was shock, awe, envy, admiration. A kaleidoscope of emotions, endless. Yi Qingli ignored them all, her expression as calm as water. She walked step by step toward the edge of the square. As she passed Yi Ling, her steps paused slightly. She turned her head and looked calmly at the trembling Yi Ling. The corner of her mouth lifted, her tone carrying a hint of faint mockery. Linger, why does your face look even worse than Zhao Wuji's? Yi Ling's whole body stiffened, her face turning livid. Yi Qingli let out a light laugh, no longer lingering, and turned to leave. Behind her, the afterglow of the setting sun draped over her, casting her shadow long, very long. That slender and dazzling figure was deeply engraved in everyone present. From today onward, no one would ever dare call her trash again. No one would dare look down on her anymore. Because she was Yi Qingli, a golden talent seen once in 10,000 years. A genius who comprehended sword momentum. A freak who instantly killed a yellow rank level 8 with a single strike. The moment Yi Qingli stepped down from the martial stage, every gaze in the entire square focused on her. Yet she remained composed and unhurried, as if the feat of instantly defeating a yellow-rank 8th grade cultivator with a single sword strike had been nothing more than a trivial matter done carelessly. But just as she was about to leave, someone refused to let her go. "Stop!" An aged authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Qingli paused mid-step and slowly turned around. On the high platform, Elder Jianqi had risen to his feet. At some unknown moment, his scorching gaze locked onto her. In those murky old eyes, shock and excitement now surged beyond all restraint. "That footwork you used just now, what is it called?" Elder Jianqi's voice was trembling slightly. As the foremost of Tianjin sect's 5 great elders, he had lived for centuries and witnessed countless geniuses and monstrous talents, yet never had he seen footwork so eerily agile. Her cultivation was merely yellow rank 1st grade, yet she had evaded the full force assault of a yellow rank 8th grade opponent with utter ease, and even countered with a single decisive sword strike. This could no longer be explained by talent alone. This was a legacy, a secret art, a peerless movement technique capable of driving the entire Tianjin sect to madness. Qingli was briefly startled, then composed her expression and bowed respectfully. "In reply, Elder, that is the 8 trigram step passed down in my family." 8 trigram step? Elder Jianqi frowned. He searched his mind quickly, but had never heard of such a name. "Which family's inheritance? I have lived for centuries, and there is scarcely a sword art or footwork under heaven that I do not know." Qingli's expression did not waver as she answered calmly, "A small obscure school, hardly worth mentioning. It's only natural that you haven't heard of it, Elder." "Elder Jianqi, a small obscure school. You call footwork that lets a yellow rank 1st grade cultivator instantly defeat a yellow rank 8th grade opponent a small obscure school?" This girl was clearly fobbing him off. Yet she spoke with such earnestness and an open, candid bearing, showing not the slightest trace of guilt, that he simply could not find fault with her. Elder Jianqi took a deep breath, suppressed the surging questions in his heart, and approached from another angle. "Then what about your keen eye?" Zhao Wuji's sword move came like a violent storm. 3 blades launched at once, sealing off every path of retreat. Ordinary disciples couldn't even follow the sword lines, yet you found the opening in a flash and won with a single strike. Such insight requires 1,000 temperings to forge. Where did a 16-year-old girl like you learn it? Qingli blinked, her expression still unchanged. "It's also family inherited." "Elder Jianqi, family inherited again? Just what is the origin of your family?" He opened his mouth to press further, but Qingli had already spoken first. "Elder, if there is nothing else, your disciple will withdraw. I still need to prepare for the next round of arena battles." With that, she bowed once more, turned and left, so quickly that she seemed to be fleeing for her life. Elder Jianqi stretched out a hand, wanting to call her back, but Qingli had already plunged into the crowd and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. He stood there in a daze for a long while before slowly withdrawing his hand, his face full of helplessness. "This girl, her mouth is harder than a sword." Beside him, another elder leaned close and said in a lowered voice, "Senior brother, that footwork, did you see any clue in it?" Elder Jianqi shook his head, his gaze profound. "I can't see through it. But one thing is certain, that is definitely not ordinary footwork. Every step quietly conforms to the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Nimble, eerie, and impossible to anticipate. If it could be promoted throughout the sect." He did not finish, but the other 4 elders all understood. Promoted throughout the sect. Dream on. That girl wouldn't even reveal its name, clearly unwilling to share it. Elder Jianqi sighed, sat back down in his chair, and let his gaze travel through the crowd to rest on that distant, slender figure, murmuring to himself, "Qingli, just how many more secrets do you have?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingli wove through the crowd, turning left and right, and only breathed a sigh of relief after finally finding a secluded corner. That was close, so close. She patted her chest and muttered softly. 8 trigrams, step, inch force, keen perception. These were skills she had spent 23 years perfecting within an ancient martial arts family in her past life. Skills that had no inheritance in this world at all. If Elder Jianqi had kept pressing her, she truly had no idea how to explain it. It wasn't as if she could say, "I transmigrated here, and I learned all of this in my previous life." Now could she? She would probably be seized on the spot and studied as a freak. Qingli shook her head, put aside her thoughts, found a clean stone, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. That battle just now had looked like an easy win, but in truth, she had nearly exhausted every ounce of her mental and physical strength. The 8 trigram step required precise control over every muscle. The inch force required instantly unleashing all of one's power, and that final sword strike had been a gamble on everything. She bet that Zhao Wuji would underestimate her, bet that he would expose a flaw, and bet that her sword would be faster than his. One misstep, and she would have been the one to lose. Fortunately, she had won the bet. The corners of Qingli's lips curved up slightly, her mood light. Just then a cold, clear voice suddenly came from above. "Not a bad fight." Qingli's eyes snapped open. She looked up. Di Linyuan had appeared before her at some unknown moment, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at her from above. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled shadows across his peerlessly handsome face, so beautiful that he hardly seemed real. Qingli's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, yet she forced her expression to remain calm. "Why are you here?" Di Linyuan did not answer. He simply looked at her quietly, his gaze deep and unreadable. After a moment, he spoke slowly. 8 trigram step. Yi Qingli was startled. Just now you told Elder Jianqi that it was family-inherited footwork. Di Linyuan's voice was soft, but every word was distinct. Yet as far as I know on the Tianxian continent, no family possesses such footwork. Yi Qingli's heart tightened, but none of it showed on her face. She raised an eyebrow at him. So, Di Linyuan was silent for a moment, then the corners of his lips lifted into the faintest hint of a smile. So you are lying. Yi Qingli. This man's eyes were far too sharp. She took a deep breath, ready to make up an excuse to brush him off, but Di Linyuan had already turned and walked away. He left behind only a faint admonition drifting through the wind. Next time you lie, don't blink. Yi Qingli stood frozen in place, watching his figure grow ever more distant, and only after a long while did she manage to snap back to her senses. Subconsciously, she touched her own eyes and muttered quietly, "Did I blink?" No one answered her. There was only the rustling of the wind through the leaves, and the faintly quickened beating of her heart. Meanwhile, on another arena platform at the Tianjin Sect selection grounds, Yi Ling's duel had already entered its white-hot stage. The entire arena platform was shrouded in fierce sword chi, the air itself torn apart by piercing shrieks. Below the stage, cultivators had crowded around to watch the spectacle, their eyes locked on the two entangled figures above, the atmosphere stretched to an almost unbearable tension. Yi Ling's opponent was a rogue cultivator from beyond the domain, with cultivation firmly at yellow rank 6th grade. His body was formidable, and his swordsmanship ferocious. Every move was sweeping and unrestrained, carrying a ruthlessness rarely seen among cultivators of the same rank. Clearly a tough opponent forged through life and death battles. Yi Ling, by contrast, was only at yellow rank 5th grade, a full minor realm lower. Her spiritual power reserves and familiarity with techniques were already at an absolute disadvantage. Added to that, she had taken the stage restless and distracted. From the very opening of the match, she was pinned down by her opponent, utterly unable to fight back, and could only dodge in a sorry state. Swoosh! The opponent slashed horizontally with his sword, and a howling arc of azure sword chi shot straight at Yi Ling's face, swift as lightning. Yi Ling's expression changed abruptly. She twisted aside in panic, barely managing to dodge the lethal strike, yet the vicious sword chi still grazed her arm, instantly tearing open a long gash in her sleeve. Flesh curled outward and bright red blood surged out, immediately trickling down her fingers and dripping onto the stone floor of the arena platform, shockingly glaring to the eye. So this is the level of the Yi family's genius. I think you're nothing but a hollow name. Seizing his advantage and giving no quarter, the opponent stepped forward and thrust his sword again and again, each strike lethal, while he kept spitting out taunts with undisguised contempt. With these third-rate tricks of yours, you dare to take part in the Tianjin Sect selection. You're only here to make a fool of yourself. The stinging words, along with the relentlessly closing attacks, forced Yi Ling to the edge of the arena, leaving her no room to retreat. Her face was as white as paper, her chest heaved violently, and even the circulation of her spiritual energy began to fall into chaos. Below the platform, the followers Yi Ling had brought along, and the collateral disciples of the Yi family, all changed expressions, circling about in anxious panic, yet powerless to do anything. What's going on? How did Miss Yi Ling end up like this? She's being crushed with no way to fight back. Her opponent is yellow rank 6th grade, while Miss Yi Ling is only yellow rank 5th grade. With that cultivation gap, there's simply no way to fight. Oh no, at this rate, is Miss Yi Ling going to lose? The Yi family's face would be utterly disgraced. Didn't they say she was the top genius of the second branch, her azure talent towering above the rest? Looking at her now, she's nothing more than that. Each word of discussion stabbed into Yi Ling's heart like poison needles. Her face immediately turned livid. Her fists clenched tightly, fingernails gouging deep into her palms, while immense resentment and malice churned in the depths of her gaze. She could not lose. She absolutely could not lose. She was the genius cradled in the palms of the Yi family's second branch, the proud daughter of heaven, who had tested as azure talent, the darling everyone believed was destined to enter the Tianjin sect. How could she lose to a nameless rogue cultivator with no sect and no family? If she truly lost, what face would she have left to stand on in the Yi family, and what face would she have left to raise her head before everyone? What fanned the flames of jealousy in her heart was the uncontrollable image of Yi Qingli that flashed through her mind. Clad in plain white robes, her bearing tall and straight, who had struck once and instantly slain Zhao Wuji, yellow rank 7th grade, clean and swift, stunning the entire audience. Tens of thousands of gazes converged on her alone. Everyone was cheering for Yi Qingli, burning with excitement for Yi Qingli. That glory, that radiant brilliance, was exactly what Yi Ling dreamed of possessing. Why? Why could Yi Qingli, a waste once cast out of the family and left with a severed sword meridian, turn her fortune upside down overnight and cut down all comers in such a sweeping manner? Why could Yi Ling, who had given all her strength, still be suppressed and mocked in public? Why could Yi Qingli win, but Yi Ling could not? Jealousy and hatred in her heart grew like poison vines, running mad, coiling and tearing at her heart, nearly devouring her whole. In that instant, reason burned away utterly under the tide of towering rage and frustrated indignation. Ah! Yi Ling let out a blood-curdling shriek, her manner crazed as she recklessly activated every trace of spiritual power in her body and madly poured it into the longsword in her hand, charging at her opponent without the slightest care for herself. She did not have Yi Qingli's sharp perception, nor Yi Qingli's ethereal and nimble footwork, nor a matchlessly exquisite sword technique. All she had was a reckless, suicidal brute force. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Her eyes bloodshot and her teeth ground to the limit, she swung her arm wildly. The long sword in her hand was like a tangled mess. Each stroke used every ounce of strength in her body. Her forms were chaotic, devoid of any order whatsoever, an utterly suicidal mutual destruction style of fighting. The opponent had originally been confident of victory and was just about to end the fight with one move. Suddenly startled by Yi Ling's frenzied assault, he instinctively pulled back his sword and retreated into full defense and was caught completely off guard. But Yi Ling gave her opponent no chance to catch his breath. Like an out-of-control beast, she pressed forward step by step, her sword speed faster and her sword intent fiercer with every strike, each attack carrying the desperate determination to die together. Die! With a thunderous roar, Yi Ling used the last remaining trace of strength in her body and slammed her longsword fiercely against her opponent's blade. Crack! A crisp sound of metal snapping rang through the arena. Her opponent's longsword, utterly unable to withstand that monstrous force, broke apart on the spot. Yi Ling's momentum did not stop. The razor-sharp edge followed through, sweeping downward with fierce wind and carving deeply across the opponent's chest. Ufta! The opponent let out a miserable scream. Instantly, a blood-red wound deep enough to reveal bone appeared on his chest, blood gushing out in a torrent. He crashed heavily onto the arena platform, convulsing all over in pain, unable to get up again. On the arena, an instant of deathly stillness. Tens of thousands of eyes across the venue turned as one to Yi Ling. Everyone was thoroughly shaken by her insane suicidal frenzy, so silent that they hardly dared to breathe. Yi Ling leaned on her longsword, half kneeling on the arena, her body soaked in blood, some her opponent's, some her own. Her hair was disheveled and she gasped in great heaves, chest rising and falling violently. Her fierce, savage eyes were like those of a man-eating fiend, with not the slightest trace of the elegant Yi family genius she usually presented. I want, she murmured to herself, her voice hoarse and parched. A twisted, savage smile was forced from the corner of her lips, filled with sick, self-satisfied triumph. On the high platform, the examiner in charge fell silent for a moment. He looked at the opponent lying motionless below, then at Yi Ling, who was like a mad fiend, and finally announced the result in a low voice. This match, Yi Ling wins. As the words landed, only a few sparse, faint claps sounded below the stage. Compared with the scene just moments ago when the entire venue had erupted and thundered with cheers for Yi Qingli's victory, the reaction was pitifully cold, and more than a few people cast contemptuous, disdainful glances. She had won, yet she had won in such a disheveled, miserable manner. Yi Ling staggered down off the platform, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. But the trembling was not from fear nor from exhaustion. It was because as soon as she left the stage, she spotted that figure at the edge of the crowd. Yi Qingli. At some unknown moment, Yi Qingli had quietly wandered over. She was lazily leaning against an ancient tree trunk, her posture casual, her expression indifferent. She was watching Yi Ling with idle boredom, and the corner of her mouth carried a faint, almost non-existent smile. That smile was very clean. No mockery, no pride, not even any extra emotion. It was as calm as a deep, still pool. But in Yi Ling's eyes, it was sharper than the sharpest sword. In her eyes, Yi Qingli's expression was plainly that of someone watching a jumping clown. The duel she had won by risking half her life in a maniacal frenzy was actually so laughable and insignificant in Yi Qingli's eyes. Yi Qingli. Yi Ling gnashed her teeth, enunciating every syllable. Her nails bore cruelly into her palms, blood flowing freely, without her noticing, as hatred and jealousy in her heart nearly incinerated her reason. But what infuriated her most was that Yi Qingli only gave her a faint glance, then withdrew her gaze without the slightest disturbance, and walked away, her bearing composed, as if even taking one more look at Yi Ling was a waste of time. That total disregard drove Yi Ling even more insane than being insulted to her face. Yi Ling stood frozen on the spot, trembling with rage. The towering envy and hatred nearly swallowed her whole, and she wished she could rush straight up and fight Yi Qingli to the death. Just as she was about to lose control, a low, sinister voice laced with amusement suddenly whispered into her ear. "Cousin, it's been a long time. You've been well, I trust." The voice came so abruptly that Yi Ling jerked her head up and followed the sound. A young man with a gloomy face and a cold, dark temperament had appeared before her at some unknown point. The young man wore the robes of an inner disciple of the Tianjian sect, robes fluttering elegantly, marking his high status. A pair of narrow, long eyes fixed on her with a half-smile, and deep within them lay a trace of imperceptible, cunning cruelty. "Cousin Emma Wuan." Seeing who had arrived, Yi Ling's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seized a lifeline. The ferocity and malice on her face disappeared completely, and were replaced in the blink of an eye with a wrong, tearful expression. Her eyes reddened at once. "Cousin, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, I would have been bullied to death." Emma Wuhan raised an eyebrow, feigning concern as he reached out and gently patted her shoulder. His tone was full of interest. Oh, here at the Tianjin sect selection grounds someone actually dares to bully my cousin Mo Wuhan. Are they tired of living? Yiling had been waiting for exactly those words. Biting her lip, a vicious glint flashing swiftly through her eyes, she began weeping and complaining to Mo Wuhan. It's Qingli, that abandoned daughter of the Yi family, the good-for-nothing, whose sword meridian was severed and who was thrown out of the family back then. Who knows what kind of dumb luck she stumbled into, but today she actually tested with golden talent and won her match on the arena platform, basking in glory without end. She singles me out at every turn, ostracizes me, humiliates me, and doesn't take me or the Yi family seriously at all. Just now she was even watching me make a fool of myself. She's simply going too far. The more Yiling spoke, the more wronged she made herself seem. Her voice choked and tears welled up in her eyes as she disguised herself as a poor wretch who had suffered every kind of bullying. Cousin, you are an inner disciple of the Tianjin sect and extremely powerful. You have to teach her a proper lesson and avenge this humiliation for me. After listening, Mo Wuhan's eyes flashed sharply for an instant, and a playful, sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Golden talent. That is somewhat interesting. He lowered his head and stared at Yiling with a gloomy, dark gaze, his tone full of absolute certainty. Don't worry. Your matter is my matter as your cousin. I will definitely help you vent this anger. In the third round of trials, I will take the stage myself and give her some special care. Hearing this, a gleam of ecstatic joy suddenly burst from Yiling's eyes, and the smile at the corner of her mouth nearly split to her ears. The grievance in her heart was swept away at once, leaving only vicious anticipation. Qingli, you are doomed. With cousin Mo Wuhan, stepping in the third round of trials will be your burial ground. This time I will make you fall into utter and eternal ruin. Within the inner sect of Tianjin sect, inside Mo Wuhan's private residence. The entire room was exquisitely and luxuriously furnished with carved beams and painted rafters adorned with spiritual artifacts radiating the grandeur and arrogance befitting the heir of a prestigious family. Ordinary outer sect disciples were not even qualified to set foot in such a place. Mo Wuhan lounged lazily in a pearwood armchair, his fingers idly tapping the armrest, producing a dull, muffled sound. A flickering glint danced in his eyes, his expression dark and sinister as he slowly uttered 3 words, each carrying a hint of amusement and a trace of murderous intent. Qingli. A deep smile curled at the corners of his lips, and the rhythm of his tapping fingers gradually slowed. Golden talent. 1 in 10,000 years. He had killed Zhao Wuji, an expert at the 8th rank of the yellow grade, with a single sword strike. Such an extraordinary talent, if harnessed and carefully controlled, would prove to be an utterly devastating blade, a pawn he could wield to dominate the sect and elevate himself to greater heights. Unfortunately, the woman had somehow offended his cousin Yiling. Mo Wuhan gently shook his head, feigning regret as he sighed, yet his eyes held not a trace of sorrow, only cold calculation. My cousin has many virtues, talent and cultivation, a distinguished family background, but her narrow mind cannot bear the slightest grievance. He rose slowly and paced to the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant Tianjin peak shrouded in mist. In his profound gaze a flash of ferocity slipped through. Yet, there are advantages to a narrow mind. At least she is manageable, easy to manipulate. With those words he spun around and strode to the desk, grasping a jade slip of pure white radiance, releasing a subtle surge of spiritual energy from his fingertips. Thud! The jade slip dissolved into a streak of light, piercing through the roof and vanishing into the night air. Before long the door opened quietly, and a disciple draped entirely in black hurried inside, kneeling on one knee in a posture of profound reverence. Senior brother Mo, this subordinate has come to receive your orders. Mo Wuhan looked down upon him, his tone cold and unreadable. Has the list of examiners for the third trial been finalized? The robed disciple nodded, eagerly speaking with deference. It has, senior brother Mo. This trial will be led personally by Elder Liu. A self-assured smile spread across Mo Wuhan's lips. Elder Liu. An old acquaintance indeed. He drew a bulging storage pouch from his sleeve and flicked it toward the robed disciple with a casual motion. Take this and speak with Elder Liu. During the third trial, see to it that someone is well cared for. The disciple caught the pouch steady, swept his divine sense across it, and felt his heart skip a beat. Suppressing his excitement, he lowered his head. May I ask, senior brother Mo, who it is you wish me to take care of? Mo Wuhan's voice turned icily cold, dripping with bone-chilling menace as he spoke each character deliberately. Yi, Qingli, remember, show no mercy. Let her truly experience what despair feels like. Yes, this subordinate obeys. The robed disciple dared not hesitate for even a moment, bowed deeply, accepted the orders, and swiftly exited the room, disappearing into the night. Silence reclaimed the chamber. Mo Wuhan returned to his armchair, lifted a cup of warm spiritual tea from the table, and savored it with evident satisfaction. So what if she possessed a golden talent? So what if she was 1 in 10,000 years? Within the territory of Tianjin sect, lacking any backing or connections, even the most extraordinary talent amounts to nothing more than a pawn to be manipulated or an ant to be crushed at will. To thrive within the sect, one must learn to bow and attach oneself to the powerful. Unfortunately, Qingli chose the wrong path from the start and offended those she should never have crossed. You have no opportunities left. Mo Wuhan set down his teacup, gently the base clicking sharply against the tabletop, his smile cruel and sinister. In this trial, Yi Qingli's death was certain. Meanwhile, within Di Linyuan's private courtyard in Tianjin City, lamps burned brightly, yet the silence was absolute. An elderly man with white hair and beard, his aura entirely restrained, stood respectfully behind Di Lian, head slightly bowed, reporting the intelligence he had just gathered. Young master, we have just received word that Mo Wuhan of the Tianjin sect intersect has secretly contacted Examiner Elder Lu, apparently conspiring in secrecy, with extreme discretion. Di Linyuan stood quietly by the window, upright as a pine dressed in snow-white robes. His back was to the gray-robed elder, his expression unreadable, only his piercingly cold voice cutting through the stillness. Who was the target? The gray-robed elder's heart tightened momentarily, but he dared not conceal anything and spoke truthfully. The target is Yi Qingli. The room fell instantly into absolute silence. The air seemed to solidify, pressing down with suffocating weight. The gray-robed elder held his breath, carefully raising his eyes to glance at Di Linyuan's back, waiting anxiously for his instructions. He knew better than anyone that his young master, though appearing aloof and detached, possessed an exceptionally deep mind. Anyone targeted by him would face dire consequences from even the slightest provocation by others. After a moment, Di Linyuan's cold voice broke the silence, once more devoid of any discernible emotion. Mo Wuhan. What is his background? The gray-robed elder immediately steeled himself and replied swiftly. Mo Wuhan is the legitimate son of the Mo family, and currently an inner-sect disciple of Tianjin sect, having reached the second rank of Earth stage. His aunt serves as the matriarch of the Yi family's second branch, that is Yi Ling's mother, and has accumulated considerable influence and connections within the sect. As for himself, he lacks genuine ability, his cultivation is largely inflated. He merely relies on his family background to act tyrannically within the sect, oppressing numerous powerless outer sect disciples, earning himself an extremely poor reputation. Di Linyuan slowly turned around. His exquisitely handsome face remained expressionless, cold as ice, with only his profound eyes narrowing slightly. Earth stage second rank. He repeated softly, the corners of his mouth curving upward in a faint yet bone-chilling arc. Interesting. The gray-robed elder's heart tightened immediately, knowing his young master had taken interest. He quickly stepped forward and tentatively spoke. Young master, shall I go to Tianjin sect immediately to warn Mo Wuhan, making him afraid to lay a single finger on Miss Yi? But Di Linyuan gently shook his head, his tone indifferent and unquestionable. No need. He turned once more toward the window, gazing out at the lights of Tianjin sect twinkling like fallen stars against the night sky. Let her face it on her own. Di Linyuan's voice was soft, yet carried an unmistakable certainty, profound in meaning. She is not a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. She does not require constant protection from others. If she cannot deal with someone as minor as Mo Wuhan, if she cannot evade even such trivial schemes. He paused, and his tone suddenly turned razor-sharp. Then she is unworthy of possessing a golden talent that appears once in 10,000 years. The gray-robed elder opened his mouth to say more, but seeing Di Linyuan's authoritative back, he ultimately swallowed his words, bowed respectfully, and quietly exited the room. The door closed softly. The room held only Di Linyuan alone. Moonlight streamed through the lattice windows, illuminating his snow-white robes and casting his figure long and solitary. He stood silently before the window, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky, a trace of tenderness, imperceptible to others, flickering briefly in the depths of his profound eyes. Yi Qingli. He murmured her name, the faintest hint of anticipation curling at the corners of his lips. Do not disappoint me. The night grew progressively deeper. The myriad lights of Tianjin City gradually extinguished the entire city, sinking into slumber amid absolute stillness. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil night, undercurrents swirled, and killing intent lurked everywhere. Some harbored jealousy and plotted from the shadows, weaving an inescapable net to destroy their target. Others watched coldly from afar, waiting to see the drama unfold and testing someone's limits and abilities. And at the center of all this turmoil, Yi Qingli. She now lay peacefully on the soft bed of the inn, sleeping deeply with steady breaths, completely unaware and heedless of the crisis approaching. Tomorrow would bring the second round of arena battles. The day after, the most perilous third-round sect trial. Mo Wuhan's calculations, Elder Lu's favoritism, and the lethal traps within the trial, all converging like an invisible net, slowly tightening around her. And the true test for Yi Qingli was only just beginning. The carnage of the second round of arena battles raged on until the evening of the second day, before finally drawing to a close. Under the arena platforms of the Tianjin sect selection, cultivators had already crowded around to watch the spectacle. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood and the lingering aftershocks of spiritual power clashing, and every inch of the ground had been scarred into rugged potholes by sword, chi, and fist winds. Among the 360 participating disciples, as the deathmatch went on round after round with no way back, disciples were continually knocked off the platform, severely wounded, and spitting blood, or even killed on the spot. Blood dyed the wooden boards of the arena red, and through it all the true experts were sieved out. In the end of the once great group of participants, only 180 successfully advanced. The elimination rate was as high as 50%. And among those 180, the name Qingli was undoubtedly the most dazzling of all. She remained calm from the very beginning, holding only an ordinary iron sword through 2 consecutive battles. Her opponents were all Huang stage cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level, yet none of them could last more than 3 moves before her. One sword stroke broke their technique, one sword stroke subdued the enemy, swift and clean, without the slightest hesitation. Throughout it all, she was as relaxed as if she were taking a leisurely stroll. In stark contrast stood Yiling. Relying on a full array of spiritual treasures and pills bestowed by her clan, she barely managed to pass by expending every ounce of her strength. After every match, she was covered in wounds, her robes torn to pieces and blood smeared at the corners of her mouth. Pathetic as a homeless dog. The look she cast at Qingli was filled with jealousy and venom. As for those disciples who during the first round of the arena battles had openly mocked Qingli, declaring that she was destined to lose, and that a country bumpkin is unworthy of the Tianjin sect, they were now completely cowed. They shrank their necks one by one, lacking even the courage to raise their heads for a single glance at her. Strength is the most resounding slap in the face. Only now did they realize that this seemingly insignificant girl with shallow cultivation was not someone they could afford to provoke. On the night the arena battles ended, all 180 advancing disciples were summoned together to the plaza before the Tianjin sect's mountain gate. The night was heavy and the starlight dim. The examiners, dressed in the Tianjin sect's uniform azure Dao robes, stood on the high platform with stern, imposing expressions. Their gazes swept over each young and tense face below, carrying not a shred of warmth. A second later, a cold and resonant voice rang through the entire plaza, sending every heart leaping into its owner's throat. The 3rd trial, officially announced. Trial content: wilderness survival. Trial location: the Tianjin Mountains. Trial rules: enter the depths of the Tianjin Mountains, hunt demon beasts, and extract the crystal cores from within their bodies. Time limit: 3 days. After 3 days, the candidates with the top 100 crystal core counts will be directly admitted into the Tianjin sect's outer sect and become official disciples. As for the rest, everyone is eliminated. As soon as the words fell, the entire plaza exploded into an uproar. The disciples' faces changed drastically as cries of shock rose one after another. Their already taut nerves were now on the verge of snapping. The Tianjin Mountains. That is a perilous place that even inner sect disciples would not dare to enter lightly. I heard the weakest demon beasts inside are at least 3rd tier, and there are even 4th tier and 5th tier high-ranking demon beasts dwelling there. What difference is there between Huang stage disciples like us going in and walking straight to our deaths? The Tianjin sect selection has always been a path where 9 die and 1 survives. If you fear death, roll up your bedding and go home early. Don't make a spectacle of yourself out here. Demon beast crystal cores. They are the concentrated energy essence of a demon beast's entire body. Even the lowest ranked demon beast possesses strength at the 7th grade of the Huang stage. How could we possibly beat one? Murmurs, startled cries, and despairing sighs mixed into a chaotic cacophony, echoing ceaselessly across the plaza. Everyone was well aware that this 3rd trial was far more terrifying and far more brutal than the arena battles of the first 2 rounds. At least the arena battles had examiners to uphold fairness and clear rules for victory and defeat. But the Tianjin Mountains were a death zone with no rules, no limits, and no one to supervise. Qingli stood at the outermost edge of the crowd, her back straight as a pine. Hearing the noisy discussions around her, she remained calm and undisturbed, as if the cruel rules had not affected her in the least. Hunt demon beasts, gather crystal cores. It sounded simple and crude, but in reality, it was an ultimate test of a cultivator's comprehensive abilities. It required not only formidable combat strength, but also sharp perception, superb wilderness survival skills, tracking techniques for concealing one's body, and even, at the critical moment, the decisiveness to flee and preserve one's life. To survive alone for 3 days in a vast, boundless primordial mountain range surrounded by demon beasts, while hunting enough of them to accumulate crystal cores, for any Huang stage cultivator, that was an almost impossible hurdle. Without visibly reacting, she touched the unremarkable iron sword at her waist, and allowed her fingertips to trace the cold hilt as she began calculating rapidly in her mind. At her current cultivation of the 1st level of the Huang stage, her chances of winning a head-on confrontation with a 7th grade Huang stage demon beast were extremely high. If she encountered 8th grade or 9th grade demon beasts, she could use the Bagua steps to maneuver flexibly, rely on the pressure of her sword momentum to find a flaw and finish the fight in a single strike. But if she encountered demon beasts of an even higher rank, Qingli's eyes turned slightly cold, leaving only one thought run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will never be a shortage of firewood. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, any attempt to show bravado was nothing but courting death. Just as she was silently analyzing the situation, the examiner's voice on the high platform resounded coldly once more, like a huge boulder slamming heavily into everyone's heart. The trial will officially begin at dawn tomorrow. Tonight, all of you will return to your quarters, rest well, and conserve your strength. You must not leave the designated area without permission. Also, this old man will remind you of one last thing. Within the Tianjin Mountains guard against demon beasts, but guard even more against people. In past trials, the deeds of killing and robbing for crystal cores, stabbing people in the back, and fellow disciples turning on each other in order to fight for those 100 advancement spots have never been rare. If you die in the mountains, you die in vain. The Tianjin sect bears no responsibility. At these words, the plaza instantly fell into dead silence. All the disciples' faces turned deathly pale. They had originally thought the enemies in the trial were merely ferocious demon beasts, but it had never occurred to them that the most dangerous threat was actually the competitors around them. 180 people contending for 100 spots. A brutal elimination of nearly 1 in 2. To survive to enter the Tianjin sect, these sanctimonious cultivators would absolutely tear off every mask and reveal their most ferocious, most greedy faces. On the surface, it was a trial to hunt demon beasts. In secret, it was destined to set off wave after wave of bloody slaughter between humans. Qingli's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed faintly, and a barely noticeable chill flashed through the depths of her gaze. The guard in her heart instantly rose to the extreme. It seemed that this trial in the Tianjin Mountains was far more dangerous and treacherous than she had anticipated. She ceased her deliberations, turned around, and prepared to leave the plaza to return to the inn for rest. But at that very moment of turning from the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught a familiar figure that invited displeasure. In the not-too-distant shadows, Yi Ling stood furtively whispering with a young man dressed in the robes of a Tianjin sect inner-sect disciple. The young man had a sinister, gloomy countenance with a spoiled arrogance and cruelty in his brows and eyes. A mocking, venomous smile hung on his lips. The spiritual power radiating from his body was far beyond compare to an outer sect disciple. He was unmistakably a true inner-sect cultivator, Mo Wuan. Unknown was what the two had been scheming about when Yi Ling suddenly raised her head and shot her gaze, like a poisonous snake, straight toward Yi Qingli. That look was filled with undisguised smugness and malice, and also a barely restrained excitement from seeing her prey about to plunge into the abyss. Yi Qingli's brow instantly knitted slightly. Who exactly was that inner-sect disciple? Yi Ling was merely a young lady from a collateral branch, low in cultivation and shallow in background. How could she have gotten entangled with an inner-sect disciple of the Tianjin sect? And judging by the look of it, they were quite close. A foreboding premonition crept silently into her heart like a vine. But before she could observe any further, Yi Ling had already intimately hooked her arm through Mo Wuan's. Chatting and laughing, the two turned and vanished into the night, leaving behind only two meaningful silhouettes. Yi Qingli watched for a while, then forcibly pushed that unease down into the depths of her heart. Soldiers will be met with generals, floods with earth. No matter what schemes Yi Ling and that inner-sect disciple were plotting, once she entered the Tianjin Mountains, everything would come to light. Her footsteps steady, she turned and walked away, her resolute back betraying not the slightest fear. The night grew deeper and moonlight filtered through the lattice window of the inn, casting a clear radiance across the floor. Yi Qingli lay on the crude wooden bed, but could not sleep at all. She tossed and turned, her mind unable to settle. To say she was not at all tense about stepping into the danger-ridden Tianjin Mountains early tomorrow morning would be a lie. Although she had comprehended sword momentum and carried 2 strands of primordial sword chi to protect her body, making her battle power far surpass that of cultivators at the same level, her cultivation remained only at the first level of the Huang stage. Her foundation was too flimsy and her roots too shallow. If in the mountains she were ambushed and beset by many cultivators or encountered high-tier demon beasts far beyond her cultivation, her fate would still be fraught with imminent danger. 9 chances of death and but 1 of survival. She had to think of a way to get some more life-saving trump cards. Just as Yi Qingli was frowning in thought, she suddenly felt the destiny pearl worn against her chest turn slightly hot. A gentle and pure warmth seeped into her body through her skin, immediately lifting her spirit. She abruptly sat up, held her breath, and sank her entire consciousness into the sword tomb within her sea of consciousness. "Old man, are you awake?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. The next second, from the depths of the sword tomb came the old sword spirit's voice, lazy and tinged with impatience, as if he had been forcibly stirred from his sleep. "What nonsense, of course this old man was woken up by you, girl." Yi Qingli was speechless and couldn't help retorting, "I clearly didn't do anything. I was just lying there quietly. How could I have disturbed you? All those messy thoughts churning in your head, your restless mind, your agitated spiritual power. It was so noisy this old man couldn't fall into deep sleep at all." The old sword spirit's voice was filled with disdain. Yi Qingli was instantly left speechless. "Fine. You are the strong one, senior. Whatever you say is right." She took a deep breath, stopped trading barbs, and got straight to the point. In a cautiously pleading tone, she said, "Old man, tomorrow, I have to enter the Tianjin Mountains for the trial. That place is extremely dangerous. Since your sword tomb must contain plenty of treasures, do you have any life-saving divine artifact I could borrow? If I pass the trial, I'll definitely repay you double." The old sword spirit was silent for a moment, then let out a disdainful snort. "Borrow? Do you think this old man runs a pawn shop, lending out every piece of junk? Besides, every divine weapon and heavenly treasure in the sword tomb is infused with earth-shattering power. With your paltry cultivation, even if you held one in your hands, you couldn't activate it. It would be a sheer waste of heavenly treasures. taking them would be completely useless. Yi Qingli pouted unconvinced. Then can you bear to watch me go to my death in the Tianjin Mountains? If I die, then who will help you restore the sword tomb to its former glory? At these words, silence filled the sword tomb once more. It seemed the old sword spirit was weighing the pros and cons, and for a long time he said nothing. After a long moment, a faint sigh echoed through the sword tomb, tinged with helplessness and compromise. Enough. Seeing that you girl have been quite capable along the way and are truly pitiable, this old man will make an exception and help you once. The moment the words fell, Yi Qingli felt the destiny pearl at her chest give a violent tremble. A warm current of astonishing purity and overwhelming dominance surged out from the destiny pearl like a rushing river. It flowed swiftly along her meridians to every limb and bone, then firmly gathered within her dantian, merging with the power she originally had. Yi Qingli's pupils contracted sharply as she cried out in delighted surprise. This is 3 strands of primordial sword chi, enough to keep your life safe during the trial. The old sword spirit's voice carried an obvious exhaustion, and clearly he had expended no small amount of power. But ugly words first, these 3 sword chi strands will be used up one by one. Once they are gone, don't even think of asking me for more. Yi Qingli was overjoyed, her eyes bright as stars. She hurriedly gave thanks inwardly. Thank you, old man. I knew you were the best, the one who loves me most. Stop the flattery, you slick-tongued girl. The old sword spirit scolded impatiently. Get the hell to sleep and conserve your energy. Don't get killed the minute you enter the mountains tomorrow and embarrass this old man. After that, no matter how Yi Qingli called out, the old sword spirit fell into complete silence with no further response. Yi Qingli did not mind. The corners of her mouth couldn't help curling upward as she lay blissfully back on the bed, gently stroking the warm destiny pearl on her chest. 3 strands of primordial sword chi. Added to the 2 she had originally possessed, she now had 5 in total. Such trump cards could not be used lightly, but once unleashed at a life or death moment, they could kill in a single strike even a 9th grade Huang stage cultivator, or even a cultivator at the early Xian stage. They were absolutely heaven-defying, life-saving aces. Now when she stepped into the Tianjin Mountains, she finally had full confidence. Yi Qingli was completely satisfied, and the taut string in her heart was finally relaxed. She closed her eyes and quickly sank into deep sound sleep, conserving her strength for tomorrow's life and death trial. The Tianjin Mountains. The hunting game was about to begin. The following morning at the Tianjin Sect Plaza, the morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, and the 180 disciples who had successfully advanced stood ready for deployment, packed tightly in the center of the courtyard, their faces a tapestry of tension and exhilaration. Some clenched their magical artifacts, itching to charge into the Tianjin Mountains and lay waste to everything in their path. Others huddled together, whispering advice and reminders about the trial ahead. Still others wore grave expressions, silently checking their pills, bundles, and swords, fearful of overlooking even a single life-saving item. The entire plaza hummed with a stifling, restless energy. Everyone understood that from the moment they stepped into the Tianjin Mountains, life and death would rest solely in their own hands. 3 days from now, only 100 would return alive and possessing enough spirit cores. Yi Qingli stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, her posture straight as a pine. On her back rested only a simple coarse cloth bundle, and at her waist hung an ordinary iron sword she had carried for many years. Not a flicker of unnecessary emotion crossed her face. She wore an expression so serene it was as though she were about to embark on nothing more than an ordinary stroll rather than a trial with 9 chances of death. She had slept exceptionally well the night before. The 5 origin-level sword chi seeds settled in her dantian, gave her unwavering confidence and boundless energy, placing her in peak condition. Upon the raised platform, the examiner overseeing the trial looked imposing, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below like a falcon. His resonant voice cut through the morning mist, ringing clearly across the entire plaza. The 3rd trial commences now. All participants enter the Tianjin Mountains immediately. Return here in 3 days with the spirit cores you have hunted. Move out. At the order, it was as though thunder had exploded. 180 contestants surged forward in an instant, a breached dam of humanity rushing out of the plaza and sprinting toward the Tianjin Mountains dozens of li away. No one wanted to lag behind, even a single step, terrified of arriving too late to secure sufficient spirit cores. Yi Qingli drifted along with the stream of people out of the plaza. As she prepared to quicken her pace and separate from the crowd to travel alone, a most striking figure suddenly caught the corner of her eye. Beneath the old locust tree at the plaza's edge stood Di Lin Yuan in a dark robe, his hands clasped behind his back. A gentle breeze stirred his ink-black hair, and an aura of untouchable coldness radiated from him. Though he simply stood there, he seemed walled off from the rest of the world, noble and distant. His gaze appeared to have been fixed upon her all along, as though he had been waiting for her deliberately. Yi Qingli's footsteps faltered for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately turned and walked toward the old locust tree. Senior brother Di, what are you doing here? She stopped before him and raised her eyes, slightly a trace of confusion in her tone. Di Lin Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, his deep, cold, torch-like eyes simply gazed steadily at her in silence. Morning sunlight filtered through the locust leaves in dappled patterns, falling upon his flawlessly handsome face and outlining sharp, austere features. In those pitch-black eyes, her small figure was clearly reflected, as if the heavens and earth between them held only her alone. Qingli felt a wave of discomfort under such direct, focused attention. A faint warmth rose to her cheeks, and she subconsciously averted her gaze. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. The trial is about to officially begin, and there is no time to waste. Wait. Lin Yuan finally spoke, his voice cold and low, clear and resonant, like jade stones striking together, carrying a unique timbre, yet utterly devoid of warmth. With those words, he slowly withdrew a luminous jade slip from his sleeve and offered it toward Qingli. The jade slip was no larger than a thumb. Its texture was warm and fine to the touch, carved with intricate ancient patterns that shimmered with flowing spiritual energy. It was evident at a glance that this was no mundane object, but an exceedingly precious celestial artifact. Qingli paused briefly and lifted her eyes to look at him, her expression full of bewilderment. What is this? A communication jade slip. Lin Yuan's tone remained indifferent, as though he were handing her a worthless trinket rather than a treasure beyond price. His thin lips parted, and each word fell with crystal clarity. After you enter the Tianjin Mountains, if you encounter a life and death crisis, simply crush it. Qingli was completely stunned, standing rooted to the spot. She looked down at the jade slip lying quietly in his palm, her mind momentarily unable to process its meaning. A communication jade slip. Crush it in a life and death crisis. The meaning was unmistakable. He was giving her a life-saving insurance, telling her that the moment she crushed the slip, he would appear instantly to rescue her. She raised her head sharply and looked at Lin Yuan once more, her heart churned with turbulent waves. She understood all too well that such a communication jade slip, one capable of transmitting signals across vast mountain ranges and locking onto the user's exact location, was extraordinarily difficult to refine. It demanded immense quantities of rare materials and pure spiritual power, making it a treasure of incalculable value. Even core inner disciples might not each possess one, and he had simply given it to her as though it were nothing. Senior Brother D. Qingli opened her mouth, wanting to decline, wanting to offer words of gratitude, but her throat felt as though it were tightly constricted by something. A sour burning sensation choked every word. Lin Yuan remained expressionless, his profound eyes betraying nothing, as though the words he had just spoken were no more than an ordinary reminder. He looked at her and added in a detached tone, as though explaining himself or deliberately distancing whatever he had done. Do not misunderstand. I simply do not wish to see a promising sword cultivator die pointlessly in a place like this. That is all. Before she could respond, he pressed the warm jade slip into her palm, then turned on his heel and strode away in the opposite direction with steady, deliberate steps. His silhouette was resolute, not once looking back. Qingli stood frozen, her fingers tightly curled around the jade slip, still radiating his warmth. That warmth crept up through her fingertips and settled deep in her heart. Watching his dark-clothed figure recede into the distance, an indescribable emotion welled within her, warm yet threaded with a strange, inexplicable flutter. This person. He was clearly caring for her, clearly offering her a life-saving gift, yet he insisted on wearing a cold, indifferent mask, adopting the posture of someone conducting mere business. What a stubborn, contradictory man. Qingli looked down at the jade slip in her palm, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upward into a faint smile. She carefully tucked the slip against her body, placing it closest to her heart before securing it properly. Thank you, Senior Brother D. She whispered the words softly, low enough that only she could hear them. Then, without another moment's hesitation, she turned and quickened her pace, her figure light and swift as she headed toward the Tianjin Mountains. Her previously tranquil heart now carried an indescribable joy. Meanwhile, deep within the distant forest, an elderly man in gray robes materialized silently behind Lin Yuan, his movements as ghostly and soundless as shadow. He gazed after Qingli's fading figure, then glanced at his young master's upright back, and could no longer restrain himself. Lowering his voice, he ventured cautiously, "Young master, that communication jade slip. Was that not the one you spent 3 whole months refining by exhausting 3,000-year warm jade stones? Even the core elders sought it from you, and you refused them all, yet you gave it away so readily." Lin Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the branch, his black robe stirring faintly in the wind. His expression remained as cold and hard, his eyes showing not the slightest ripple as he lightly uttered 2 words. Tongue lax. The gray-robed elder immediately shrank his neck, wisely clamping his mouth shut, and daring not speak further. But his eyes, unable to resist, stole another glance toward his young master's ear. There where the skin was usually as pale and smooth as cold jade, a faint blush was now imperceptibly spreading, as though tinted by dawn light. Half hidden beneath his ink-black hair, the gray-robed elder quickly bowed his head and bit down hard on his lip, barely restraining himself from laughing aloud. Young master, why do you make things so difficult for yourself? With your heart full of concern for that young lady, yet you insist on projecting an aloof, indifferent demeanor, distancing yourself as thoroughly as possible. Fine if you pretend, but why must your ears betray you by turning red? If Miss Yi were to see this with her own eyes, your peerlessly cold and dignified reputation would be thoroughly ruined. The outer reaches of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, filtering the sunlight into scattered patches of light that fell upon the forest floor. The air was thick with the damp, heavy scent of vegetation and the faint smell of earth. From deep within the mountains came the occasional low, savage roar of beasts echoing through the dense woods and sending a chill down one's spine. After barely half a stick of incense had burned, the 180 participating disciples had already scattered in all directions, each choosing their own path and seeking out suitable hunting grounds. Some formed factions, banding together in small groups for mutual support, determined to face the demonic beasts and enemies as one. Others, confident in their own strength, chose to hunt alone, keeping every beast core for themselves. And a few, timid by nature, dared not venture even a single step deeper, lingering at the very edge of the outer region. Qingli did not rush toward the heart of the mountain range. Instead, she leaped onto a high rock formation and stood at its summit, calmly surveying the surrounding terrain. The Heavenly Sword Mountain Range was vast and unpredictable. To charge recklessly into its depths was to risk losing one's way, or worse, stumbling into the territory of a high-ranked demonic beast. Even with countless life-saving tricks at one's disposal, death would be all but certain. In her past life, she had been an archaeologist cultivator, spending years navigating desolate mountains, treacherous wilds, and forbidden secret realms. Her instincts for survival and her keen sense of danger were far sharper and more seasoned than any participating disciple here. Water source, terrain, vegetation, traces of demonic beasts. Qingli murmured to herself, her gaze sweeping across the entire outer region like a radar, analyzing every detail in her mind. To the south, there's a mountain stream. Beasts come there to drink, making it the perfect hunting ground. To the north, the terrain is steep and jagged, ideal for an ambush and easy to escape from if danger strikes. That dense forest to the east. Her words suddenly stopped. Her eyes sharpened, her gaze locking onto an unusually thick primeval woodland in the east. The trees in that forest were far taller and more massive than anywhere else, dense, luxuriant, and verdant. Yet strangely, the entire woodland was eerily silent, deathly still. A normal forest should have been alive with the chirping of insects, the singing of birds, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. But from that grove, not even the faintest breeze could be heard. It was as if time itself had frozen, dripping with a terror that made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, Qingli made her judgment. Either a terrifyingly powerful, high-ranked demonic beast laired there, its oppressive aura cowing every living creature for 100 li around, or something sinister, some deadly forbidden curse or malevolent artifact, was hidden within. Whatever the case, it was not something her current cultivation at the yellow rank first level could afford to provoke. First, I'll hunt low-ranked beasts in the outer region, stockpile their cores, and get a clear picture of the mountain range's general layout. Then I can gradually push deeper. Qingli made her decision in an instant. Turning around, she leapt down from the rock and headed toward the southern stream, ready to begin her hunting plan. But she had only taken 2 steps when a cold, low voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Qingli. Qingli's steps halted abruptly. Startled, she immediately turned to look back. There stood Di Linyuan, who had somehow followed her without making a sound. He was just 3 steps away, dressed in his signature black robe, his face expressionless, cold, aloof, and distant. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air without the slightest ripple of aura. Qingli blinked, utterly taken aback, and could not help asking, "Senior Brother D, why are you here? Aren't you an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect? This is the trial for outer disciples. Why would you come all the way here?" In her understanding, a core figure of Di Linyuan's standing could never possibly appear at a low-level trial like this. Di Linyuan gave her a faint, indifferent glance. In a calm, flat tone, he uttered just 2 words, "Passing by." Qingli. Passing by. She almost could not stop herself from rolling her eyes. You're the chief inner disciple, and instead of cultivating back at the sect, you just happened to wander into the beast-infested trial grounds of the Heavenly Sword Mountain Range to pass by. What an absurdly flimsy excuse. It would not fool even a 3-year-old. Her lips twitched slightly, but she did not call out his little charade to his face. Instead, she raised a knowing, half-smiling expression and said, "Oh, so you're just passing by? Then you go ahead and pass by slowly, Senior Brother D. I won't disturb you. I'll be on my way." With that, she turned and walked away, her steps light. But the moment she took a single step, Di Linyuan behind her also moved silently, following along. Qingli secretly suppressed a laugh, yet kept her face perfectly composed, as if she were completely oblivious, continuing onward. And so the 2 of them walked one behind the other, quietly crossing the dense jungle, treading over fallen leaves as they made their way toward the southern stream. Not a single word was exchanged along the way. Only the rustle of leaves accompanied them. Yet the silence was not awkward. Instead, it carried a subtle, delicate tranquility. After about a quarter of an hour, Qingli suddenly stopped, spun around, and stared straight at Di Linyuan, behind her, a hint of playfulness glimmering in her eyes. "Senior Brother D, you've been following me for quite a while now. What exactly do you want?" Di Linyuan stood his ground, his face impassive, and answered with utter conviction, "Is this road yours? Are you the only one who can walk it, and not me?" Qingli was momentarily at a loss for words. "Fine. You're aloof, you're right, whatever you say goes." She took a deep breath, her eyes darting as a spark of mischief flashed through her mind. A sly teasing smile curled at the corners of her lips. She deliberately leaned half a step closer, tilted her head up, blinked her clear limpid eyes, and looked at Di Lin Yuan with feigned innocence. Senior brother D, you care so much about me. First giving me a jade communication slip, then secretly following me all the way here. Could it be? You want me to be your junior sister? As she spoke, Qingli suppressed another laugh, her eyes brimming with barely hidden mischief. She wanted to see just how this eternally icy brooding man would react to such a blunt tease. Would he outright admit that he wanted her to be his junior sister? Or did he harbor some other intention? In that moment the air suddenly fell completely still. Only the gentle breeze drifting through the forest could be heard stirring the leaves into a soft rustle. Even the insects and beasts around them seemed to go silent all at once. Di Lin Yuan froze in place, his footsteps utterly halted. His deep, cold, bottomless eyes remained fixed on the cunning, smiling girl before him, her lithe figure clearly reflected in the pitch-black depths of his pupils. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to stretch on infinitely. Under his direct and silent gaze, Qingli gradually began to feel unsettled, her heart inexplicably speeding up. She was just about to break the silence and say she was only joking when Di Lin Yuan finally moved his lips and spoke first. You're overthinking it. A cool, magnetic voice suddenly sounded by her side. Di Lin Yuan lowered his eyelids, his long lashes trembling lightly like butterfly wings. His tone was as indifferent as a frozen cold pool, without a hint of fluctuation, revealing no extraneous emotions. It was as if the person who had just actively followed was not him at all. Qingli raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of mocking disbelief. She tilted her head to look at the man beside her, whose posture was straight as a pine, and said in a teasing tone, "Oh. Then tell me, senior brother D, how did you end up here coincidentally on the same path as me at?" Di Lin Yuan stood upright, his black robes rippling gently in the forest breeze. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead, not sparing a single glance for Qingli. His thin lips parted and the words that emerged were still icy cold. I simply happen to have business in the Heavenly Sword Mountain range as well. It's just on my way. It has nothing to do with you. But who was Qingli? Having lived 2 lives, she was always precise in reading people. The man before her clearly exuded an aura of detachment, yet his footsteps consistently followed behind hers. From every angle this didn't seem like a mere coincidence. She blinked her clear eyes and asked with playful interest, "Business? What business? The depths of Heavenly Sword Mountain range are exceedingly perilous. Could the matter you need to attend to possibly coincide with where I'm headed?" Di Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his handsome face devoid of any emotion. He merely cast a casual glance at her, his tone detached and cold. "It concerns none of your business. No need to ask further." Qingli was momentarily stifled, the corners of her mouth twitching involuntarily. "Fine, you're the boss, you're formidable, everything you say is right." She pouted, secretly rolling her eyes inward, and no longer bothered to press the issue. She turned and continued onward toward the depths of Heavenly Sword Mountain range. But after just 2 steps forward, she couldn't resist sneaking a glance back at Di Lin Yuan trailing behind her. The man maintained his composed and carefree demeanor, following at a steady pace behind her without haste. His expression showed nothing superfluous, perfectly embodying the calmness of someone who claimed to be on the way anyway. Qingli secretly muttered to herself, yet the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward. This man was far too contradictorily duplicitous. He was clearly worried about the dangers of her entering Heavenly Sword Mountain range alone, unable to rest easy until he followed. Yet he insisted on feigning complete indifference, being painfully awkward about it, almost as if Sundara had been carved into his very bones. She looked down and gently touched the warm jade slip in her bosom, which still retained Di Lin Yuan's warmth. The warmth spreading from her fingertips gradually seeped into her heart, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously formed a tender curve. Honestly, being silently cared for and quietly concerned about like this felt surprisingly nice. Even though this man's way of expressing care was clumsy and awkward, she clearly felt the concern hidden beneath his cold exterior. The two walked quietly through the dense jungle, one ahead and one behind. Qingli led the way, while Di Lin Yuan followed steadily at a comfortable distance, close enough to show intention, but not so near as to seem forced, far enough to appear natural without creating distance. Along the way neither spoke again, yet an indescribable atmosphere quietly permeated the previously tranquil forest air. It was ambiguous and hazy, wrapped in a faint sweetness like ripe wild fruits in the forest, sweet but not cloying. It softly surrounded them both, and even the breeze brushing past seemed to grow gentler. Far beyond the two's view, behind a massive ancient tree, an old man in gray robes poked out half his head, his eyes fixed intently on the 2 figures ahead, one following the other, his mouth twitching uncontrollably as his heart nearly wept without tears. "Young master, oh young master, what are you doing? Just moments ago you told Miss Yi that it had absolutely nothing to do with her," speaking with such finality and coldness. "Yet how is it that you now follow her every step without leaving her side? If you truly wanted to follow, you should at least try to conceal yourself. Walking so openly behind her at a distance of only 3 steps. Any fool could see you're deliberately following Miss Yi. How is this anything but going out of your way?" The old man in gray robes raged, inwardly longing to rush forward, and pry open his young master's stubborn mouth to make him speak honestly and stop being so hard-tongued yet soft-hearted. Yet even with 100 times more courage he dared not disturb them. He could only hide behind the tree, watching silently, praying continuously in his heart. Young master, please grow some sense. This is not how one courts a wife. Continue being so duplicitous, and such a fine wife will surely be scared away by you sooner or later. Deep in the jungle the light gradually grew dappled. Sunlight filtered through layers of overlapping leaves, casting scattered patches of light and shadow on the ground. Walking along, Qingli suddenly stopped and spun around to face Di Lin Yuan behind her. Senior brother Di. Her clear voice rang through the forest, tinged with playfulness. Di Lin Yuan's steps halted instantly. His hand hanging at his side clenched almost imperceptibly before releasing. He raised his eyes to look at Qingli, his expression still cold, his tone carrying a barely perceptible tension. What is it now? Qingli looked at him, a sly smile curving her lips while her eyes crinkled into crescent shapes, sparkling with bright light. She spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Senior brother Di, your ears are red. At these words, Di Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, as if his secret had been exposed. Instinctively, he raised his hand and quickly touched the base of his ear. The skin his fingertips touched was scalding hot, the temperature so intense it felt as though it could burn his fingertips. His movements froze abruptly in place. His handsome face darkened instantly, and a trace of panic entered his formerly indifferent expression, though he forcefully suppressed it. You're seeing things wrong. He spoke in a cold voice, even chillier than before, laced with the sting of embarrassment turned anger. Without waiting for Qingli to respond, he quickened his pace, strode past her, and continued walking forward without looking back. That retreating figure carried an air of flustered haste. Standing where she was, Qingli watched him flee and could no longer contain herself. Covering her mouth, she let out a light laugh, clear and melodic, echoing through the forest. Senior brother Di, why are you walking so fast? I thought you said it was on your way. Wait for me. Di Lin Yuan ahead did not turn back nor respond, yet his steps instinctively quickened. That upright silhouette somehow seemed more stiff, and even the redness at his ear tips couldn't be concealed beneath the sunlight. Qingli laughed with her brows and eyes curved into happy arcs, her heart brimming with sweetness. Hurrying her steps, she chased after him. Sunlight filtered gently through the leaves, bathing them both in dappled, interlaced shadows, one following, one fleeing. The ambiguous atmosphere in the forest grew ever stronger, spreading quietly. The heartbeats they could not conceal took root in that moment. Tianjin Mountain Range, outer region. Early morning sunlight pierced through the overlapping canopy, shading leaves, shattering into fragmented patches of light and shadow that gently fell upon the damp forest floor. The crisp, melodious songs of birds rose and fell throughout the mountains and woods, mingling with the occasional low growls of demonic beasts from afar, weaving together the unique soundscape of the savage wilderness jungle, hinting at an aura of primal peril. For this sect selection, all 180 participating disciples scattered like spilled sand from a broken tray, flowing entirely into this vast, boundless mountain range laced with hidden dangers. Among the dense jungle, figures flitted in all directions, each harboring their own calculations. Most disciples knew well the perils of wilderness survival, sticking closely together in groups of 3 or 5 to watch each other's backs, terrified of straying alone and falling prey to demonic beast attacks. Others whose minds were sharper quickly gathered capable companions into temporary squads, plotting coordinated hunts to harvest more spirit stones. But a rare few chose to travel alone, and Qingli was the most conspicuous among them. Not far away on a forest path, a group of young men and women clad in identical disciple robes huddled together, whispering sneeringly, with their gazes fixed on Qingli's solitary, retreating figure, their tones dripping with mockery and disdain. Look at that, Qingli really went into the mountain alone. Has she lost her mind? What is she pretending for? Didn't she just awaken a golden talent? She really thinks she's invincible now, looks down on everyone. Exactly. So what if her talent is high? This is Tianjin Mountain Range, brimming with danger at every turn, not a sparring ring within the sect where rules are observed. Demonic beasts certainly won't care whether your talent is good or not. I think she's just full of herself. Just wait and see. Before half a day passes, she'll be too scared and come running out of the mountains in tears. It'll be embarrassing for her. These mocking words drifted into Qingli's ears note for note, but she ignored them completely, her steps never faltering in the slightest. She continued walking steadily toward the deep forest, posture erect, gaze resolute, paying no mind to the idle gossip at all. In her past life, she had been a top-tier archaeologist, spending years navigating remote wilderness, uncharted secret realms, vast Gobi deserts, primeval jungles, and treacherous peaks and hidden valleys. What harsh environment had she not experienced? When it came to wilderness survival, tracking, and evading danger, all the disciples raised within the sect combined could never compare to even a single finger of hers. Wilderness survival. This was her true profession, something she knew inside out. After stepping into the dense forest, Qingli did not rush forward like the others, merely chasing after demonic beasts to hunt. Instead, she remained exceptionally calm. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, quickly locking onto a towering ancient tree whose branches stretched high into the clouds, thick and lush. Her foot lightly tapped the ground, and her body moved with the grace of a swallow scaling the sturdy crown in mere leaps. She found a concealed position and stood firm, surveying the entire area from above and closely observing the surrounding terrain. To the south, the terrain dips low with a babbling stream. Water sources are always core gathering areas for demonic beasts, a chaotic mix where even high-tier ones might appear. Absolutely not going there. To the north, the mountains rise steeply with numerous cliffs. While suitable for ambushes, it equally exposes one to ambush by other disciples or demonic beasts. The risk is too great. To the east, that patch of forest is far too dense with interlocking branches and limbs offering terrible visibility. Once inside, it would be easy to step into a trap or suffer a surprise attack from hidden quarters, leaving one with no way forward or back. Her gaze slowly shifted, ultimately settling on a relatively open hilly area to the west, her eyes flickering with a brief gleam as she made her decision. That area featured sparse trees, gentle rolling hills, and open sightlines. Both observing the surroundings and retreating quickly in danger were effortlessly manageable. Moreover, the ecological environment of the hilly terrain typically only harbored low-tier, small demonic beasts perfectly suited to her current cultivation for practice. It would allow her to accumulate combat experience while safely obtaining first-tier spirit stones, nothing more ideal. This is the place. Qingli murmured softly, then steadily slid down the tree trunk, adjusted her direction, and marched straight toward the western hills. Along the way, she did not blindly rush ahead, but moved cautiously, stopping periodically to crouch and carefully examine traces on the ground, her gaze focused and sharp. Beast footprints of varying depths, not yet dried demonic beast droppings, clear claw marks on tree trunks, deliberately snapped branches. These things, worthless and unnoticed by other disciples, were in Qingli's eyes a series of key survival signals, enabling her to accurately judge whether danger lurked nearby. The types and movements of demonic beasts. These footprints are massive prints, dry, left 3 days ago by a large high-tier demonic beast. Must detour immediately. These droppings are still damp warmth lingering, indicating small low-tier demonic beasts are active nearby, within a range of no more than 100 jaw. As she advanced, she rapidly analyzed in her mind, sidestepping each potential danger with nimble footwork. But at that very moment, she suddenly squatted down, staring fixedly at a freshly snapped branch, her eyes narrowing instantly, her entire aura turning sharply alert. Fresh sap still oozed from the break, clearly snapped not long ago, and the angle was unusually precise. Not the result of an accidental bump, but more likely a deliberate tracking marker left by someone. Someone is tracking prey, or perhaps tracking a person. Qingli's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment's thought, she decisively abandoned her original straight path, taking a wide detour as she continued toward the hilly terrain. It was better to avoid trouble than invite it. Her core goal was now to hunt demonic beasts and accumulate spirit stones. There was no need to involve herself in others' conflicts, wasting time and energy for nothing. After another half an hour of walking, passing through a thicket of low shrubs, Qingli finally arrived safely at the designated western hilly area. The terrain here was indeed as open as she had observed, with scattered sparse trees dotting the rolling hills. Sunlight fell, unobstructed visibility stretching far, exuding an air of security. She quickly located a height with an excellent vantage point, concealed herself behind a massive boulder, held her breath, and quietly observed everything around her, not missing a single subtle movement. Not long after, her gaze locked onto a dark cave on a distant hillside, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Clear claw marks covered the cave's edge, fragments of beast bones littered the ground, and a faint lingering fishy scent drifted through the air. Without a doubt, this was a demonic beast nest. Studying the size and depth of the claw marks, Qingli instantly judged that the creature residing inside was merely a first-tier demonic beast, its strength squarely within her counter range. It was practically a gift-wrapped prey. Just as she was about to rise and quietly approach the cave to scout, suddenly, shoo, shhh. An extremely subtle rustling came from the grass behind her, almost inaudible. Qingli's entire body tensed instantly. Her body instinctively darted to the side in a swift flash, her right hand steadily pressing against the hilt of her sword at her waist, her gaze turning cold as she whipped her head around to look. "Don't be nervous, it's me." A familiar, clear, low voice slowly resonated from behind. Qingli paused, blinked, and turned to look, her eyes widening instantly in sheer astonishment. Lin Yuan, she saw, had silently appeared behind her without warning, his dark robe spotless, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His handsome face wore its usual expressionless demeanor, his indifferent gaze resting upon her, as though he had descended from the heavens himself. "Why have you come again?" Qingli blurted out, full of bafflement. "Didn't you say earlier that you came to Tianjin mountain range to handle your own business?" Lin Yuan lowered his eyes to look at her, his tone utterly flat. "Done." Qingli was momentarily speechless, her mouth twitching as she retorted impatiently. "If you're done, why don't you go back? Why keep following me?" Lin Yuan glanced at her indifferently, his thin lips parting to utter an irrefutable remark. "Is this road yours alone? Just because you walk it, I cannot." Qingli was left utterly speechless. After a deep breath, she simply gave up arguing with this stubborn, soft-hearted, exceedingly tsundere blockhead. Fine, follow me if you want. I don't care. But let's make one thing clear up front. The spirit stones from demonic beasts I personally hunt are not shared with you. Di Linyuan's expression remained unchanged, his tone detached, not needed. Yi Qingli pursed her lips, no longer bothering with him, turning back to focus on observing the distant cave and planning her hunt. And what she failed to notice was that in the instant she turned away, the deepest part of Di Linyuan's otherwise indifferent eyes quietly flickered with the faintest trace of tenderness, gentle and lingering, gone in a flash too quick to grasp. Meanwhile, deep within the dense shadowy forest on the eastern side of the Tianjin Mountains, Yi Ling and Mo Wuhan had already reunited without trouble, followed by 3 sycophantic lackeys who usually clung to them. The 5 of them were hurrying along a hidden remote path through the dense forest, their steps swift, their expressions tinged with urgency and malice. Under the dim forest light, and with thick undergrowth everywhere, walking was extremely difficult. Yi Ling was panting, sweat beading on her forehead, her face full of impatience. She could not help tugging at Mo Wuhan's sleeve and asking, "Cousin, are you sure this is the right direction? The forest is so big. Don't take the wrong path and waste our effort." Mo Wuhan did not look back or slow his pace. He slowly took a palm-sized, exquisite compass from his sleeve and lowered his head to study its face. At the center of the compass, a silver needle as fine as a strand of hair trembled slightly, pointing unwaveringly to the southwest with a faint glimmer. I sprinkled special tracking powder on her beforehand. This compass can pinpoint the powder's scent with precision. As long as the scent remains she is to the southwest, she can't have gotten far. A cold, sinister smile curled at Mo Wuhan's lips, cunning gleaming in his eyes. This time we will definitely corner her. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's eyes lit up instantly, her impatience vanishing, replaced by venom and resentment. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Excellent. We can finally catch her this time. Back in the sect, she always outshone me and humiliated me in public. This time I'll make her pay. Teach her a lesson so she never dares to act arrogant again." Mo Wuhan put away the compass and glanced coldly at Yi Ling, his tone carrying a hint of reminder and coercion. "Cousin, I have no problem helping you teach Yi Qingli a lesson and make her suffer. But don't you dare forget what you promised me before." Yi Ling did not dare to be negligent. She nodded frantically and vowed with a pat on her chest, "Rest assured, cousin. My father dotes on me the most. I will definitely help you broker the cooperation between the Mo and Yi families. Leave it to me. Nothing will go wrong." Satisfied by Yi Ling's assurance, Mo Wuhan's face finally showed approval. Without another word, he waved his hand and coldly ordered the 3 lackeys behind him, "Stop dawdling. Speed up. We must catch up to her as soon as possible." "Yes," the 3 lackeys hurriedly responded. The 5 of them moved like 5 ghostly silhouettes, swiftly weaving through the dense forest. Soon they vanished into the deep woods, closing in step by step on Yi Qingli's direction. Meanwhile, in the hilly terrain, Yi Qingli was completely unaware that the malicious Yi Ling and Mo Wuhan had set their sights on her. A conspiracy aimed at her was quietly drawing near. She was staring intently at the demon beast's cave not far away, her mind racing as she carefully devised a battle plan, weighing every step with great thoroughness. This cave has only one entrance facing south with open sight lines and no cover. A frontal assault would easily leave me vulnerable to the beast's ambush, far too risky. Since the cave has only this one exit, it is essentially a dead end. If I can lure the beast out and find a chance to ambush it, my odds of victory will be much greater. Her gaze swept quickly over the surrounding terrain and suddenly landed on a huge protruding rock above the cave. Her eyes brightened slightly. That boulder weighed at least several hundred jin, firmly embedded in the slope at an ideal position. If she could push it down at the critical moment when the beast charged out of the cave, it would certainly catch the beast off guard, disrupt its attack rhythm, and create a perfect opening for her to strike. This plan is feasible. Yi Qingli made up her mind instantly and hesitated no longer. She crouched low, softened her steps, held her breath, and crept silently toward the cave. Her movements were light and agile, without the slightest sound, like a leopard poised to strike. Di Linyuan still followed unhurriedly at a short distance behind her without disturbing her. Leaning against a tree trunk, he quietly watched her cautious, focused scheming. A faint, barely perceptible curve tugged at his always indifferent lips, and his eyes held a barely noticeable trace of approval. This girl seemed casual on the surface, but was actually meticulous and extremely cautious in her actions, far more composed than disciples her age. Yi Qingli crept to a concealed spot near the cave, firmly hid herself, and carefully observed the situation inside the cave once more. The cave was pitch black and seemed bottomless, making it impossible to see inside. Yet the stench of blood in the air grew increasingly thick, clearly indicating that the demon beast was deep within the cave and had not noticed any disturbance outside. It should be inside. Time to strike. Yi Qingli took a deep breath, suppressing the faint excitement stirring within her. She picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, gripped it firmly, aimed at the cave entrance, and hurled it in with force. Bang! The stone slammed heavily against the cave wall, producing a sharp, resounding crack that was especially jarring in the quiet mountain forest. Roar! Almost instantly, a low, ferocious bellow erupted from the cave, making eardrums tremble. In the next moment, a huge gray figure burst out of the cave entrance like lightning, charging madly outward. It was a gale wind wolf. Among first-tier demon beasts, it was far from weak. Its body was as massive as a young bull covered in thick gray fur. Its fangs bared with a cold sheen, its vicious green eyes locked onto Qingli with brutal malice, and low growls ceaselessly rumbled from its jaws as it exuded a feral aura of savagery. Well, quite a big one. Looks like the crystal core will be decent quality. Qingli's eyes instantly lit up. Far from being afraid, she was faintly excited. This was the very first demon beast she had hunted in the Tianjin Mountains, and the first crystal core would soon be in her hands. The Gale Wind Wolf was clearly enraged by the stone thrown into its cave and regarded Qingli as prey that had dared to provoke it. Without hesitation, it kicked off the ground with all four limbs and lunged at her with astonishing speed, carrying a thick, bloody wind. Its claws gleamed coldly, brimming with lethal force. Qingli remained calm. Her feet instantly executed the exquisite 8 trigram step as she sidestepped lightly like a willow catkin in the wind, narrowly evading the Gale Wind Wolf's sharp claw strike. Her movements flowed as smoothly as water without the slightest hesitation. The Gale Wind Wolf's pounce missed, its heavy body crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The moment it landed, it spun around violently, pushed off with all four limbs, and lunged at Qingli once more, this time faster and fiercer, as if determined to tear its prey apart. Qingli remained unhurried. With her agile body, she kept circling the Gale Wind Wolf, always evading its frontal attacks, without rushing to strike. While dodging, she carefully studied the beast's attack patterns, her sharp eyes committing to memory the angle, force, and speed of every pounce. Once, twice, 3 times. 5 times, 7 times. Every attack of the Gale Wind Wolf was effortlessly evaded by Qingli. Gradually, the beast became more frantic, and its attacks began to expose openings. Just about enough. I've fully read its attack patterns, Qingli said inwardly, her gaze suddenly sharpening. At the exact moment the Gale Wind Wolf lunged for the 8th time, Qingli did not dodge backward as before. Instead, she pushed off the ground and charged straight at it. The Gale Wind Wolf had clearly not expected the prey that had been fleeing all along to counterattack. Its movements stalled abruptly, exposing a fatal opening. Now, Qingli's eyes sharpened. Her footwork shifted rapidly as her body, ghost-like, sliced precisely into the most vulnerable spot beneath the Gale Wind Wolf's belly. Her right hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, as all her spiritual energy condensed into her wrist and erupted with explosive force. SHHK. The sharp iron sword pierced precisely into the Gale Wind Wolf's vital throat. Blood gushed out, instantly splattering onto the ground. The Gale Wind Wolf let out a most agonized howl, its limbs thrashing and convulsing wildly with startling force. But Qingli held the sword hilt firmly, her body as immovable as Mount Tai, leaving it no chance to fight back. Within a mere 3 seconds, the Gale Wind Wolf's struggles gradually weakened. At last it crashed to the ground, its massive body completely lifeless and still. Qingli slowly drew out the iron sword and flicked the blood droplets off the blade. The sword remained smooth, clean, and sharp. She crouched down and deftly split open the Gale Wind Wolf's skull. Soon she retrieved a thumb-sized first-tier crystal core glowing with a faint white luster. It felt cool and smooth in her hand. First crystal core successfully in hand. A delighted smile curved Qingli's lips as she carefully stored the core away, her mood greatly lifted. Under a tree not far away, Di Linyuan had witnessed the entire scene. A clear, deep flash of approval passed through his usually indifferent eyes. She did not rely on brute force. She used skill to overcome power, observed meticulously, and struck with a single fatal blow, clean and decisive. This girl's combat awareness and practical ability far exceeded her cultivation level. Truly rare. In the depths of the dense forest, the wind suddenly grew fierce. Mo Wuhan and Yi Ling, leading a party of 5, rushed over, following the scent of tracking powder. Just as they rounded a thicket, they came upon the carcass of the Gale Wind Wolf at the cave entrance, and Qingli standing with sword in hand, faint beads of blood still clinging to her fingertips. At the sight of Qingli, venomous hatred surged in Yi Ling's eyes. She shrieked, "Cousin, it's her. Quick, don't let her get away." Mo Wuhan raised a hand to stop his restless underlings. His sinister gaze swept over the fallen Gale Wind Wolf, then settled on Qingli's composed figure. He sneered, "I didn't expect you to have some skill at hunting demonic beasts. Unfortunately, since you've run into me, you're destined to fall here today." The 3 lackeys immediately surrounded her, spiritual power surging and murderous intent radiating. Qingli turned sideways, sword in hand, her gaze icy and fearless. "Isn't the infighting within the Yi family enough? You still dare to commit violence in the Tianjin Mountains? Aren't you afraid of violating sect rules and being expelled from the sect?" "Sect rules?" Yi Ling sneered. "After we cripple you and throw you into the forest to feed the demonic beasts, who would ever know it was us?" "Cousin, attack." Mo Wuhan moved first, striking with fierce spiritual power aimed straight at Qingli's face. Qingli's steps shifted rapidly. Using the agile footwork she had employed to kill the Gale Wind Wolf, she maneuvered and countered with clean, crisp sword techniques, showing not the slightest disadvantage. Yet her opponents were 5 in number after all, and as the battle dragged on, her breath gradually became unsteady. Yi Ling seized an opening and launched a sneak attack with a palm strike. At the very moment Yi Qingli dodged aside, Mo Wuhan's long sword thrust straight at her. It seemed about to strike her shoulder. Boom! An invisible colossal force suddenly erupted. Mo Wuhan was struck as if by a massive blow, his whole body flying backward and slamming heavily into a tree trunk, blood spurting from his mouth on the spot. Everyone looked up in shock. Not far away beneath a tree, Di Linyuan slowly straightened up, his aloof bearing instantly transforming into a terrifying pressure. The wind through the entire forest seemed to freeze. Who gave you permission to touch her? His voice was not loud, yet it carried an authority that made one's very soul tremble. Mo Wuhan clutched his chest, looked up into those eyes devoid of warmth, and felt his hair stand on end. He did not even have the courage to rise. Only then did he realize that this seemingly idle man who had always been by Yi Qingli's side possessed unfathomable cultivation. Di Linyuan raised his fingertips slightly, and an invisible force swept outward. Yi Ling and the three henchmen were instantly thrown to the ground, their spiritual power completely suppressed, unable to move, faces filled with terror. In the Tianjin Mountains trial, you engaged in private combat, injured others, and intended to silence them. Di Linyuan's tone was calm, yet every word was ice cold. As for how you should be dealt with, you know it yourselves. As his words fell, the footsteps of patrolling stewards from the Tianjin Mountains could be heard in the distance. Yi Ling and Mo Wuhan turned ashen. Engaging in private combat and plotting to harm fellow disciples were serious crimes. Now that they had been caught red-handed, the lightest punishment would be the abolition of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect. The worst would be immediate execution. They had schemed to the fullest only to plunge themselves into irretrievable ruin. The steward arrived, took in the scene, and immediately ordered the five to be apprehended. Yi Ling wailed shrilly. Mo Wuhan's face was deathly pale, and the whole group was led away in utter disgrace, their former arrogance nowhere to be seen. The crisis was completely resolved. The forest fell silent once more, leaving only Yi Qingli and Di Linyuan. Yi Qingli tightened her grip on the gleaming white crystal core in her hand, turned to look at Di Linyuan, her expression softening into a genuine smile. Thank you once again. Di Linyuan approached, his gaze resting on her sharp, composed features, and his voice softened. You are strong enough yourself. I merely lent a hand. Sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves falling on the hand that gripped her sword and on the gentle depths of his eyes. Yi Qingli looked up at the endless Tianjin Mountains, her heart clear and calm. From an ostracized concubine-born daughter of the Yi family to a disciple of the Tianjin sect, she had endured schemes and harassment along the way, yet she never bowed her head. With her own insight and tenacity, she had steadily gained a firm footing. And the man by her side had always followed in silence, stepping in when she was in the greatest danger and watching quietly as she grew. He never demanded anything, yet he had always protected her. I will continue cultivating and soon reach greater heights. Yi Qingli said softly, her tone resolute. Di Linyuan looked at her, his eyes filled with endless indulgence and expectation. Wherever you go, I will be there. Wind swept through the forest, and a clear, resonant sword hum echoed in the air. Past grudges and debts had settled into dust. The road ahead stretched long, and the journey of cultivation never ceased. Yi Qingli clutched the crystal core tightly, turned to walk side by side with Di Linyuan, and headed deeper into the mountains. Her legend was only just beginning.